Zone.
The Zone is the home of boxing, with over 150 live fights a year.
This fight has lived up to expectations.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before.
Looking to the end zone for the win!
Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
How do you like it? How do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
This has been a coming together. This has been a light bulb moment.
Two top promoters in the UK have never even met.
I know how to fight, and I'll fight to win.
It's their time. A night to remember.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Fight Week on DAZN is non-stop action. Access all areas of the biggest fights, even before the bell rings.
The lot of them.
The following program is recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
Judges are ready, the fighters are ready, the boxing world is ready. Let's go.
How do you like it? On the show. So aggressive, so focused. It all comes down to this. With a corner knockdown. Still the undisputed champion of the world.
Fight night, only on DAZN.
People, we're back in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You know what for? It's a big one. Outside the venue, is that Sergio? Okay, this is a bit crazy. 1 second, look at this. There's Gabe, there's Chris, there's Virgil. Okay, they're enjoying a bit of taste of Mexico. You're gonna enjoy it as well. Remember, main event, Zerdo versus Crispin Smith. Coming in, it's a good one.
Since the dawn of time, boxing has been primal, woven into the fabric of human existence, praised, banned, and reborn across generations. It endures, and through it all, one community stands unwavering. Latino fans and fighters, fueled by passion, grit, and an unbreakable warrior spirit. For Latino fighters, greatness is about style, relentlessness, and a desire to leave everything in the ring. Tonight, their fierce, fearless approach comes to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as Riyadh's season hosts Latino Night. The biggest names in the sport continue this rich tradition in an unmissable night, honoring the legends while forging their own paths to glory. The ring is ready.
Welcome to the venue, a brand new facility created to bring you even more global Riyadh season events. It was recently home to the Six Kings Slams tennis tournament, and just 3 days ago featured the likes of J-Lo and Celine Dion at an Elie Saab fashion event. But tonight, our attention switched to boxing. Golden Boy proudly present Latino Night. I was just about to join in there. I had my shoes ready. I was. Welcome to Latino Night in the magnificent venue as well. Let me say hello to my star-studded lineup that I've got with me now. Virgil Ortiz, Sergio Mora, Gabe Rosado. So this is incredible, Virg, isn't it?
This is an incredible venue. You know, I can't wait to fight here one day.
Okay, I want to put you all on the spot. It's Latino Night. Give me your favorite Latino fighter. You first, Virg.
I'd have to go with my primo, Robert Massa Ortiz. You know, we fought back in 2018 in the Triple G undercard, actually.
I love the way you pick someone you fought. I like that. Sergio?
Keeping it in the family. I love that. Las Manos de Piedras, Roberto Duran, the Panamanian great. A lot of people don't know he's also half Mexican.
Okay, go on, Gabe.
Mine's is Felix Tito Trinidad from Puerto Rico.
Okay, I don't know if you guys want to hear what I've got to say, but mine is Miguel Cotto, who's in the building today as well. So many people in the building. We are, again, respecting Latino Night. It's going to be a good night of boxing. Let's talk about it. Bird, let's talk about the main event, right? A special one in the cruiserweight division. Two guys that I feel like think they're number one, want to ascend to that number one status. Zurdo Ramirez, very good fighter. Chris Billam-Smith, strong and big. What a great main event.
We got two elite fighters going at it tonight, and you know, they're both big, they're both strong, and I think we can expect a firefight.
What have you made from them this week, Sergio? Look, we've been around them every single day this week. We've seen the moods change, right? The pressure's been cranked up a little. Have you seen anything different?
No, you know what? They handle themselves like professionals. I mean, the thing about Zurdo, he's been a champion for some time now in two divisions. He knows how to handle this moment. This is all for him. Now it's Chris Billam-Smith that's coming across the pond. This is new for him. Riyadh season is new for him. I mean, this is two champions that are going to perform like champions here for His Excellency.
Gabe, you know Zurdo so well, right? You shared a ring with him, you sparred him. He's a big guy. Cruiserweight's his division. I almost feel like this guy was trying to kill himself to make 175. And look, had some success at 175, but at cruiserweight, he looks like a different animal.
No, absolutely. And the thing that I think it makes him so deadly at the cruiserweight division is that he moves like a middleweight. Good footwork, combinations, big volume puncher, and I think that's what gives him an advantage in the cruiserweight division.
Yeah, remember, that's the main event. It really is a cracking fight card. Let's remind you of what we've got coming your way tonight. All right, we kick things off in the welterweight division. Unbeaten Ziad Al-Mayyouf takes on Juan Garcia. This one, a lot of people potentially calling the fight of the night. Oscar Duarte versus Batir Akhmedov. Batir Akhmedov, Olympic bronze medalist. Then we have our first unification fight of the evening. Oscar Callazo takes out Knockout CP Freshmart. WBO, WBA, and Ring Magazine belts on the line. And we have a bit more for you as well. Look at this. It's coming, I promise you. It's coming, it's coming. I know what's there, I'm gonna go first. William Zepeda, 31 fights, 31 wins, 27 knockouts. Takes on former IBF super featherweight champion Tevin Farmer, who's got a chip on his shoulder, thinks he's being really underrated. And then this one, maybe the fight of the night. Jose Ramirez takes on Arnold Barboza Jr. Ramirez, a former unified champ in the 140-pound division. Barboza, unbeaten, wants a world title shot, might get one if he comes for Ramirez. And then the main event, we've been asking for this one for a few months. Finally, we get it. Unification fight in the cruiserweight division. Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez versus the gentleman Chris Billum Smith. Whew. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a good fight card. And it's free. That's a good fight card, Sergio.
Yes, it is. You know what? It's because you get the best fight and the best, and you don't know who the actual favorite is. I mean, with William Zepeda and Tevin Farmer, you get an old goat and a young lion. Southpaw versus southpaw, an aggressive fighter who throws 1,000 punches around. I love it from top to bottom. Expect some upsets, though. Expect some upsets.
Fight week has always been incredible. We had you covered throughout, but if you missed anything, here's the highlights.
Welcome to Mexico!
William Smith is a tremendous champion. This is the fight of his life. Zurdo Ramirez is the man. The first ever super middleweight Mexican world champion.
November 16th, just tune in, your boy Tevin Farmer's back. I'm gonna show y'all how the USA do it.
The best is fighting the best, fighting for supremacy. Alexander Usyk is considering coming down to cruiserweight and fighting the winner of Saturday night. That's how special this fight is.
Good fight week. It's really good fight week. I've enjoyed every part of it, but I'm going to enjoy tonight even more. All right, let's show you the rest of our team. Sergio is going to join the commentary, boys, but let's introduce them as well. Darren Barker, Chris Mannix, and Todd Grisham. I want to start with the Brit. I had the British flavour to this bit of it. Darren, let me start with you, Darren. Chris Billum Smith has come in as a massive underdog. We saw him on the scales yesterday. This is a very, very big cruiserweight.
He's huge. He's massive. And you talk about the underdog stature that he has. He's had that in all of his big fights, and he's kind of feeds of it, if I'm honest. The man is an absolute unit. He's possessed. He wants that big fight, which was potentially Jair Opetaia that faces the winner here. Look, don't write Chris Billum Smith off. I've done it in the past before, and he's proved me wrong. The guy really believes that he's big enough, strong enough to upset the apple cart here.
Let's talk about his opponent, Zurdo Ramirez. He has to prepare for someone like CBS. He's kind of a different style than he's faced before. How do they prepare for this big Brit?
It's different, though there are some familiarities with at least one opponent. The fighter in the fight that Zurdo Ramirez's camp has been studying the most over the last couple of months has been a fight that Billum Smith had against Mateus Masternak. Masternak was someone that, while not possessing the size of a Zurdo Ramirez, threw a lot of punches, moved a lot in the ring, and at the time of the stoppage, he was eventually stopped with a body shot, he was up on 2 of the 3 scorecards. He had thrown, I think, 20 or 30 more punches overall, or landed 20, 30 more punches overall than Billum Smith did. Zurdo's team believes that that is the blueprint to beat Chris Billum Smith, to throw a lot of punches, to keep moving, and to keep the bigger man frustrated.
You know, it's interesting, Darren, there's Mexican style, which is kind of in your face, nonstop aggression. But in the main event, Zurdo really isn't fighting a Mexican style. You'd almost say CBS kind of has more of that style, wouldn't you?
I guess so. He really fights with a lot of intensity. And that Masternak fight, I think he's a fighter, Chris Billum Smith, that learns a lot. If he underperforms, or in the fight that he lost against Richard Riakporhe a few years ago, he's improved since then. And I think, in a weird way, that under par performance will hold him in good stead, because I think he's going to be a better fighter because of that. But yeah, he's the man that shows that real desire and that will to win, and that it really is a cracking main event.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that the footwork of Zurdo Ramirez is going to be critical in a fight like this. He's giving up size, strength in this fight. What his team has told me this week is that you saw the Gulamarian fight where Zurdo Ramirez won his world title. Well, kind of throw that out. They're not going to fight this way. It's going to be a very different game plan, and in their mind, a very different type of fight where he's keeping the fight more at a range. He's trying to fight more at distance. He's not looking to get into a fight in a phone booth with Chris Smith because they don't believe they can win that type of fight. They do believe they can win more of a classical boxing match, and I think they can win it relatively easily.
So that's the main event. You guys didn't ask me what my fight I'm most looking forward to. It's got to be Duarte Akhmadov. I mean, that is going to be what we like to call a slobber knocker in the United States. Can't wait to see it, guys. 5 fights tonight.
Yeah, so much intrigue in the main event, so much intrigue, as Todd Grisham says, in all the fights, I think, on this card. All right, there is still one more member of our team. Christine is backstage. Christine, what can we expect today?
Muy buenas noches, guys. We are right now here in the backstage where all the okay, this is my friend Alex. He's a mariachi, and I guess he's following me everywhere. Okay, so this is the changing rooms where the fighters are going to be ready for tonight, and they're going to rub out their hands, warm up a little bit. So this night, God, this guy is super exciting. I'll be tonight, all the night here in backstage to show you all the celebrities and all the fun. So just keep following us in this unboxing.
She is going to be very, very busy. So many celebs expected here today. Make sure you get involved as well. Fan Zone is up and running. So many different polls. You can have your say in Chris Mannix's scorecard. Yes, you can have your say on that. And this is Latino night. We have a Spanish broadcast as well. So if you prefer this in Spanish, you can jump over to that broadcast as well. Headed by Claudia Trejos, Marco Antonio Barrera there with her as well. All right, I think it's time to get the show on the road. Our first fight, Ziad Almayuf versus Juan Garcia. Latino night is ready to kick off.
To have Latino night here in Saudi Arabia, it's just a dream for me to be among those names. Now I can show the future Saudi Arabians that you can now dream just like me and actually make it happen. For me, winning this fight is as important as winning every other fight.
He has had nothing handed to him.
Every fight I need to win, I have to win because of the hopes that are placed on me.
Let's take you back to yesterday's weigh-ins. That is Juan Garcia, who fights out of Mexico City. His record is not exactly glamorous. This is made for Zizou, as he's known, Ziad Almayuf, to get a win. He's 6-0, fighting in his home city, his home country, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. There he is, and Chris, he says one day he will become Saudi Arabia's first boxing world champion. Do you believe him?
Oh, look, right now he represents the best chance. He started to become the most notable fighter fighting out of Saudi Arabia. He's got a great trainer working with him. Buddy McGirt, the Hall of Fame trainer, has worked with Sergey Kovalev, with Arturo Gatti, among others. We saw Ziad Almayuf in action this past August. A little bit of a rough fight for him in that fight on the August 3rd card. He's looking to bounce back against Garcia tonight.
Juan Garcia here basically making up the numbers, Darren. But let's see if he can pull off the upset here in our opener. Here's our tail of the tape. Almayuf 6-0. He does have one knockout. Garcia's record, 5 wins, 6 defeats, 2 losses. He did take this fight on short notice as well. 21 years old, but yesterday at the weigh-in, man, his eyes were glowing. He knows this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Let's see if he can cash in. Let's go into the ring now. And Thomas Triber.
Live worldwide. Let's get things started. And first, welcome to the ring from Mexico, Juan Garcia.
So this is Juan Garcia. Darren, I'm going to ask you a very pointed question here.
Go on, Todd.
Make the case, I guess it's more of a statement. Make the case that Juan Garcia is going to win this fight.
Well, it's very difficult, I must say. Like you said, he pretty much is here to make up the numbers. But, however, his 6 defeats have come to fighters with a combined record of 23 wins and 1 defeat. So, look, the man's tough, he's rugged, he knows how to hang in there, just stopped the twice. But the stage is set, you could say, for Zizo Almayuf to look good this evening.
Let's welcome to the ring from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Ziad Zizo Al-Mayyoud.
Talk about a guy with great energy and a great aura around him, Chris. He just exudes positive energy. And his last fight, though, wasn't the best. It ended in a draw, but then came a change.
Yeah, Michael Bulek tested positive for a banned sub, so that draw was overturned to a disqualification win for Ziad Al-Mayyoud, preserving that perfect record. That was a great learning experience for Ziad Al-Mayyoud, who is really trying to pick up boxing as he goes along. Moved to the U.S., has been working with Buddy McGirt first in Southern California, then down in Florida. You see a big favorite there on the fan zone. 75% say Ziad Al-Mayyoud is going to win. I tend to agree with him. I think he has a great chance to win and look pretty good in a fight like this.
Ouch.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Riyadh Season Latino Night, a great night of World Championship Boxing from the venue in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey Al-Sheikh. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. Esta pelea 6 asaltos en peso welter. Presented by, presentado por Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Tawuniya, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. The judges are Los Jueces son Predrag Alexic of Montenegro, Junbei Lim of South Korea, and Mark Lyson of England. Our referee is Robert Hoyle of the United States. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with red, white, and green, and weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. En la esquina azul, vestido de negro con rojo, blanco y verde. Su peso es 141.8 libras. His professional record, 5 wins with 6 defeats. Su récord, 5 victorias con 6 derrotas. Damas y caballeros, de Ciudad de México, México, Juan Garcia. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing beige, green, and gold, and weighed in officially at 143.2 pounds. En la esquina roja, vestido de beige, verde y dorado. Su peso es 143.2 libras. Undefeated, he has 6 wins, 1 win coming by way of knockout. Está invicto con 6 victorias, con una victoria por la vía del knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from right here, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Ziad Zizo Al-Mayyoud.
Okay, we went over the rules in the dressing room. All punches here will be fair. Again, all punches here will be fair. Once you obey my commands, give me a good, clean fight. Touch them up, scoot back.
So the first fight of the night is Zizo versus Juan. It is Latino night, Darren. Could we see a Mexican jump right out and get an early win here?
He's got a mean look on his face. Well, he doesn't there. On the way to the ring, he actually did. Like he meant business, but no doubt he's going to fight with his heart on his sleeve. But Zizo, I've been impressed with Zizo to a degree. Look, he's a work in progress. We understand that. Offensively, I think he's very good, but
nice
as
jab.
the fights progress, Todd, he kind of loses his shape, but you can see already he's got quick hands and learning all the time.
You know what I noticed right away, Darren, is that a little bit of a different style straight out from Zizo. Still leaning forward a little bit, which is kind of how he's fought for most of his pro career. But he's getting away, at least early, from kind of that shell defense, the crab defense that he fought almost exclusively in that last fight.
Yeah, and just demonstrating some good footwork there. Jab, taking a little step out and firing back with right hand. Nice jab again, but stiff jab from Garcia.
Look, if you were going to be a Buddy McGirt fighter, how you need to fight is off the jab, 5-6 times, and then throw that right hand. Buddy is a very straight-up fundamentals trainer.
Juan Garcia fighting just as you might expect him to fight. Mexican style, right in front of Zizo, going after him.
Yeah, he throws a nice left to the body. Garcia really turns his hip into the shot. Can't afford to telegraph the shot, though. It needs to be smart. This is good work inside.
A couple jabs there from Zizo.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do in this opening round. Find his timing, find his distance with that jab. Variation with the shot as well, head, body.
But let's be honest here, Chris. If Zizo does indeed believe he can be a world champion one day, Juan Garcia needs to get stopped in this fight.
Well, look, these are the type of guys you have to go through, if not stop, to win wide decisions against. Remember, he is only 7-0 in his young career. It is miles away from stepping up into 8-round fights, 10-round fights, championship-level fights. There's certainly a lot more polish on Zizo needs to happen before he gets there.
So far, so good here in round one. Loving Zizo's trunks, by the way. As Sergio Mora joins us here ringside. What were you eating, tamales back there? Where you been?
Tacos, the carne asada.
Stiff jab again from Zizo.
Yeah, he finds himself in a bit of a difficult situation. Look, he is a work in progress, as we said, no amateur experience, learning on the job, but there is a pressure that is expected. People want him to look good so they can, look forward to tuning in again, but patience is required.
I like the fact that he's not falling off balance anymore and foot fainting. So those are two things that I've already seen in this first round.
Good body shot there from Garcia, who certainly doesn't look out of his realm here against Ziad.
Very good, sir. Very good. You're boxing beautiful. Now listen, he's trying the wide hooks and the wide right hand. You see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now when you get inside with him, right? When you're inside, don't put your hand on the outside. Keep your hand on the inside. Be careful here, here. Okay, now when you're inside next time, you're close from here.
That's lean, boy.
Drop a short hook. Very good round. Nice. Can you do that for 5 more, sir? Beautiful.
Yeah, I thought it was a good opening round. Garcia can be happy with himself, but I like, as you said, Sergio, I like the improvements shown already from Al Mayouf. A bit more thought in his work, and that comes with experience. You see the variation, really good there. The right to the body, followed upstairs with a left hook. Good opening start from this man, getting the crowd going, but we need to see this throughout the contest.
Round two, live here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It is Latino night. Juan Garcia fighting out of Mexico City, taking this fight on short notice. He's going right again after Ziad. Sergio, that's got to make you happy, a guy with a record of 5-6, but he's going right after the hometown kid.
Yeah, he's trying to set him up for an overhand right. He's jabbing to the gut just to get Zizo to block down and come over the top with chopping right hands like that.
Oh, good left there from Zizo. Garcia fighting off the ropes.
Yeah, that's a lovely left hook. Jumps straight in with that shot.
Mouthpiece pops out for Zizo.
Don't let him get off like that. There you go. Right back. Right there. Fight down.
Let's go.
Sergio, I need your translation. What does it say on the back of Garcia's shorts there? Demoledor. Is that it?
Yeah, I can't see him right now. His front's facing me. Juan Carlos is in the front, and I'll tell you in a second once he backs up.
Pretty sure that's his name.
El Demoledor.
Oh, big overhand right from El Demoledor. And boy, this has turned into a good fight here to kick things off.
Look, we're loving it, the fans are loving it, but he doesn't need to be doing this, Almy. Get back behind that jab. Come on, make life easy for yourself.
I agree, Darren. The physical tools favor Almayouf in this fight, and the fighting style should favor him as well. He needs to be fighting behind that jab, and I guarantee you when he goes back to the corner after this round, that's exactly what Buddy McGirt's going to tell him.
Body work there from Juan Carlos Garcia.
And this goes back to what I was saying. He understands that he needs to look good and he needs to impress and excite, but kind of losing his shape a little bit. Oh, big right hand.
Right hand on the inside from Juan Garcia right as he's starting to look a little bit fatigued.
And these aren't the types of fights that I think that Zizo needs to look good necessarily. These are very early in his career fight, learning experience types of fights. He really shouldn't worry about the crowd or anything else. You worry about just winning the right way.
A good 1-2 from Garcia, and he caught him again. We could have a huge upset here in our opening fight if this continues.
There's that right hand. There's the right hand I'm talking about. If he's not going to move his head, he keeps it on the same line. He's not bending his knees. He's bound to get hit with the same right hand over and over. Zizo's a pretty good 1-2 puncher, but that's not enough. You're not tricking your opponent. You have to actually do something behind the foot feints, come in the front door with left hooks. Then you throw the straight right hand. Jab to the belly, do something different.
Stop! What's happening?
Black Friday has come early. Get the heaviest hitting deal of the year with 30 to 50% off of all DAZN plans in the UK and the US. New customers only. The offer ends November 29th.
See, this is what Zizo's doing wrong right there. See how that left hand, he didn't even try to block that because his head's right in the same target, the same line of fire. He didn't try to do anything special. Look, right there, boom. Ooh. If he's throwing the jab, he has to hide his head on the opposite side. Then he comes across, he could actually fool his opponent. But the head's right there in the line of fire, not moving, no head movement, no waist movement. These are the things that he has to work defensively.
And that nickname translates to the Demolisher, correct, Sergio?
It is, Demolisher, that's
right. 5 wins on the record of Juan Garcia, none by knockout.
And maybe that's why they give him this opportunity here.
Yeah, this is where he needs to be, Almayouf. Center of the ring, but work behind the jab. Don't force it too much. Keep that chin down. When he lets the shots go to the body, the chin rises a little bit.
Good spell here for Zizo as we look at the jabber stats from round 2, and Garcia dominating Sergio.
I'm surprised there because Zizo started off good with the jab, but Garcia came back after in the other rounds. See, Zizo just needs to stick to what's good to him. That's the long punches. Just don't break the range, don't break in the inside, don't try to smother yourself. Pop him with that jab, let Garcia run into the big shots.
And Garcia's looking to trade. That's where the feint comes into play. For Almayouf, feint. Let that lead hand come out from Garcia, then look for the counter. He's got the quick hands, Almayouf, but he needs to start setting traps.
Almayouf has quick hands and quick feet.
Oh, nice uppercut with the left from Garcia. Zizo answers back, lands a right hand.
That was a very, very sharp, hurtful left hook from Almayouf. He took it well, Garcia.
So many good matchups on this card. No one was talking about this one being a good one, but boy, it has been great so far, halfway through round 3.
Hey, how many times have we seen an unheralded Mexican come into a fight and surprise?
Yeah, unfortunately, quite a lot in the UK.
Sergio, why do Mexicans travel so well and fight so good on the road?
Well, because a lot of Mexicans wait for that opportunity, you know, to not only fight abroad, but, you know, get a big payday, a big opportunity to do something great and get in position to change your life, you know.
That was better with Albion. He took his head off the line to the left and he avoided the shot coming back from Garcia.
You know, the thing about Mexican styles, it's not really, you come prepared, you come conditioned, you know, they're accustomed to getting hit, and they're just rugged. You know, so whenever you're dealing with a Mexican, you either got to outbox them or outfight them. Alma Youth needs to outbox him. You know, forget about exchanging with him.
Safe to say, Garcia looks much better than his 5-6 record indicates. Well, you heard Darren Barker say at the beginning of this fight that all 6 of his losses have come to fighters with a combined 23-1 record. Nice moment here for Zizo. Nice left hook again.
That left hook is finding a home now for Alma Youth.
And that's what I wanted to see from him, just hooks. You know, when you're dealing with a shorter fighter, you want to pop him with that jab. Once he gets on the inside, you know, come around the guard with hooks.
El juego, te quiero por dentro, por dentro. Ya está bajando mal la mano. Ya se agacha mucho. Ya está bajando mal la mano, mételo a la pinche derecha.
Ya para arriba, güey. Levanta la abajo, derecha, para arriba, güey.
A ver, abre la boca. Oye. Mira, ya es así, güey. Métete. Busca el volado.
They want more right hands from Garcia in his corner, and that's the punch that actually has been landing. No jab needed because Zizo doesn't really move his head, so you can throw lead right hands, and they're going to find a home.
Some big, deep breaths. We're only heading into round 4 from both. Really feeling the pace already, but that was a better round, landing some big shots. That left hook found a home, like I say, a couple of times in that round.
You know, tough situation for Garcia, too, who was brought in on relatively short notice, only arrived here in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday of this week, so it's still got to be an adjustment for him getting used to time change. Still is for me, anyway.
Well, yeah, we've been here longer than Garcia has.
Oh, and a big right from Garcia. He stepped right into that, Sergio.
And there's that right hand. It's going to keep landing, Todd. I'm telling you, it could be straight or it could be over the top. And the reason it's landing because Garcia invested the body. That lowers the guard, and then he comes over the top. Alma Youth is a sucker for it because he does not bend his knees and give you different options of where his head's going to be at.
Yeah, Sergio, there's head movement kind of north to south, but not a lot of head movement east to west.
That's a great point. Exactly. You're just going up and down, and it's really easy to get caught with something big and wing it.
He should take a step here, Alma Youth. Get behind the jab. He's trading. This is playing.
He's fighting Mexican style.
Exactly that. Exactly that. He's fighting Garcia's fight here.
Chris, did you have Juan Garcia on your bingo card tonight?
I did not. As far as winning fights, no, I didn't. But again, these guys get underestimated a lot when they come into fights like this. Their records are oftentimes pretty bad, but their fighting style is pretty good.
A shoe shine moment there for Zizo after he suffered a couple of big power punches from Garcia.
Yeah, there was a double left hook from Garcia upstairs and dropped big left to the body. This is just waiting too long. That's better from Alma Youth. Get behind the jab or feint. Do something. Be busy.
There you go.
Body shot, yeah. Garcia tapped him in the head just to pick up the elbow and dug the body.
Zizo kind of stands on the inside, lets Garcia land a few punches before answering back. It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, he doesn't need to be doing this. We've already seen he's got quick hands, quick feet when he wants to use them, but he's opted now just to stand in front of Garcia, and the Mexicans here, I think Christmas has come early.
Well, they're giving us a show, that's for sure. It's all about entertainment, and both of these fighters have delivered. Another right from Garcia.
There you go. Work in there, work. You're not gonna work it out of there. There you go.
He's got to get used to throwing that jab with more frequency. When Buddy McGirt trained Sergey Kovalev for Canelo Alvarez, one of the things that he did was he literally tied his right arm to his body and was having him just throw that straight jab over and over again, and you saw that in the Canelo fight.
Oh, nice right from Zizo. But then he gets caught with a left hook and his mouthpiece nearly flies out. His blood is coming out of his nose.
Yeah, Garcia's getting angles on him now. He's shifting to the left of Zizo, and he's getting caught with hooks from that angle.
How you feeling? Check it out, Ziz. Check it out now. Box him now. Stay on.
In a collision of power between two world title contenders, Alexis Lex Rocha faces undefeated knockout artist Raul Curiel on Saturday, December 14th, live from Toyota Arena in Ontario, California, and live around the world on DAZN.
If he backs up, let him go back.
And there's Oscar Duarte in the back warming up. And Sergio, I cannot wait for this fight.
I don't think, listen, man, I know we keep saying it. Every matchup on this card is evenly matched, and it's going to be an explosive fight. This fight doesn't go the distance, all right? So just don't blink. Duarte Akhmedov, and it's not going to go the distance. Both these guys are going to meet in the es un choque. That's what we call it in Spanish. Un choque, a crash in the middle of the ring.
We're getting sort of that type of fight right now, though. A little appetizer, if you will, as Mexico's Juan Garcia is giving Zizo all he wants. Chris, I know you're not officially scoring this, or unofficially scoring it, but it feels like maybe it could be 2-2 right now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to a toss-up. I thought Zizo had success in a couple of the early rounds, but these last few, these power shots, these effective power shots have been landed by Juan Garcia.
Yeah, he's landed a couple of big hooks already with both hands, Garcia. Again, just opting to stand in front of the Mexican. Get behind the jab.
Look at those jabber stats and the accuracy. 54% of Garcia's punches are landing, and they are high-impact shots.
Yeah, it's the high-impact shots that stand out the most, and those are the ones that often catch the attention of the judges.
Yeah, and the reason we're seeing so much blue here is because Almayuf is fighting Garcia's fight. He's allowing the Mexican to land these big shots, but he doesn't need to be doing that. He doesn't need to be standing in front.
There you go. Back to the jab now. There you go. Now punch and get out.
Well, Zizo does show a lot of heart, I'll tell you that.
And he can take a punch. He's been getting chopped in the side of the head. Those shots to take your equilibrium, take your legs, you know, Almayuf has been taking them pretty good. Of course, you don't want to be known for taking punches, but you got to give him credit for something. He's resilient.
Well, the danger, of course, Sergio, is that when he does step up his levels, he's going to go up against a lot harder hitters at 140 or 147.
See, his head is not moving. Right there, Garcia landed every punch from every direction, from uppercuts to hooks to jabs, and Almayuf stayed in the exact same spot.
You would think that Ziad would have the advantage here in the last 2 rounds, considering Garcia took the fight on short notice and just flew over here on Tuesday.
Yeah, the snap seems to have left Almayuf's shots not as quick as they were.
There we go. See, now he's pulling back. You know, you got to be fluid with your upper body. I like the way he's calm, right?
Now comes the mouthpiece. Sorry, Sergio.
Almayuf is calm, but he needs to actually get some rhythm to his upper body. Just like his lower body has rhythm, upper body's stiff.
Yeah, that pendulum needs to be moving side to side, moving target.
And Zizo's got to be careful here, because that's the second time the mouthpiece came out. Third time, you can see the referee taking away a point.
Garcia got clipped coming in.
You see how simple it is, though, Todd. You work behind the jab. Short, sharp, crisp jab. It does the job.
You make it sound so simple anyway, Deb. Another close round here in Riyadh. Oh, and a right hand from Zizo.
Good shot.
Me la va a pelar. Es último round.
It's the last round.
Te quiero ver cerradito.
I want you to tighten up your defense.
Yeah. Last round. Último. Último.
The last round? Yes, yes, last round. You gotta pay attention. Get on the inside. It's the last round. Get on the inside. I want you to close up and throw over the top, and then left hook to the body. Right over the top, left hook to the body.
Sergio Mora with our translation.
Si se puede.
You agree with that advice? You agree with the advice from the corner?
Yeah, I've been saying the right hand. I mean, for the shorter man, the overhand right's going to keep landing on Almayuf because he does not move his upper body. So if you just throw the jab downstairs to the gut, that over the top is going to be there.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Whether it be the jab or the left hook to the body, then fire back upstairs.
Oh, nice moment. Again, Zizo with a flurry there, and he needs to win this round. Make no bones about it.
Yeah, good work, head, body. Zizo, the variations there, it's just a know-how. Needs more experience.
This is good experience. You don't want an easy opponent. This is a tough Mexican in front of him. You know, someone that you can control with the jab. Zizo has a better footwork. He has a longer jab. He's a slightly faster hands. He should use those advantages and stay standing in front of him and exchanging hooks like that.
One thing I have to say about Almayuf, he needs to keep his right hand up when he throws the left hook. He's too guilty of dropping that right hand, and that's allowed Garcia to find, and again, find too many left hooks when he throws his own shot.
You know, Darren, defensively, that right hand does a lot of work for Almayuf because he kind of uses it to parry away that jab as well and then try to get it back up to block the hooks. He seems happy with that style, but it's a lot to have to do both those things.
Yeah, if I was fighting someone like Almayuf who likes to defend with that right hand, that's where, again, to use that the word feint, I'd be feinting all the time, looking for that parry to come out, then looking for my own left hook over the top.
There was another left hook and now a right hand from Garcia. Under half a round to go. This fight could hang in the balance here. Oof, caught him coming in again, then exit left hook to the body from Garcia, another left hook. Zizo has these quiet moments, and that's when Garcia racks up the points.
Yeah, frustratingly, he has some very good moments as well. You just want to see more of them.
Like right here, he's just getting peppered. Comes back to life with 45 seconds to go. All-out effort from both these fighters. Fantastic stuff.
Garcia's landing some good body shots on the inside, man.
He really
They're
is.
sneaky body shots, but you gotta give Zizo credit for taking these.
It's been a brilliant opening bout here in Riyadh.
It's not technically pretty, but it's entertaining, man. These guys are swinging methods.
If the level it's a 4, entertainment, it's a 9.5.
If either of these guys had power, someone would have gone down already.
There's a left from Ziad Almayuf. And another left hook to send him on his way. Who do you like?
Brilliant opening contest, it really was. Both men opting to stand in the center of the ring and let big bombs go. That favored Garcia, I feel, in big patches of that fight. And there was brilliance at times from Almayuf. When he lets his hands go with speed and thought and rhythm, he looks a good fighter, but I just want to see more of it. But like we said, a work in progress, learning all the time. We need a bit more patience.
What you call brilliance, I call a work in progress because, you know, there's no shine there, Parker. There's no shine there.
Probably over-egged it a little bit there, but you know, I'm trying to look at the positives in Almayuf, you know.
No, I hear you.
Well, both men are celebrating as if they won, and one of them's going to be right. Although I could see this being a 3-3 draw.
Well, I mean, it is exceptionally close. It really, really is. We're just seeing both guys hooking head and body and just showing will to win and desire. I mean, if I was to say anything was brilliant, I would say it was their intent, their
Well,
desire.
you really want to take that back, don't you? You wish we could rewind it and erase.
I fought with all heart. All heart. Thank you, Saudi Arabia.
On December 7th, GBM Sports presents a night of action from Sheffield as unbeaten super featherweight Danny Quarantamain takes on Jack Bateson, as part of our 150-plus fight nights live on DAZN. Darren, who won? Give me your pick.
Sergio, who won?
I think it's a draw.
It's going to be a draw. I just don't see, Zizou losing here, but I also think that he had his moments. So, yeah, I think a draw is going to be just right.
And again, in his last fight, Ziad had a draw, which was later overturned due to a failed drug test of his opponent to a win. So his perfect record of 6-0 is on the line here as we await the judges' scorecards. But Sergio, Mexican style in the opening bout, got to be happy with that.
I am happy with it, but, this is a type of fight where, Zizou's activity, even though it wasn't pretty and it always didn't land, sometimes the judges are going to favor that. I like the sneaky body shots by Garcia. He was throwing sneaky little punches right on the inside. Zizou was taking them well, and then the looping shots, which were easy to see, but then back came Almayu. So that's why you got to give him credit for continuing to coming back every time he got hit with something.
I'm being told the stats lean heavily towards Juan Garcia, but those don't matter. It's the judges' scores that do, and Thomas Triber has them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Jun Bei Lim scores it 58-56, 58-56, in favor of Ziad Almayu. Judge Mark Lyson scores it 57-57, 57-57, a draw, empate. And Judge Predrag Alexic scores it 57-57, 57-57. This bout is a majority draw. Este combate es un empate.
Well, there you have it. A draw.
Told you.
I told you.
Should be a judge.
I told you, and then you told me.
And then you agreed.
And Darren didn't say a dang word.
Fair result.
Hey, but it was entertaining. I'll tell you that. That was a fun fight.
It was a fun fight, and in reality, they both had their moments. It was difficult to score.
So obviously a bigger moment for Juan Garcia, who came in with a losing record. Zizou disappointed with that result. And here are the Jabber stats. A lot of blue on here, Chris Mannix.
Yeah, lots of blue and a lot of good power punches landed in favor of Juan Garcia. If I was going to lean one way, I would have leaned towards Garcia. See the high impact landed shots, 65-17. Those are the punches that generally get you the respect of the judges. I think Ziad Almayu, frankly, is fortunate to get away from this with a draw.
So we're off and running, a majority draw in our welterweight opener. And now 5 fights to go, including what could steal the show next. It's Mexico versus Uzbekistan, Duarte versus Akhmedov, as we send it to Ade Oladipo.
That was fun. I enjoyed that. I had Gabe next to me commentating all night. A draw fair?
You know what? I could see a draw. I thought Garcia landed the harder shots and good body shots too. So, I mean, but a draw, I'm not mad at it.
I remember watching Ziad Almayu back in LA, and I guess the thing I wanted to see was improvements. You watched that fight as well. Did you see anything better from his last performance?
Yeah, you know, he had better movement. The one thing I would add is, he needs to have that lead hand up. Sometimes he's close and he doesn't have the lead hand up and he's getting hit flush with straight shots. So he needs to kind of switch up the defense, put that lead hand up, or sometimes just roll or slip the shots.
How difficult is it? We're just watching the action here, and you can see that he's landing shots, he's taking shots. I mean, he took some real big body shots in round 6. I mean, credit to him. One thing we do know about Zuzu, he can take a body shot and he can take a headshot. The guy is tough. How difficult is it, though, going forward to matchmake him? Again, Juan Garcia came here on a week's notice. His record's 5 and 6, and that was a draw. How difficult is it to find opponents for him?
The thing, I think it's more he just needs to settle down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He fought good, he boxed well, but it looked like he was a little jittery. Maybe fighting in his hometown, the crowd probably had him a bit nervous, but just settle down and just relax. He had a great jab in the beginning part of the fight, but he seemed like he was a bit off. Maybe the crowd got to him.
Maybe they did, but one thing we do know is Latino Night has begun. That was a cracking fight. If you thought that was good, stick with us, because loads more action coming your way. Oscar Duarte versus Batir Akhmedov coming up next.
In everything we do it the Saudi way. We speak hospitality, as generosity is in our nature. With resounding voices, we tell the future we are coming to you. This is who we are. Saudia, this is how we fly.
Your first world title fight, New York City, big opportunity for you. What did that mean to win that world title?
I went in there with full confidence, I was gonna go out there and win. There was no doubt, and then it meant a lot to me because it was in August of 2017 when my mother got her residency. So it was her first domestic flight that she ever took, was to go and travel to New York to see me fight.
Wow.
I saw my father there, my mother, my family, my wife, my son. But I went in there as I'm gonna take care of business. I went in there with full confidence, and I did that. Man, it was one of those fights that I can't tell you what I was feeling. I was almost possessed. Every single round, I was numbed. I couldn't take a step back. It was all forward, and Amir Rahman, who I faced, was a great fighter.
And things started to get even better for you after that. You're headlining ESPN shows. You get this big opportunity against Maurice Hooker in a title unification fight, and I thought you had one of the most spectacular performances of your career in that fight. What did that fight mean to you? What did that win mean to you?
In 2018, not only did I become a world champion, but I also got introduced to this idea of prize fighting. I thought I won my world title. And for people to say, but he's not the best 140. And that's when I wanted to go after the other world champions. I was nothing but motivated to show everybody that I was the best 140 pounder.
Welcome back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome back to the venue, this magnificent new venue here in Riyadh, which hosts so many Riyadh season events. Tonight, it hosts the boxing. And it's a good boxing event as well, good boxing night. We've had a little cracker that no one expected in our first fight. I think we all are going to expect a cracker in our second fight, Oscar Duarte versus Batir Akhmedov. Oscar Duarte knows how to fight one way, and that way is entertaining, and it's forward.
Yeah, he only has one speed, and he goes hard, you know what I'm saying? So, but I think he's going to have to switch speeds up in this fight and kind of set decoy shots to land the big shots.
Yeah, Batir Akhmedov coming in late. Let's have a look at this one. Oscar Duarte versus Ryan Garcia. Obviously, Oscar Duarte's biggest night. And, for about 5 or 6 rounds in here, Gabe, he's doing very well. You go to the scorecards, I remember it back in the day. He's winning on the scorecards. This is how well he was doing in this fight.
No, yeah, Duarte was doing a good job attacking the body, throwing good combinations. He just got a little careless and got caught in that fight. but he was dictating the pace at a certain point in the fight, and he looked good against Garcia.
Yeah, since that fight, he has had a fight against Jojo Diaz, the only man to stop Jojo as well. So he's now fully grown into the 140-pound limit. And I just wonder on the night whether or not maybe the size of Ryan just overwhelmed him a little bit.
You know, probably so, you know, and the thing is, Garcia is just a big power puncher. So you can't be careless with Garcia because he's going to make you pay.
All right, let's get the show on the road in this one. This one, a lot of people's potential fight tonight. Oscar Duarte versus Batir Akhmedov.
Sé que es un peleador fuerte, que mete presión dura.
It's going to be a pretty big challenge, I think, for Oscar Duarte.
Pero pues estoy listo, yo estoy en mi momento.
Duarte is a knockout artist.
Va a ser a mi favor. Yo pienso que antes de 8 rounds no va a ser fácil. Tengo un gran rival enfrente y pues hay que tomar la pelea con mucha seriedad. Y pues tengo toda la fe de que todo va a salir bien.
So let's take you back to our weigh-ins yesterday. There's Akhmedov, who took this fight on short notice against Oscar Duarte. And Darren, they talk about basically every Mexican fighter, basically anyone from Mexico is a tough, rugged individual. I think you say the same thing about Uzbekistan. All those guys seem to be able to fight and fight well.
It's like they want wars. They're not happy unless they're in a war. And this one promises to be exactly that. This man here, former Olympic bronze medalist, great amateur pedigree. He is an absolute beast. Yes, brought in slightly short notice, was scheduled to fight in December, but this man really, really believes in himself.
Kenneth Sims Jr. was supposed to be the opponent for Oscar Duarte tonight, but suffered a knee injury, so in steps the very dangerous Akhmedov. Look at the stats here. You can see Duarte is taller and will have about a 3-inch reach advantage, but don't expect him to use it. This is going to be a phone booth war, 10 rounds, super lightweights.
Let's continue. And first, welcome to the ring from Uzbekistan, Batir the Shark Akhmedov.
No robe needed. He's pulling a Mike Tyson, isn't he?
He's ready to go. And look, for Batir Akhmedov, this is his chance at redemption. I think he's a great example of why records are not indicative of a fighter's talent. 3 losses on this man's resume, but he easily could have had all 3 wins. A 2-time world title challenger, but he very easily could have been a 2-time world champion. He has had some hard luck on the scorecards in some of his most high-profile fights, but make no mistake, he is ready for this opportunity. He is on weight, he is in shape, and he believes he is going to put forth the fight of his life against a man he knows very well, Oscar Duarte.
Welcome to the ring from Mexico, Oscar La Migraña Duarte.
La Migraña. And Sergio, he's a headache for anybody, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And he has heavy hands. That's the thing. You know, he stopped fighters. He's fought 2 southpaws, knocked them both out. He's the type of guy that could square up. He could turn southpaw, and he can be equally dangerous on both sides because he has power in both ends. Dangerous fighter and the epitome of Mexican style.
Sergio, I think everyone expects this to be a slobber knocker, or in Spanish, a baboso al daba.
Lo que digas, baboso.
Is that good?
No, it was not.
It doesn't translate well.
It's amazing how Google Translate doesn't get the job done.
Oh my God.
What did that
baboso
translate
can
to?
mean dumb or it can mean drooler.
A drooler, there you go.
A drooler or it can mean you're a dummy.
A slobber knocker, a drooler knocker. Here we go. Baboso al daba.
No more Siri translating for you, Todd.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the super lightweight division. Esta pelea 12 asaltos en peso super ligero. Presented by, presentado por Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella in association with Cancun Boxing, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Murabba Development Company, Tawunia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Athletic Department Chairman James Gessner, Supervisor ringside Michael Mazzulli. The judges are Los Jueces son Junbei Lim of South Korea, Don Trella of the United States, and Steve Weisfeld of the United States. Our referee in charge is Robert Hoyle of the United States. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with silver and weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. En la esquina azul, vestido de negro con plateado. Su peso es 141.8 libras. A 2016 Olympian, now with a professional record of 10 wins, 3 defeats, 9 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Su récord, 10 victorias, 3 derrotas, con 9 victorias por la vía del knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former two-time world title challenger from Gulistan, Uzbekistan, Batir the Shark Ahmedov. His opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. En la esquina roja, vestido de verde, su peso es 141.8 libras. His professional record consists of 27 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, with 22 of those 27 wins coming by way of knockout. Su récord, 27 victorias, 2 derrotas, 1 empate, con 22 victorias por la vía del knockout. Damas y caballeros, de Parral, Chihuahua, México, Oscar La Migraña Duarte.
Okay. We went over the rules in the dressing room. Punches here are good. Aquí está bien. Punches here are going to be good. Obey my commands, give me a good clean fight, touch him up, scoop back.
You know, it's been said that familiarity breeds contempt, and while there's no contempt between these two men, there is a lot of familiarity. Both former stablemates under Joel Diaz have sparred dozens of rounds together. Neither one of them took a step back in those sparring sessions. I don't think either one of them's going to take a step back tonight.
Oscar Duarte in the Army green trunks. Batir Akhmedov in the black, nicknamed the Shark.
Two big junior welterweights, wide backs, wide shoulders,
huge,
muscular. I mean, you're not accustomed to seeing that much muscle on 140 pounds. They look like junior middleweights in there.
Duarte looks like he's cut out of stone.
Duarte to me looks like one of those Spanish conquistadors.
Yeah, model good looks. You didn't get any of those, Sergio.
No, I did not.
But this is the first battle that I was intrigued to see who would hold the center of the ring. Akhmedov so far just creeping forward. Good footwork there from Duarte, just moving back round.
Akhmedov has this, you know, he's responsible with his defense, and he's responsible when he comes in offensively. Keeps those elbows tucked, hands up. Guys like that, it's hard to hit with a hard shot. You know, you got to time something up the middle. But to land combinations with a tight guard, it's very difficult.
That was good good work with the lead hand from Akhmedov. Just through the double right hook, but he stepped to his right, just out of the danger zone.
Southpaw versus Orthodox. Who's going to land the first big shot?
I give both these guys credit for taking this fight. For Akhmedov taking the fight on short notice, coming in a month before he was scheduled to fight his last fight, and for Duarte for taking on a very different type of opponent. He was scheduled to face Kenneth Sims. Instead, he gets Bartir Akhmedov.
And Akhmedov has faced Kenneth Sims before. That was back in May of 2023. He lost a very close majority decision. Many people felt he won that fight.
Yeah, 3 close decision losses. Mario Barrios, Albert Puello, and Kenneth Sims. 2 of those fights were for world titles.
Darren, you were saying earlier, Akhmedov could easily be undefeated right now.
Yeah, 2-time world champion. You know, that could quite be the case. Playing out well here, though, starting to invest in the body, both these guys, and I think that will open up the opportunities upstairs.
You know, to me, both these guys are so similar in style and in size. It comes down to footwork. Who's actually going to get an angle and flank his opponent, trying to catch him from the side? But that's something, of course, you have to work in the gym to bring strategy into the ring. Once you're in front of your opponent, it's just going to turn into a slugfest. You know, they're always going to be battling for foot position.
10 seconds. Nice left there from Duarte. But a pretty even Steven round 1.
Time.
Bien, creo que lo haga bien relajadito, sigue jugando un poquito más de adelante, un poco más. Escuché, le están pidiendo distancia a él, así que tienes que cortarle la distancia, corte la pelea más en corto. Le están pidiendo que pelee por afuera, ¿ok? Tienes que cortarle. Esto lo llevas para atrás y es tuyo, ¿ok? Ya que lo amarres en las cuerdas, ahí enfrente, 2 o 3 golpes, ¿ok?
No le gustó esos golpes que le metiste abajo, güey, ¿ok?
Y luego arriba,
Esos golpecitos para bajarle las manos y luego ya que estés tapando bien abajo, ¡pum! Hay que rematarlo arriba,
Sí, esa idea, o sea, se tiene que apretar pronto,
que termine tu derecha arriba, Oscar.
Vamos.
All right, round 2. Live here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Local time, 9:09 p.m.
Good right hook there by Akhmedov. That's one of his hardest punches is when he goes around the guard. And of course, Duarte is one of his hardest punches is uppercuts and body shots.
Duarte trying to creep forward himself now, trying to hold the center of the ring. And he doesn't like it, Akhmedov. You can see really biting down on the gum shield, letting big shots go because he wants to dominate from the center of the ring.
Yeah, but he actually gets an angle, so he doesn't stay in front of Duarte too long. Anytime he throws 3 or 4 punches, notice how he steps around the left foot of Duarte and gets an angle on him.
I mean, right, Darren, you could almost put like a piece of tape in the middle of the ring, and both those guys want to be stepping.
Yeah, this ring is far too big for these two.
According to the bookmakers, this is the most competitive matchup on the card. Even money right now. 50-50.
And they're fighting like it. It appears like if Duarte's fighting in front of a mirror. You know, he's fighting himself.
Yeah, he needs to keep doing this. Exactly what you said, Sergio. That step to the right, Akhmedov.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I see that separates between both of them. They're throwing similar punches. They're both strong. They're both heavy-handed. But the better footwork is definitely with Akhmedov. And when he gets that angle, he can actually attack from that side. And Duarte is vulnerable on that side.
Yeah, it's not just an exit, is it? It's an opportunity to find further angles and openings.
Akhmedov seems like he's focused a little bit more on the body than Duarte is. Ooh, Duarte lands a left hook.
Duarte should be focusing on uppercuts and of course body shots, because if you notice the elbows are a little bit open, he has a tight guard, Akhmedov, but he opens his elbows up a little bit when he goes offensively.
That's a nice left to the body, that straight left to the body from Akhmedov. Starting to put their foot on the gas a little bit here.
It's so strange in boxing. Some of the great fighters of all time, bodies look like they just walked off the street. These guys look like two weightlifters.
I was definitely.
I wasn't looking at you and Sergio when I said that, by the way. But
definitely the first of the two options there for me.
Well, neither one of them are one-punch knockout artists. They both get their stoppages from accumulation of punches.
Good movement from Akhmedov again. There's that left to the body. I like that shot.
Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship returns to Florida with BKFC Hollywood taking place at Hard Rock Live. In the main event, Jared Warren defends his light heavyweight title against Mike Richmond. In the co-main event, Christine Vera defends her flyweight title against Christine Vishens. That's live on DAZN Saturday, December 21st. Season's beatings, everyone.
Ему нужен только один удар, чтобы нокаутировать. Будь аккуратен.
Come on, baby. Go. Wake up. Hey. Давай. Работа. Hugo. Okay, Hugo. Hey. Body. Okay. Good Sobrana. I like Sobrana. Okay. Go. Stay smart. Stay smart.
There was some Spanish mixed in there, wasn't there, Sergio?
It was Spanish and
a little English.
A little English, but I like the mannerisms. I mean, he was speaking with his hands. You know, the technique. Hands up, dig the body, come up with uppercuts, is what Joel Diaz was saying.
You know, I think Joel Diaz is pretty comfortable speaking through body language, having worked with so many guys from Eastern Europe, guys like Akhmedov, MJ Akhmadaliev, Bektir Melikuziev.
So he's showing him with his hands. What'd you call that last time? Pantomiming, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't the word?
Hey, I tell you what, though, the fighters in the ring, even Steven, but how about the trainers? Garcia versus Diaz, that's about as good as it gets, too.
It does, and that's why it's so similar. I mean, both these guys have similar styles and similar way of thinking. I mean, they've been around the Southern California area for so long. You know, picking their brains is amazing. Both of them know exactly what they're doing with the piece of mold and clay they have in front of them.
Akhmedov boxing really smartly this first minute of the third round, moving nicely, kind of using the momentum of Duarte to walk onto shots, step into side to side.
The difference to me right now that separates this close fight is the angles. I'll say it again. So I'm actually favoring Akhmedov right now in these tight exchanges.
Akhmedov seems a little busier as well.
His issue is maintaining this discipline, though, Tom. He just loves to get involved in a real tear-up, a war. If he can stick to this kind of boxing, he holds himself in a good position in this fight.
I don't think there's been a clinch yet.
Yeah, good point. There hasn't. You know, they've been punching. Anytime they get on the inside, it's the uppercuts that separates them. That's a good uppercut there by Duarte. He should be throwing a lot more uppercuts.
Yeah, and then a right hand there from Akhmedov. And a nice body shot there from Duarte.
Here we go.
You hit me, I hit you.
You know, the adjustment I've seen Duarte make in this round is that he's starting to go downstairs a lot more. We saw the first two rounds, Akhmedov making sure that straight left to the body was going consistently. Now you've got Duarte focusing on the midsection.
There's that uppercut you've been asking for, Sergio.
And if you can start doubling up on one side, it'll break the monotony of just going left and right. You know, right there, you can throw a straight left hand. There's a double shot right there. That breaks the rhythm from both of them just throwing left and right, left and right.
He's making Akhmedov work hard here, Duarte.
there's Eddie Howe, the manager for Newcastle United Football Club. Darren, a lot of the team is here to support Chris Billum Smith. In fact, Eddie Howe used to be the coach or the manager down at Bournemouth, where CBS is from.
Exactly that. He was the former manager, exactly what you just said there, of the club. The die-hard fan that is Chris Billum Smith of Bournemouth AFC. Some of the guys from the Newcastle team coming to support the Brit.
The Magpies.
Underachieving, I would say, in the Premier League this
Newcastle,
season. Yeah, they are.
Well, Alan Shearer ain't walking through that door. I used to love Newcastle back in the 90s. Faustino Asprilla.
Oh, what a player.
David Ginola.
It's like you're impressing me.
That's all I got.
Both these guys started really hard this round. It's like a tallying round to separate each other. It's been such a tight, close fight, maybe benefiting Akhmedov. Duarte really needs to, break himself apart here and do something big. He can't let this fight get away from him, and that's why he's starting off so eagerly in this round.
Yeah, I think he would like to be busier than he is, but it's, again, to talk about the movement of Akhmedov, it's not allowing Duarte to let his shots go in bunches. That's a nice step as well.
Yeah, he's been doing it like for the last 4 rounds. He gets that little angle. I mean, he's not really punching off at times, but that angle is enough to make Duarte reset again.
Yeah, it's very subtle to the naked eye. You probably can't even see it, but it really does offset the rhythm, and it's difficult to land shots when the guy's constantly stepping either side to side.
Especially when you're a southpaw. That's a southpaw's exit right there to his right.
To the body, downstairs again. Duarte focusing on the midsection.
Yep, and he's finally doubling up on shots. He's realizing that that's going to keep Akhmedov from escaping and keeping him in position to get the combinations up, doubling on one side of the body, or one side of anywhere, head or body.
Duarte seems to be sitting down on his punches a little bit more, especially the left hooks.
He needs to double up the phases of attack. He threw a nice 1-2 left hook, then he just held his feet, didn't go again. I think it's important, the fact that he's had a full camp here, he needs to keep the tempo high. That's better.
Oh, swing and a miss from Duarte. That'll take a lot of energy out of you. I mean, these guys just don't stop.
It's a slugfest.
And when they get inside, I don't know if I've ever seen 2 fighters push off each other at the same time. They're like, you get away from me, and let's just keep fighting.
I don't think Akhmedov needs to be doing that. He needs to be throwing 2s and 3s and doing exactly that.
When you're so equally matched, it's the little things that are actually going to separate you, whether it's a jab or a double jab. For Akhmedov, is that little pivot that he's doing, because that's actually giving him an angle to do something and get his offense off.
And they stare each other down as they make their way back to the corner.
Apuesta el morro todavía, Por eso no creo que hagas confianza. En 2 o 3 ocasiones te paraste frente de él ahí, después de tu presión te paraste. No quiero que pares, quiero que siga moviendo. Entre más que le hagas ahí adentro, más confianza te vas a poner y más que para ti, ¿ok? Ahí la muévale. Ahí en cortito. Güeyes ahí en cortito, ¿ok?
Hey, Oscar, cuando se te mueve para aquel lado, agárralo con tu open a la derecha, cuando se te mueve para ese otro, ahí agárralo con tu open, te deja la cabeza aquí, mira. Agárralo ahí.
You can see the redness around the eyes of Oscar Duarte. This fight feels so even right now as we're about to take a look at our jabber stats through 4 full rounds here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Oscar Duarte from Chihuahua, Mexico, and Akhmedov from Uzbekistan, but now lives in Los Angeles.
I'm curious in the jabber stats who the aggressor and who has the pressure, because they're so evenly matched. There you go. Akhmedov 50% with the accuracy. I mean, this is a tight fight, but it is benefiting Akhmedov slightly with the blue. Punches landed, punches thrown.
Just a bit more variation with the shots, and I think that's leading to more success, more accuracy, working downstairs, then back upstairs. And I think the pressure needs to be a bit more constant now from Duarte. Really start working. Even if you're not letting your hands go, be aggressive on that front foot.
Can Akhmedov, who was preparing for a fight in December, so he was in camp, but not a full camp for this one, can he keep this movement up and this activity up in the later rounds? Right now, he's dancing in there.
Again, that's down to Duarte to keep this fight busy, make it uncomfortable for Akhmedov.
Chris Mannix is scoring this fight. How do you have it?
Yeah, I've got 3 rounds to 1 in favor of Batir Akhmedov. Razor thin round, no doubt about it. But I think the activity level and the accuracy of Akhmedov is a differentiator. A very small one in the first 4 rounds of this fight.
I agree with that. Just more variation in the work from Akhmedov. There's a bit more movement. I want to see that tempo change from Duarte.
What a grueling fight.
Yeah, it is. And it seems Duarte is accustomed to being in grueling fights. He met his match here. I mean, he met his physical match. I don't think he can out-tough Akhmedov here. So this is a time where a plan B or a plan C needs to come on board and start jabbing, double jabbing, even the shotgun power jab. Just push him back with straight punches instead of hooking with a hooker.
Do you guys think that the familiarity between these two is a variable? They have sparred dozens of rounds together over the years.
Yeah, do you know what? I think early in the first couple of rounds, you could see the respect there, and you could see that they knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. I think as the rounds are playing out, you start to see them, you know, forget about that and just get down to the work. I think in answering your question, Sergio, with the jab, I think they're struggling ever so slightly because of the clash of stances. It's always difficult.
Didn't you call this a car crash earlier, Sergio? That's what we're saying, isn't it?
Un choque, and that's exactly what it is in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, just phone booth stuff, like I say, struggling to get the jab into play because always difficult when an orthodox fighting a southpaw to find a rhythm. But this is brilliant work from both. The movement from Akhmedov, the variation has been really eye-catching. Just want to see more pressure, more volume from Duarte.
It's 2 shots to the head for Akhmedov, 1 investment to the body by Duarte.
There's Arabic movie star Yasser Al-Azmeh. Darren, I know you're a big fan of his work.
Oh, he's fantastic. One of the best.
Very popular person here in Riyadh as he made his way in. Signing autographs, taking pictures. A guest of Turki Al-Sheikh. And we're in round 6 of 10. Guys, I don't know who's winning this fight. No idea.
Yeah, it's tight. I mean, I would favor Akhmedov, but it's tight. I really think if someone needs to do something, it's Oscar Duarte.
Duarte coming off a knockout win over Jojo Diaz in April. In fact, he was the first man to ever stop Jojo Diaz. Akhmedov coming off a long layoff. He hasn't fought since November of last year. Picked up a 3rd-round KO over a journeyman fighter in Russia.
Duarte's finally doing something successful. He's not letting Akhmedov escape to his right. He's stopping him with a left hook now. That's very clever of him. I don't know if they told him that in the corner, but that's actually stopping him, and that's a good look for him.
Yeah, Sergio, I just popped into the corner of Oscar Duarte, asked Robert Garcia what he wants to see. He said, look, we're in a very tough fight right now. What we need to do is get on the inside and be throwing 3-4 punch combination. We can't be in there and be inactive.
Has to be busy. That question mark, will Akhmedov be fit enough to go the distance at pace? These are the questions that Duarte needs to be asking, and you do that by being busy.
Yeah, but the thing about being busy is you're facing a guy that's also being busy. You got to catch and counter. These are things that you got to work on with aggressive fighters. You catch with the same hand and you release with the same hand.
Try and meet that movement as well. That nice little step that Akhmedov does to the right. Throw your left hook, head, body. Try and meet the Uzbek with the shots.
They say styles make fights, but what about when your style is exactly the same as the other guy's style?
Yeah, it makes for a brilliant fight.
And this is the thing when you face a sparring partner. I personally hated or didn't want to fight someone that I had so much familiarity with, because they know your style, they know your power, they know how to gauge your timing and everything else. These are the too familiar with each other, and it's showing. It is showing right here.
Good double jab there for Akhmedov.
That was good work from Akhmedov. He didn't load up with the shots. He threw a nice lead right uppercut, followed upstairs with a left hook.
I love the way Akhmedov just dissects Duarte with that left hand.
Oh, finally Akhmedov forced to take a step back, and Duarte may have a moment here.
It was a short left hook from Oscar Duarte that did the damage.
Some signs of vulnerability from Akhmedov.
It was a good left hook landed inside from Akhmedov also, but he needs to keep the foot on the gas here. Duarte, be busy, work head, body.
Akhmedov needs to watch out with his head as well. He's leading with his head now, coming in.
Okay? Good. Все нормально? Hey, you need to stay smart.
Tevin Farmer, the former champ, back in action tonight here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The former IBF super featherweight champion of the world. And is what is expected to be an extremely difficult fight tonight against the non-stop power punch throwing William Zepeda.
Southpaw versus southpaw, a defensive southpaw on the back foot, a former champion, an aggressive southpaw in Zepeda. Styles make fights. That's what they're talking about right there.
And Darren, we might have seen our first chink in the armor of Akhmedov at the end of that last round.
Yeah, body language wasn't great as he walked back to the blue corner. Looked a bit jaded, looked tired, and
deep breaths.
Big deep breaths.
And a little concern finally in the corner of Akhmedov as well with Joel Diaz. Ask him if he's all right. How does he feel?
So let's see if Duarte can build on the momentum of round 6. 4 rounds to go here.
Landed a good left hook, threw a straight right to the body, went back upstairs with a left hook, but needs to work.
Let's look again there for Duarte. Jabber stats. The high impact landed punches from Akhmedov, pretty distinct, but other than that, pretty similar.
Yeah, the accuracy has remained for Akhmedov, but now I think that in that department, the tide is starting to change ever so slightly.
You know, I just talked to Joel Diaz in the corner of Akhmedov. He said, unless I'm crazy, we're winning every single round. So our guys throwing more punches, more accurate. He said, we want to stay a little bit at mid-range now. Don't want to fight this fight on the inside. Our success is coming at a little bit of distance.
1, 2, 3 there from Duarte. And we thought perhaps as the rounds continue, Duarte might have a slight advantage based on his training camp.
Do you know what? I don't know why he's waiting so much. I know we've spoke, Sergio, about the movement of Akhmedov, and it's frustrating for Duarte, but you just feel there's more within the Mexican to be letting more shots go.
I mean, he's been fighting hard for 6 rounds. You know, sometimes you got to have that breather round. But right now, he's not in the position to let any of these rounds go and catch a breath. He has to keep fighting hard. This is a tight fight.
Well, he's having a good round here in the 7th. You saw Akhmedov being forced back. There's a few body shots from Duarte. Akhmedov answers back.
Right now, neither fighter has the luxury to take a round off.
Akhmedov fighting with his mouth open.
Yeah, wide open.
I feel he needs to be loading up with as many shots, Akhmedov. Still throw the shots, but not every single one needs to be heavy. But he's got in a rhythm now of just loading up with big shots, and it's hard to break that sometimes. But we talk about the tank and the engine of Akhmedov coming in kind of short notice. Will he be able to sustain this?
Oof. Good left hand there from Duarte.
And it started off grueling fight. It is still a grueling fight. Nice right hook right there, but Akhmedov eats it, comes right back with a straight left hand. I mean, this is give and take, rock and sock 'em. Anytime one gets an advantage, the other one gets it right back. No leeway on neither side. Akhmedov will not let La Migraña have any moment in this fight.
Yeah, it is a real famoso al-Naba.
A slobber knocker. Round 8 scheduled for 10. 3 rounds to go, and they come out firing.
You know, on the subject of conditioning, this fight, you know, you got 2 guys that are mainly junior welterweights, 140 pounders. This fight was made at 142 as an accommodation for Akhmedov, who was not prepared to fight on this specific date. So it's Akhmedov that we're going to have to watch closely over these final few rounds, see how his conditioning holds up.
Can you imagine if Akhmedov loses another majority or split decision?
Wow, that's beautiful work there. That really was classy from Akhmedov. He did load up with the shots, changed the levels, really good work.
Yeah, I saw that too, man. I mean, he's a sneaky, sly fighter. You would think that he's just all aggression and brute strength, but he does these little slight things with his foot, with angles, you know, to not smother himself.
I think that goes back to the amateur pedigree, winning the bronze in the Olympics. You know, he has that know-how with the feet, with the variation.
Yeah, excellent point. I mean, well over 120 amateur fights compared to Duarte, who didn't really have much of an amateur career. You know, that's where the footwork comes in.
Duarte's only lost twice in his career. Once, of course, to Ryan Garcia. And the other loss back in 2019, a split decision loss to Adrian Estrella.
This is really good from Akhmedov. I like this. He's not loading up. He's taking the power out of the shot.
Whoa, a buckling shot there from Duarte, and Akhmedov in trouble. Duarte, you can tell, just trying to find another entry to get in and land another power punch. Akhmedov not going to let him.
Akhmedov's the type of fighter that fights back when he's hurt.
Yeah, that's his defense.
That's his defense, yeah, so Duarte should take advantage of it. It's going to be painful, but listen, man, you might be behind in this fight, so you gotta be aggressive yourself. Take your chances in exchange with this monster.
Yeah, for better or worse, he just kept punching after taking that big shot.
Lovely right hook.
These guys are throwing a ton of punches. William Zepeda would be proud of this. Nice work from Duarte downstairs.
Good body shot by Duarte. I think that caught the attention of Akhmedov. It was a right hook to the body.
Akhmedov looks like he's slowing down a little bit.
There it is again.
This could be a huge win for Duarte if he can keep the momentum going.
This is the first time we're seeing a little bit of wear and tear from Akhmedov, not throwing back, finally getting punished back on his heels.
The spirit and the will to win from both. So impressive.
You're wondering how many of those early rounds that Akhmedov banked.
Just so you know, there's an argument going on at the commentary desk here. Who won that round? And I think me and Malik are saying Akhmedov and Todd and Sergio with Duarte. Look, I think for the majority of that round, that was arguably Akhmedov's best round. He was in a nice flow, a nice rhythm. Yes, he did get caught, but he fired back. He landed that lovely right hook. This is after he was hurt. But when you look at the duration of the 3 minutes, I think the better work was from Akhmedov there. Sergio.
In slow motion it was.
I think our editor's biased in the truck. We just needed more Duarte highlights there.
I thought Duarte had a terrific moment in that last round, but I thought the majority of it was controlled by Akhmedov.
When tonight's over, we're going to look back at the cards, round 8, to see who won that round. Either way, neither fighter can feel very confident that they've got this in the bag here in round 9.
Still looks to me as if he has enough in his legs. Akhmedov moving nicely still.
Let's look at Chris Mannix's scorecard.
Yeah, I've got 77-75 in favor of Batir Akhmedov. I do think Duarte's won 2 of the last 3 rounds, and his activity level has picked up. In that 7th round, he landed that big shot that hurt Akhmedov, but Akhmedov's activity continues to keep him in the fight as we get towards these later rounds.
It's a tight fight, man. It could go either way, but I'll tell you one thing. They call Oscar Duarte La Migraña. Both these guys are going to have a headache tomorrow. I mean, this is a physical fight.
Headaches, body ache, everything.
Discipline required now from Akhmedov. Nothing silly, nothing stupid. More tempo, more drive. This is better from Duarte.
He just looks fresher, Duarte. Not by much. If you're just tuning in here to this free broadcast on DAZN, this is basically what every round has looked like. Each fighter throwing tons of power punches, no clinching whatsoever. The referee has not done a single thing in this fight, but watch.
Oh.
Right hand to the temple.
Yeah, 2 big hooks there, Todd.
Oh, he sat down and clipped him. Oh, that sounded nasty.
Yeah, he caught and countered finally. That's the thing that's going to separate these guys. They actually catch a punch and then come with the same hand. It's a hard thing to do to catch and counter with the same punch, but that's what needs to be done when you're throwing the exact same punches to each other.
The work rate and effort has been incredible from both fighters.
Unbelievable.
You get the feeling these guys can fight 20 rounds this exact same way.
There's a right on the temple again from Duarte.
And he looks a little unsteady there, Akhmedov.
Every punch matters. There's another right. Duarte seemingly getting the best of these exchanges. Coming up next, CP Freshmark, the long reigning titleist out of Thailand. He's the WBA minimum weight champion and a unification fight against Oscar Collazo out of Puerto Rico. Darren, who do you give the edge to in this matchup?
Collazo is an exceptional fighter. They both are fresh smart. What he's done in the game, I mean, a champion for over 8 years is impressive. It really is a great matchup, but back to this fight, just ebbing and flowing one way then the other. Look at the hooks, incredible right hand from Duarte.
Neither one of these fighters has anything to be ashamed of after their respective performances in this fight. And it comes down here to the 10th round. The winner of this round could well win the fight. And if Akhmedov was a little tired heading into this round, sometimes you see you get that jolt of energy knowing there's just 3 minutes left.
Yeah, you see the light at the end of the tunnel. He knows he's close now. He still needs to win the round. Can't take any chances here. I do feel, in some ways, the way that Akhmedov has fatigue has helped him just be a lot looser and relaxed with the shots instead of loading up.
Will Oscar Duarte's preparation pay dividends here in the 10th? Again, Akhmedov, a shortened, abbreviated training camp.
Well, you got to give Akhmedov a lot of credit. I mean, this is not the style that he was preparing to face, and to come in and do this against a tough, strong fighter in Duarte, it really is impressive because he hasn't stayed in front of him. He got his shots in. He's taking some big shots, and he's in a tight fight, man. First half of the fight was Akhmedov. Second half of the fight, it appears to be Duarte. You know, this is what you want to see when it comes to two fighters like this. You know, coming down to the wire, pretty much.
Well, Akhmedov's stablemate and fellow countryman Bektir Melikuziev, who's in his corner, is coming off a razor-close split decision win over David Stevens earlier this month. Will Akhmedov get the same fate? There's a left hook from Duarte.
It's a good left hook. It caught Akhmedov doing something he hasn't really been doing, is pulling out with his chin up. But that's fatigue for you now.
Duarte trying to close strong as Akhmedov shoves him away.
Still opportunity to land that uppercut from Duarte.
There's been that opportunity, Darren.
And he's still there. Their elbows are very wide of Akhmedov.
They have given us everything they've got. Oh, and a straight right from Duarte, answered by a punch from Akhmedov. But Duarte seems to have the better, flashier power punches, the ones the judges will notice. 15 seconds left. Looks like a gash on the forehead of Duarte. Akhmedov lands a punch. And that will do it. It was indeed a slobber knocker. Oscar Duarte and Bektir Akhmedov.
Remarkable, it really was. What a fantastic contest we've just seen there. Two brilliant fighters, leaving it all in the ring. Duarte raises his hands aloft. Akhmedov
and there's lifted.
Yeah.
You see Joel Diaz on the ring apron saying to us, if they take this away from him, I'm going to retire today. So Joel, wow, confident going in. Look, I did think it got really competitive in the final stages, Darren, and that's because Duarte was landing shots like this.
Yeah, some heavy, heavy shots. As Akhmedov took the sting out of his shots, Duarte really started to find the meat and the weight on his big left hook there, and you see the legs for a moment look unsteady. They dip ever so slightly, but it really was a fantastic fight. One I'd love to see again.
I just feel like maybe I'm in the wrong here, but Akhmedov won more the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Duarte won more the late rounds.
I would say so.
And that's the reason they're so confident in the corner in Joel Diaz, because, you know, when you're piling up those rounds early, and he did pile up those rounds on Akhmedov, that's all that matters when it comes to the end.
And if you look at the body language as well, both corners, there's lots of smiles in the blue corner, and they look a little worried in the Duarte corner.
Usyk versus Fury, December 21st. We'll do it again for the unified heavyweight championship of the world. That's Saturday, December 21st, from right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Buy it now on DAZN.com. There's that little gash that opened up in the last round for Oscar Duarte, and there's the wounds of war, Darren. But neither guy was going to escape damage in this fight.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised there's not more damage to both guys' faces. But I guess that's testament to their defense as well. Very subtle, very cute in the way that they move side to side. The movement we see of Akhmedov. Again, I've said this a few times already, but what a brilliant fight.
And keep in mind, Akhmedov has been a hard-luck loser in back-to-back fights in 2022 and 2023. To Alberto Cuello, a split decision loss, and then Kenneth Sims Jr., a majority decision loss. He's due to win one of these close ones. Let's see if he did. Thomas Triber with the decision.
Judge Junbei Lim scores it 98-92, 98-92. Judge Don Trella scores it 97-93, 97-93. And Judge Steve Weisfeld scores it 96-94, 96-94. For your winner by unanimous decision. Para el ganador por decisión unánime, Oscar La Migraña Duarte.
So Duarte closed strong and gets a unanimous decision win. The scores may be a little wider than you'd think, except for perhaps the 96-94.
I'll go 96-94 the other way, if I'm honest, Todd. I thought Akhmedov done enough there in the early rounds, as we were saying, to get the victory there. Yeah, 98-92, it is a ridiculous card, Sergio.
They couldn't even make it a majority or split decision. I mean, 96-94 is probably the worst, or the best it could have been. Akhmedov deserved better than 98-92. I mean, he fought a hard fight. Earlier in the fight, it was all him. I don't know. I don't agree with this decision.
Well, let's hear from the winner. Chris Mannix is in the ring.
Oscar, congratulations. An incredibly competitive fight from start to finish. When it ended, did you think you had done enough to win it?
Sí, felicidades con la victoria. Una pelea muy competitiva desde el inicio al final. Cuando leían las cartas, ¿pensabas que había hecho lo suficiente para ganar la pelea?
Así es, fue una gran pelea. Batir es un gran peleador, nos tocó entrenar juntos. Es un guerrero, pero yo venía muy bien preparado, seguí las indicaciones de mi esquina y sentí que gané claramente la pelea.
Yeah, so I know that my opponent Akhmedov is a great fighter. You know, we've trained together in the past. I knew that he was a warrior, but I just followed the indications and the advice from my corner, and I think I did enough to win the fight clearly.
You threw a lot of punches at him, and he just kept coming forward. What adjustments did you have to make during this fight?
Tú tirabas muchos golpes, pero él venía para frente de todas formas. ¿Qué ajustes tuviste que hacer para ganar esta pelea?
Así es un guerrero, él venía para enfrente. Los ajustes que hicimos fue nosotros tomar la iniciativa, llevar nuestro ritmo y pegar al cuerpo y pegar a la cabeza.
So we knew that, you know, he was that type of fighter. He's a warrior that always came forward. But the adjustments we made were that we needed to take the initiative in the fight to work the body and to work the head also.
You get your second win since that loss to Ryan Garcia. You're right there in the mix among the top 140 pounders. What kind of fights are you looking for next year?
Obviamente desde la derrota con Ryan Garcia, has ganado las últimas dos peleas, te pones ahí en el argumento en 140. ¿Qué quieres después entonces para tu carrera?
Sí, pues estoy muy contento de regresar, de que sea mi segunda pelea después de pelear con Ryan y quiero pelear con los mejores. I'm ready for anybody and I want to Devin Haney.
You want to fight Devin Haney?
Yeah.
Why is that the fight that you want?
Porque es la pelea que quieres. ¿Por qué?
Porque pues quiero pelear con los mejores y él va a regresar, entonces es uno de los mejores. O si no, con el que sea, yo estoy listo para pelear, muy contento de regresar y muy contento de estar aquí en Riyadh.
So, you know, and if it's not, the reason I want to fight him because he's back and he's one of the best, you know, and if it's not him, then I'd like to fight, you know, any of the best. I feel like I'm on my way back now and I'm really happy to be here and happy to have fought here in Riyadh.
Congratulations, Oscar.
Thank you to Turkey Al Sheikh. Thank you to Golden Boy for the support, and I'm ready for next opportunities. Thank you.
A true gentleman, Oscar Duarte, who improves to 28-2-1. As for Batir Akhmedov, he is now probably the best 10-4 fighter in the history of boxing.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Honestly, I know he's talking about Haney, etc., but I'd love to see that fight again. I really would. I think it was a brilliant contest between two exceptional fighters.
Let's look at the jabber stats. These should be interesting. And the men combined to throw, what, jeez, nearly 1,800 punches. Punches landed. Akhmedov landing 105 more, including, what, 45 more high-impact shots.
Wait, look, you want the blue there. You want to be landing shots. You don't want to be missing. You want to be landing the heavy shots, and that sort of boils back down to the accuracy. So, yeah, everything, in my opinion, favored Akhmedov there, but it was, once again, a brilliant fight.
And these jabber stats are AI generated, so take that to the bank. As we look at our fight card, 2 down, and boy, 2 fantastic fights to kick off tonight. We got 4 to go as we head towards our main event tonight for the Cruiserweight Championships, WBA and WBO titles on the line, Zurdo versus CBS. Here's Ade.
2 from 2 so far, 2 fantastic fights. And look, we said all week, okay, this fight was going to deliver, and it did. But 98-92 scorecard, when you hear that, it's just not a true reflection on what we saw, was it?
No, you know, it was a grueling fight. I had Akhmedov slightly winning. I thought he was applying great pressure, and he was more accurate with the power shots where, you know, Duarte was throwing good shots, but it was, you could see the shots. Akhmedov was blocking a lot of shots, getting away from it, and landing good blows.
Was it a fight of 2 halves? You almost felt like the first 5 rounds, Akhmedov was having his way. Then Oscar Duarte started to sink those body shots in that slowed down Akhmedov just a little bit, and I wonder if the judges kind of took that.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is that he was hurting Akhmedov with the body shots, but then Akhmedov was answering right back. You know, and I think he was closing the rounds a bit better than Oscar. So, you know, it's a close fight. It could go either way, but I favored Akhmedov. I thought I liked his style.
Yeah, since Oscar Duarte lost to Ryan Garcia, that's now Jojo Diaz, that's Akhmedov. He's called out Devin Haney. I'm with Darren Barker, who was on comms and said, you know what, no, let's see that again. Yeah. Let's give Akhmedov a full training camp, and let's do that again, because that was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, and that's another thing, 2-week notice for this kind of fight. And at that pace, it was insane. You know, I'm waiting for Akhmedov to break down, but he kept on coming strong and strong, so he definitely deserves a rematch.
You know what I'm waiting for as well? Who's Virgil Ortiz going to fight in February? Virgil Ortiz is going to join myself on stage with Oscar De La Hoya, and we have minimum weight unification fight coming up next.
You mentioned goals. One of your goals when you were younger was to be an Olympian. You're working towards that goal. When you didn't make the Olympic team, how did that feel? What was that like for you?
Hard to take at first. Decided that I had to go pro. Wasn't really sure where. Obviously ended up asking Shane, and thankfully he said yeah. But yeah, it was really hard at the time, and it was a week before Christmas, so that was Christmas ruined. You know, all's well that ends well.
What was that conversation like with Shane before you went pro?
Yeah, I asked him. I said, look, I'm thinking about turning pro, and I've been sparring George quite a lot before, and I've sparred David Hay as well. He kind of went away and said, oh, maybe I'll be able to coach you on a maybe a part-time basis. I think that was kind of the plan at first, but I kind of just stayed in London and just kept training. It's been quite the journey. But at first, yeah, I think I didn't have a huge amateur background. I only had 43 amateur fights. It was a huge opportunity for me when the McGuigans took me in, and you know, the McGuigans had a TV contract. I'd fight sometimes on the undercards of Josh Taylor. George Groves got me on his undercard. Got to box on various different shows on different platforms. So then obviously got an opportunity to fight Richard Riakporhe, and my 10th fight. Never really been in a 50-50 fight. He'd had a couple.
It's very early in a fighter's career to be in a 50-50 fight. Usually nowadays in boxing, you're 15, 20 fights in before you see something like that. But you were 9 fights in when you had that fight.
Yeah, that was mine and his 10th fight, to be fair. He'd taken a couple of 50-50s before me. So, it was early in my first 10-round fight. Huge experience. One I thought I'd won and still do, but it was just such a great opportunity for me to prove my worth and then just build off of that. Then obviously off the back of that, I had another opportunity to fight for the Commonwealth title off the back of it. So it was more about, you know, how you come back from it, and obviously came back well and beat Craig Glover.
Welcome back inside the venue. 2 from 2 so far tonight. It's been a great night at boxing, and trust me, the next 4 fights are going to be even better. Oscar De La Hoya on stage with myself, as well as the 154-pound WBC interim champion, Vergil Ortiz. Oscar, I love the outfit in
Thank
true
you.
Latino tradition.
Latino night, mariachi. I might sing a song.
It's very good, very good. On that fight that we just saw, Oscar Duarte versus Batir Akhmedov, fair result, do you think? Very, very close fight.
Yeah, very, very close fight. Oscar won by 1 or 2 points. I think he was pressuring. He was landing the cleaner shots. He did throw combinations, landing to the body, but it was a close fight. It maybe merits a rematch, but we might move on with Oscar Duarte.
Yeah, you mentioned Devin Haney in the ring as well. I like the big call-out, right? You should call out the big names.
Yeah, no, why not? I mean, I love the fact that they're calling out the big names, but we'll go back to the drawing board. We'll see the mistakes, we'll see the pluses, and then we'll take it from there. But I think at this point of his career, Oscar Duarte is looking for the big fight, so we'll see what's going to happen.
Okay, talking of looking for big fights, your man here, Vergil Ortiz, is certainly a man that's hunting down all the big fights at 154 pounds. I saw the photo of yourself, Vergil, Turki Al-Sheikh as well. We're here to do some business as well as work on the broadcast. What can you tell us? Firstly, is he going to fight February 22nd? Can we get that confirmed?
Yes, we will put everything together. Vergil Ortiz obviously is always in great shape. He's going to train hard. He's going to get ready. But that date is perfect for him. We'll just have to look at the details and take it from there. But we're really looking forward to coming back to Riyadh. Riyadh is a special place. Riyadh is going to, in my eyes, going to be the hub of boxing for the years to come.
Vergil, we spoke a couple of days ago and I said, okay, give me the short list for what's possible for February 22nd. You had all the big names in there, Sebastian Fundora, Terence Crawford, Jaron Ennis. Are we any further afield? Oscar smiles. Are we any further afield with that short list?
Yeah, we are. Of course, in due time, we'll be able to say who it is. I don't want to say something and get disappointed, but I think we're on a good track on getting a good fight next fight.
Okay, Oscar, can we confirm if the fight will be one of those 3 that I just mentioned?
It's one of those 3.
Oh, okay.
I like it. It's one of those 3.
I'll take any of those 3.
One thing about Vergil Ortiz, he will fight anybody. Yeah. He's ready. He's on that level. I strongly feel that the names you just mentioned are viable opponents for Vergil Ortiz to make great fights and to see who's the best. And obviously, when you sign up for this sport, you sign up to be a world champion. You sign up to be the best, and that's exactly what Vergil wants to be, the best.
Virgil, I think, again, we've spoken, I think any of those three names are fantastic for your next fight. You must have your preference, though. You must have your 1, 2, 3. List it out for me. Who is your ideal one that you want to fight? Again, all three make sense.
Yeah. So we got 3. I would say Sebastian Fundora. You know, I'm already to the interim. You know, I'm sure we can make that easily. Number 2, I would say Jaron Ennis. You know, he's coming up for 147. And I think it's a great fight. He's a big 147. He could easily fight at 154. And number 1, Terrence Crawford. You know, I've been winning that fight since 147. I think he's a great fighter. Arguably number 1, number 2, pound for pound. And, you know, like I said, he's just a great fighter, and I would like to test myself against the greats to prove that I'm great.
Start of next year could be very, very good for Golden Boy, very good for Riyadh season. The year doesn't end for you tonight. Obviously, another fight card coming up for you. Alexis Rocha back in action as well. Really good fight.
Alexis Rocha against another Golden Boy stablemate of his, Raul Curiel. Olympian, Mexican Olympian. Very, very tough fight for both guys. But look, I think this is what it's all about. If you're on that level, you must face that type of competition. And those are the types of fights that not only the fans want to see, but the fighters want to be tested against. They want to test their abilities. They want to test their endurance. They want to see where they're at in their careers. So this is a perfect fight for Alexis Rocha and Raul Curiel.
Yeah, Alexis Rocha, can't wait to see him back in action. A bit like Oscar Duarte, he just fights, right? Knows one way and fights that one way as well. I really hope we get an announcement about Virgil Ortiz in the next couple of weeks. All right, minimum weight action coming up next. Remember, it is a unification fight as well. Oscar Collazo takes on knockout CP Freshman.
Let's go for the ring title.
I know he coming to fight, he coming to make history, just like me. It's gonna be a special night because I'm gonna show everybody what a minimum weight can do.
All-out attack.
I just gotta put on a show. If you wanna be the best, you gotta fight the best. Since day one, I wanted to fight him. He's a great fighter, you know, longest reigning champion the boxing got.
So here we go, a unification fight in the minimum weight division. Oscar Collazo and CP Freshmart. Chris, you don't see a lot of unification fights at this weight class, do we?
No, knockout CP Freshmart has been a world title holder for the better part of 8+ years, and he has never had an opportunity to unify. Oscar Collazo won his world title in just his 7th professional fight. Now in his 11th fight, he gets a chance. I think this is a terrific matchup, an unpredictable one, because Collazo, while he has elite talent, is inexperienced. Knockout CP Freshmart has all the experience, but how talented is he fighting almost exclusively in Thailand against those level of opponents? I think it's gonna be a great matchup.
And if you're wondering about the name, a lot of Thai fighters, whether it's Muay Thai fighters, boxers, kickboxers, will take on their sponsor's name, thus the name Knockout CP Freshmart. And while I'll be calling Chris Mannix the rest of the night, Chris Hot Cheetos. Collazo, 10-0 with 7 knockouts. CP Freshmart, 25-0 with 9 KOs. This should be a doozy. Here's Thomas Triber.
Riyadh season Latino night continues with a world championship contest. Let's first welcome to the ring the undefeated defending world champion from Thailand, Tamanoon knockout CP Freshmart Nyomtrong.
Well, Hot Cheetos, what makes this guy so special?
Hey, what would your name be? The Waffle House or something?
Knockout CP Freshmart, the longest reigning minimum weight champion in history, has made 12 defenses of his WBA minimum weight title. And he's coming off a win over Alex Winwood in September of this year. But that was a majority decision, so he kept his title by the hairs on his chinny chin chin.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated defending world champion from Puerto Rico, Oscar El Pupilo Collazo.
It is Latino night, and Oscar Collazo representing Puerto Rico. And believe it or not, his mother is a huge fan of Oscar de la Hoya and named her son after the Golden Boy.
Incredible, incredible, and he's an incredible fighter. He really is an aggressive counter-puncher, likes to be on the front foot, and if you miss, he will make you pay.
According to the fan zone, 76% of you think that he will beat knockout CP Freshmark. Get involved in the conversation if you're watching on DAZN.
I think that is wildly disrespectful to the talent of knockout CP Freshmark. I'm a huge fan of Oscar Collazo, a disciple of Ivan Calderon, wants to be the next Ivan Calderon, the next standard bearer in these lighter weight classes. But knockout CP Freshmark is the real deal. This is going to be a tough fight for Oscar Collazo tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a unification bout scheduled for 12 rounds. Esta pelea 12 asaltos. It will be for the Vacant Ring Magazine Championship and both the WBA and WBO minimum weight championships of the world. Presented by, presentado por Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella in association with Miguel Cotto Promotions. Along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Murabba Development Company, Taunia, Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Athletic Department. Chairman is James Gessner. Supervisor, Michael Mazzulli. Along with the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Jesper Jensen. And the World Boxing Organization, President Gustavo Olivieri. Supervisor Istvan Kovac. The judges are, los jueces son, Diane Duarte of South Africa, Leszek Jankowiak of Poland, and Don Trella of the United States. Our referee in charge is Ricky Gonzalez of the United States. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing beige with gold and green and weighed in officially at 104.8 pounds. En la esquina azul, vestido de beige, dorado y verde. Su peso es 104.8 libras. Undefeated, he has 25 wins, 9 coming by way of knockout. Está invicto con 25 victorias, con 9 victorias por la vía del knockout. Coming to us from Surin, Thailand, here is the reigning and defending WBA minimum weight champion of the world, Tamanun Knockout CP Freshmark Nyongtrong. His opponent across the ring fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold with white and weighted officially at 104.8 pounds. En la esquina roja, vestido de dorado con blanco. Su peso es 104.8 libras. He had a stellar amateur career and now is a professional, undefeated with 10 wins. 7 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Está invicto con 10 victorias, con 7 victorias por la vía del knockout. Damas y caballeros, de Valjava, Puerto Rico, here is the reigning and defending WBO minimum weight champion of the world, Oscar El Pupilo Collazo.
Gentlemen, you received instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up.
So Puerto Rico versus Thailand. Oscar Collazo versus knockout CP Freshmart. A combined 35-0 with 16 knockouts. Something has got to give.
Collazo looks in fantastic shape, muscular, ready to go. And CP Freshmart, man, I mean, he doesn't have the same muscle definition, but he looks slightly bigger in his upper body. Two strong fighters.
Collazo defending his title for the 4th time. CP Freshmart for the 13th time.
Incredible. Reigned over 8 years as a champion. That's special. He's a very good fighter. All heart, intensity. You can see the elbows a little wide though, so he is open through the middle. You've seen Collazo, very, very classy counter-puncher, as I said in the intro. It's a good clash of styles here.
And knockout CP Freshmart coming off that win over Alex Winwood back in September. That was his first fight in 2 years. If you just looked at the scores of that fight, you say, wow, he was in a close fight with a relative professional novice. Those scores did not indicate how that fight went. I thought knockout CP Freshmart won convincingly, and going to his opponent's home country, kind of lost some respect there.
By the way, knockout CP Freshmart is the favorite fighter of Corey Erdman, DAZN announcer. Shout out to Corey.
Yeah, CP Freshmart's coming off of fighting a southpaw, so he should be familiar fighting a left-handed fighter right now, especially one that's a boxer, puncher, slick like Collazo. Old school type fighter is CP Freshmart. Fights real relaxed. He's never in a hurry. Good upper body movement, always real fluid. He punches and dips, so it's hard to catch him standing up.
I'm just watching this battle for the front foot, as you usually get, southpaw versus orthodox, and CP Freshmart just happy to fire the jab through the middle of the stance of Collazo, not any desire to get on the outside.
Collazo scoring a 12-round unanimous decision win over Gerardo Zapata in June of this year. And he was the much smaller fighter in that bout, Sergio.
Yeah, and
Today's the bigger guy.
No, and he got rocked with that fight with Zapata. You know, pulling out. He got hit on the way out. Almost got dropped really bad in that fight. Was able to pull through and showed resilience. But he can't be pulling out with his chin exposed like that, especially with a winging fighter like CP Freshmart. You know, he'll time you. He has that patient look on his face. He's always looking for a big punch.
And watching CP Freshmart's fights, where he's most dangerous to me is on those counter punches. If you overextend and get a little too reckless with him, he will make you pay.
And he's quick on the trigger as far as, and it's not really with speed, it's with timing. You know, he does real quietly. He's a sly puncher. Even his, you know, his face, he has like a poker face, no emotion. Guys like that you can't get comfortable with.
On the belt.
One half of our co-main event, Arnold Barboza Jr. Boy, has he wanted this fight for years. He's been chomping at the bit to get a shot at Ramirez, and he gets his chance tonight. Speaking of whom, Sergio, there he is. He's the favorite tonight.
He's the favorite. I would think he's a slight favorite as well. But stylistically, this is going to be a really good matchup because we got a guy that's really aggressive, especially if he gets against the ropes. And you got a guy that's really good on his feet who likes to keep the fight in the middle of the ring in Barboza. So who's going to be the one that's actually going to dominate, the physical fighter or the fleet-footed, more boxer in Barboza?
That's our co-main event still to come tonight. Right now, our third fight of the night. And it's for the Unified Minimum Weight Championship of the World.
Cagey opening round, both taking a look at one another. Neither really getting in a variation with the lead hand, the jab, but more of a livelier start here, trying to get some dominance behind that lead hand.
Collazo was originally scheduled to face Wilfredo Mendez, the former world champion, here tonight, but Mendez suffered a back injury in training, so in steps CP Freshmark.
Collazo, I love the work to the body, that straight left hand. Landed a nice left hook to the body as well. Changing the levels really, really nicely with the shots.
Yeah, Collazo's been the more active fighter. It's his third fight of 2024, but we mentioned that fight in September for CP Freshmark. He took about a week off, got right back into the gym, so he's as sharp as he can be coming into this one.
Yeah, he didn't have to feint a little bit more, Collazo, with foot feints and jab to the body like that, because CP Freshmark's really good with that one punch, timing you pulling out like that. He doesn't really punch in combinations. He looks for that one shot. So Collazo should be sparring and trying to bait him out and try to get him, to show his cards, and you can counter him.
CP Freshmark, the longest reigning world champion in boxing today.
Yeah, his difficulties securing a fight over the last couple of years didn't really have a lot to do with his desire to fight. He was caught up in some of the boxing politics. He had a title defense scheduled against Eric Rosas that was delayed multiple times and kept him out of the ring until later this year.
I think both need to do a bit more with the non-punching activity, more feints with the hands, with the feet, try and draw out that lead from one another. Both natural counter punches, and that's why it's come in a bit of a cagey matchup at the minute.
In a fight like this, every punch really matters, doesn't it? Not a lot of scoring blows from either fighter so far.
Top of the belt.
Black Friday has come early. Get the heaviest hitting deal of the year with 30 to 50% off all DAZN plans in the UK and the US. New customers only. Offer ends November 29th.
Inteligente, ¿cómo te sientes? No te puedes meter porque él coge la distancia de él, tú cuando él es grande que la distancia, tú eres más alto que él. Está jugando bonito, ¿ok? Usa las manos largas. Y no me abandones el jab, voy a ir a dar un palo, no olvídate eso. Inteligente, ¿ok? La clave es el jab. Bien, y para la mano del jab. Oblígalo, mira que le está cometiendo errores, está tirando, está quedando fuera de balance, le pasaste, lo quitaste, fue de nuevo. Con calma, bien.
Round 3 scheduled for 12, waiting for this to heat up a little bit, but as Darren mentioned, both men prefer to counterpunch, which leads to some lulls in the action.
Yeah, I did like the work to the body though from Collazo, changing up the angle of the shots. Just like to see both just be a little busier. Don't have to be reckless letting 5 and 6 shots go, but you can be busy with the 2s and the 3s.
There's a right hand on the way in from Collazo, cut Freshmark off at the pass.
Yeah, Collazo's been trying to time him with that check hook. CP Freshmark actually, if he is going to throw that lead right hand, he should dip under that hook, then he'll have an advantage on Collazo if he misses. And that's the type of fight this is going to be, where you can't catch the other person's opponent punches because they're still going to be balanced. You got to make them miss, and that way they can fall off balance a little bit, and you can start your offense from there.
Only 4 landed punches in round 2 Freshmark.
And I think Collazo, among other things, done a pretty good job of keeping this fight at a distance. You can tell that CP Freshmark's looking to land some kind of big counter shot, but right now, I like the patience of Oscar Collazo.
Yeah, he's controlling the pace of this and the distance a little better than CP Freshmark.
Yeah, and picking the right shots too. You know, he's not just throwing combinations, to get countered. He's throwing the right shots, twos and fews, the jab, body shot here and there. That left hand to the body right there is really good. He's been doing that since first round.
It's a variation again. Good work.
That was well said, Taco Belmora.
Oh, I knew it was coming. It only took you 2 rounds to think of one. What's Darren's name, by the way?
I'm in the firing line now.
Fish and chips.
That's how we got.
Freshmark trying to come forward a little bit now. Each man trying to bait the other to throw first so they can counter. And there's a countering blow there from Collazo.
I like to see him throw that left to the body. Move to his right. Look for that left uppercut through the middle. Look at the elbows of CP Freshmark. They're wide. He's open to the uppercut.
Sergio, what would you do in a fight when your opponent's basically trying to make you throw first, but you're trying to make him throw first?
I'll point the hell out of him. Just keep foot feinting, keep upper body feinting him. Have patience enough to get him to bite. It's just going to be a stalling out. You got to wait him out.
Good right hand there from Collazo.
Ice. Hải Kinh ngon nhầm. Đây cho bạn đây. Đây đó, Hải Kinh lên. Làm đây cha.
Both evenly matched, but that left hand right there, I love that left hand because then that opens up something else. Fighters don't like getting stabbed down there to the body, especially with a minimum weight where they're so compact, so small, they don't have much of a target. But if you bend your knees, make yourself even smaller, you actually become less of a target, but it opens up the hooks around the guard. Good stuff by Collazo to actually figure that out right now. He was looping his shots, now he's coming under the bottom.
And you're absolutely right with the feints, saying you feint the life out of it. And that's exactly what you've got to do. And I can't stress the importance of feinting. It's unlocking, it's finding openings. When you're in a fight like this, that could be the difference.
And if you notice, Collazo's he's been doing this since the first round. But look, in every little, before he starts a combination, notice his lead right leg.
Oh, there's a nice right hand followed by a left.
Good body shot there by CP Freshmark.
Maybe starting to build a little momentum. It's Collazo.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris, as well. He's managing the fight well, isn't he, Collazo?
It's something he talked about with us this week about needing to show poise, maturity in a fight like this. He knows he's giving up a big advantage in experience. He's not getting away from himself here. He's taking what CP Freshmark is giving him, and he's having success. Not the flashiest fight so far, but it's certainly one that I think Oscar Collazo was winning.
Believe it or not, Collazo's first love growing up was baseball. He was a diehard Yankees fan, but started to figure out, hey, I'm 5'1", 105 pounds. Probably not going to work out for me to be an MLB player. Switched to boxing, and he's found a lot of success, obviously.
And he's received the stamp of approval from Miguel Cotto, who is his co-promoter, is here in Riyadh for this fight week. When I asked Miguel what he liked about Oscar Collazo, he said everything. He said he's the complete package.
He's eating a lot of body shots, though.
Yeah, he's investing in the body now, CP Freshmark. They like the corner. They like the work to the body, the corner of Freshmark.
They love to yell, yeah, when he hits a shot. I've never heard that before. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I've been hearing it.
You know, Mexico, it's the ole, right?
Short little counter shot. Look at that short little right hand that CB Freshmart throws. Anytime that Collazo throws something downstairs, it's a short little right hand. Doesn't pull it back.
The man making those noises, the trainer of CB Freshmart, former WBC flyweight champion, Chais Sakakul, who also started as a Muay Thai fighter. He actually lost his title to Manny Pacquiao when he was knocked out in the 8th round of their bout. He was winning the fight on all scorecards.
This fight's heating up. Both these fighters now.
Yeah, we've got Nick Pope, goalkeeper for Newcastle and England in attendance. Yeah, Harvey Barnes as well, terrific midfielder, very good player. Like I say, got some talented players, but underachieving. Joe Willock as well, another exceptional talent. And there's the governor, Eddie Howe. One of the brightest young managers, if you still want to call him young, in the UK. But underachieving, I will say that. But that's me being a Chelsea fan.
How's Chelsea doing?
Yeah, sitting third in the table.
Who's going to be sitting #1 in the WBA in the minimum weight category? The WBA champ, knockout CP Freshmart. The WBO minimum weight champion, Oscar Collazo. Collazo said his dream was to be in the Olympics, but there was talk about the minimum weight class being cut out completely, so he's decided, forget amateur boxing, I'm going to turn pro.
Oh, good work. There's that uppercut. Yep. He followed it, didn't he, with a hook. It was after a hook. The arms went even wider to defend that right hook. That left uppercut was a peach.
Let's take a look at Chris Mannix's scorecard through 4 full rounds.
Yeah, I've got it 4 rounds to none in favor of Oscar Collazo. I think they've been pretty easy round to score up until this point. I think the last couple of rounds you have seen knockout CP Freshmart invest more in the body, have some success there, but he's just been overwhelmed statistically by the punch output of Oscar Collazo. So a very, very smart, very solid fight so far for Oscar Collazo. You know, I can see what knockout CP Freshmart is trying to do in terms of investing to the body. He's hoping that will pay off in the later rounds, but he can't dig himself too big a hole and just sort of count on a knockout to win this fight.
Sounds like Serena Williams playing tennis next door. The constant noise making from the trainer, Sasakul, who said he's found his love for boxing again. Said when he fought, he didn't really love the sport. He just did it because he was good at it. But he loves being a teacher, and he's regained the love for the sweet science training knockout CP Freshmart.
They're starting to open up now, both exchanging. I think the speed lies with Collazo here. I think he's getting the last say of the argument.
Yeah, foot speed has been the difference, I think, with Collazo.
Oh, and left just missed. That was set up perfect for Collazo.
CP Freshmart has flat feet. That's where he generates a lot of his strength, but he's not a power puncher. He's a strong puncher, but you know his record doesn't indicate that he's a power puncher or stops you or anything like that. But you do get respect.
Yeah, if you look at some of his knockouts, Sergio, a lot of them come off those counter punches when he catches you coming in, overextending, and he clips you with one of those shots. He's not going to come forward and land that one big punch.
No, when I was studying him, he's a sneaky counter puncher, and it seems like he just wings his shots, and he's doing it sloppy, in a sloppy manner, trying to get you to pull out. But he times you. He has really good timing, and he's patient with it.
Good round here for Oscar Collazo.
Atrás no sabe caminar.
Hey, no me camines para acá nada, siempre para acá.
La mano ya, ¿viste?
Mira.
Aire.
Está muerto.
Está muerto.
Hey, no vamos.
Calma.
Hey, un poquito más de presión. Un poquito más de presión, vivo. Mira, jugadores. Vamos a montarle la de nosotros ahora. Mira, aquí te vamos a hacer. Va, pero vivo.
Los golpes con velocidad.
Yeah, some really good work inside the variation. That one a little low, but that left uppercut was a peach.
You could see the knees buckled right there. He threw away 2 shots. There's the shot he's been throwing the entire time. Throws away that right hook, and boom, right on the tip of the chin. Knees buckled. You could see right there. The look in his glossy eyes right there.
Yeah, Sergio, no longer say boom. We need you to say it during replays. Can you do that?
I'll try.
All right.
I'm going to be hearing that all night, by the way.
Well, if CP Freshmark can pick up the pace, you'll be hearing it more. But it seems like things are going rather well with a Puerto Rican.
It's such a smart fight being fought by Oscar Collazo because, look, he wants to look spectacular here. He wants to get a devastating knockout on a stage like this. And look, he's going to get that opportunity, I think. If CP Freshmark falls too far behind, he's going to have to change up his game plan and get desperate. That's where Oscar Collazo can take advantage.
And keep in mind, CP Freshmark is 34 years old, 7 years older than Collazo, who's 27, as we look at our jabber stats.
Look at that. If you look at the high impact punches landed, 22-2. The accuracy far greater for Oscar Collazo. He has been in complete control from the opening bell.
He needs to be a little careful when he throws the right to the body, CP Freshmark. He's just wide open to that left hook to the head of Collazo.
Best punch of the fight.
That shook up Collazo. Those are the sneaky punches that I'm talking about. He just slings those shots. He waits. He's very patient, but he's very dangerous with those punches. One of these small veterans that you could never be relaxed with.
And now Collazo trying to bully Freshmark back. Good uppercut, straight left. Now the Puerto Rican quarter's yelling "Aye" when Collazo lands.
Aye and aye.
Good work. 2 hooks to the body, fired up the uppercut. And again.
You can see the body language on CP Freshmark is really starting to change over the course of this round. Kind of a bit of a defeated look on his face right now.
Just froze him in his tracks there too.
Defeated, but he's still slinging that right hand.
We talked about the body work of CP Freshmark. I think the Collazo body work has been excellent this fight.
It really has. I think that's been slowing him down the last 2 rounds as well. Perfectly timed, right on the chin. That right there dropped him, man. He's not hurt, but that dropped him, that shook him. Legs right under him.
Can Collazo be the first man to beat knockout CP Freshmark? 20 seconds to go here in round 6.
Huge right hook from Collazo. He still looks unsteady, CP Freshmark.
Legs aren't under him.
He's still throwing power punches. Might not be the wisest decision.
Look at this right hook, well timed, right on the tip of the chin. Shots like that normally knock you out, but he didn't really land it cleanly. It kind of went too much of the cheek instead of the chin right there. A little bit more south of the chin, that would have been a knockout punch right there.
Yeah, fantastic shot. They say, don't they, the first thing that goes from a fighter is the punch resistance. And at 34 years old, he's just taken a thunderous right hook, and down he goes.
So a fight that took a while to get heated up has just caught fire, at least for Oscar Collazo, with a chance to get his 8th KO win here in 11 fights. Can CP Freshmart survive? Never faced this kind of adversity before.
You know, I'm starting to get some of the vibes of a fight we called a couple of years ago with Bam Rodriguez against another Thai fighter, Srisakat Sorrungpasai, where Bam was just overwhelming with his pressure and eventually got to Sorrungpasai, another older fighter. Feels a lot like we're getting tonight from Oscar Collazo.
He's doing some real damage with that right hook.
Yeah, man, he's slinging that right hook now.
He doesn't look good at all. CP Freshmart, every time he gets touched, he's backing up just like this, as you see our jabbers stand. Oh, the legs are shot!
It was the exact same right hook. This time he caught him solid on top of the temple. Man, this is a tough fighter right now. Those are 2 clean shots. He gets up, the look in his eye is still there.
Oscar Collazo looking to become a unified minimum weight champion.
I gotta tell you, I still love that Collazo is keeping this discipline up. He's still fighting behind the jab, keeping those hands up. He knows that CP Freshmart is still dangerous in these exchanges.
Yeah, no need to be reckless here. He knows he can hurt CP Freshmart. What a huge win this would be.
Down for the 3rd time, they'll wave it off. Oscar Collazo is now the WBO and WBA minimum champion of the world.
That was a statement knockout.
Massive.
El Pupilo, or KO Yasso, is what he wants to be known as. Oscar Collazo, the unified champion.
And there was some gasolina poured into the ring the last 2 rounds as Collazo came to life and put him away.
Huge statement, massive win. And he talked about being the star of these smaller guys. Well, with a performance like that, the manner in which he dispatched CP Freshmart, you can make a real case for him being a big star in this division.
I mean, I love seeing these plans come to fruition. He told us exactly what he wanted to do when we spoke to him, and he did just that, to knock out an undefeated champion who's never been stopped, never been hurt. I mean, it's incredible. It really is incredible.
So Oscar Collazo, 11-0, 8 knockouts, and under the guidance of Miguel Cotto, the sky is the limit. He's got the ring title as well. And we've just witnessed our first knockout of the night. As Collazo, making the 4th defense of his WBO minimum weight title, gets his 8th KO.
Look, it's all about the desire to want to watch someone again, for them to become a star. And with a victory like that, I can't wait to see this guy fight again. I mean, in only his 11th contest, look at these shots. That right hook, so damaging. He still hadn't recovered from the previous round. Take a look at the shot again. Again, we're seeing more variation. He wasn't just looking for that one shot. And then drops to the body. Looking for that uppercut again. He's trying his absolute best, Freshmart, to survive here, but that right hook, he just couldn't see it come around the peripheral vision of Freshmart, and the eyes look glazed, Sergio.
Man, it's such a well-timed shot. I mean, that left hook went a little low, but just to set up that uppercut right there, just every punch in the book, dissected him perfectly and patiently. I mean, that's a dangerous young fighter right there in Oscar Collazo. Every punch in the book displayed right there in that sequence.
Yeah, shades of. I heard the word mentioned, or the name mentioned, Bam. The way he landed that uppercut, the way he threw the uppercut, shades of Bam Rodriguez. What a fighter this young man is.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way, Saturday, December the 7th, Liam Paro returns to Puerto Rico to make the first defense of his IBF 140-pound title against Richardson Hitchens, live on DAZN, the home of big-time boxing. So the torch has officially been passed as the longest reigning minimum weight champion in history is dethroned by Oscar Collazo. Thomas Triber makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 29 seconds of round number 7. El tiempo, 1 minuto 29 segundos. El asalto número 7. Your winner by way of technical knockout. El ganador por knockout técnico. And now, the Ring Magazine and both WBO and WBA minimum weight unified champion of the world, Oscar El Pupilo Collazo.
So it's fiesta time in Puerto Rico as Oscar Collazo remains undefeated and is now unified. Let's send it into the ring, and Chris Mannix.
Well, Oscar, congratulations. You said you wanted to make a statement coming over here. I'd say knocking out the long-reigning minimum weight champion is making a pretty big statement. What'd you think of that performance?
A lot of people doubt it. A lot of people doubt it. The reigning champion, much respect for him. Everybody say only 10 fights, he can't make it. But look at where we at. We the king now, the 105 pounds for a little island called Puerto Rico.
You said you had to show a lot of IQ coming into this fight. That was an experienced guy in front of him. What struck me ringside was you showed a lot of patience in this fight. What was your approach coming in?
No, exactly that. Listen to my team. Wait patiently for the shot. You know, he's a veteran. He know what to do in the incoming rounds, and just wait patiently for my shot. I heard my corner get that right hook in, and we got it. We hit him right in the button.
Take me through that first knockdown, because it seemed like you were starting to wear CP Freshmount down through those middle rounds. Were you seeing that? Were you feeling that in his body language?
Yeah, we saw it where we started working on the body, and my team said stay on the body, and we wearing him out. When I see him breathing hard, I just pick my shots, and when time was right, when I got the first knockdown, I don't know, this is mine.
What was the message from the corner going into that final round, and what were you looking for when you went out and picked up 2 knockdowns to get the stoppage?
No, exactly that round. My corner said, let's go. Let's put the gas pedal on, just to throw bunches, but intelligently, and we got the stoppage.
You know, I don't think a lot of people paid attention to the 105-pound division during CP Freshmart's title reign. You said you want to make it cool again. You want to be kind of a standard bearer for this weight class. Do you think you've done that?
I know I did that. Thanks for Mr. Turkey Alashik, Golden Boy, Miguel Cotto Promotions, to give me this opportunity to shine in bright lights and Mecca of boxing. And I know I put the 105 on notice. And next, you know why next? I want all the belts. I made history, and I made history right now. Now I want to make history for get the first undisputed champion from Puerto Rico.
We do see 3 of those belts around, with the Ring Magazine belt now around your waist. 2 other belts out there. Which is the one you want to go for next?
Either. I just talk to my team, wait, get my rest in, and just talk to the team. Well, let's see what we got. Stay in the gym, and IBF, WC, whoever wants it, we got it.
3 fights, you might be able to get 4 or 5, maybe. Where's Oscar? You want to collect maybe a check from him later on?
Hey, let's get in December. Let's get a bonus in December. Hey, I leave now and start training. So at least a bonus, a Christmas bonus.
Congratulations, Oscar.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
So the man named after Oscar celebrates with Oscar in the ring. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, what a great story, and what a great fight. What a talented young man he is, and he's got the world at his feet right now. The way that he's won that contest with such an experienced fight that never lost before, let alone get knocked out. I mean, look, like I say, the best compliment I can give him is I want to see him box again.
And here come our jabber stats. Punches thrown, punches landed, high impact shots, accuracy, everything tilting in the favor of the 27-year-old Puerto Rican.
Yeah, look, he dominated, didn't he? But he dominated in disciplined fashion. He didn't get reckless, he didn't get carried away, he picked his moments, and when that moment came, it was brutal. CP Freshmart just didn't recover. He can be proud of himself, what he's done in this game of boxing, the toughest game out there. But I don't suppose we will see him again, but one thing's for sure, we're gonna see Colazo again and again in some big, big fights moving forward.
So we are halfway through, ladies and gentlemen, and all three of our first fights have been very entertaining. We just got our first knockout, courtesy of Oscar Colazo. What do we have in store for us coming up next? Zepeda, the highlight reel machine, taking on Tevin Farmer, Jose Ramirez, and Arnold Barboza Jr. in a bad blood showdown. And then our main event for the unified cruiserweight titles, Zurdo versus CBS. And now we send it up to Ade Oladipo and Gabe Rosado.
That was good. That was exciting, Gabe. The first knockout of the night as well. Your fellow countryman, Oscar Colazo, now the unified minimum weight champion. You know, that boy talks the talk and he walks the walk, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely, man. I'm proud of him, man, being a Puerto Rican brother. You know, I'm proud of my guy. He put on a great performance. He fought so smart. He picks his shots so wisely. The way he broke his man down to the body. You know, right here, that quick check right hook. Dead on the money. That's where you want to hit a guy, on a sweet spot on the chin.
Yeah, and he kept landing that shot as well. Once he found a home from it, and I almost felt like once Knockout CP started to slow down, he just overwhelmed him. Not just with his size, but his youth as well. I mean, Knockout CP's 34, Oscar Colazo is 27. He used that age gap.
Yeah, and the thing is, he broke him down so easily. You know what I'm saying? This is a guy that's never been stopped, undefeated, and he fought him like he wasn't even a champion. It's just unbelievable the performance he put on.
You know, I'm greedy. I'm always doing this with the lower weight guys. I'm like, I want to see you go up and challenge yourself. He wants to become undisputed at 105 pounds. I say go to 112 and let's see what you can do, because you look at him, he's got the frame to go up a few more weights, I think. Potentially 112, maybe even 115.
Yeah, and for his size, man, you can hear the thud when he's punching, especially to the body. And it's like, that's very unique for a guy that small to punch that hard.
What does it mean for Puerto Rico? I mean, look, you've always had fantastic stars, right? I mean, yourself was there, Edgar Berlanga. I mean, we could talk about that one a bit later, but what does it mean to find a new star now?
Yeah, you know, Puerto Rico is rich in boxing. The small island has about 66 world champions, and for Colazo to be so consistent and putting on these kind of performance, the island's just gonna back him up, especially with him fighting on this kind of stage. It just makes him want, the fans want to see him fight.
All right, 3 down, 3 to go, as Todd Grisham says. We're at the halfway stage now, and the next one is a good one. William Zepeda, unbeaten, 31 fights, 31 wins, takes on former IBF super featherweight champion Tevin Farmer. That's coming your way next.
We live in a country that charges us with the energy of an ambitious nation with determination that never fades. Its heritage is rich, its frontier is modern. A country with a destination that becomes a vision. Steady in every turn, with might and purpose of many dimensions. Under its sky, it knows no limits. Leaping forward, leading us ahead. Where everything within reflects its essence, and its green energy drives us towards the future.
Lucid, driven by a nation.
En este momento, obviamente, volviendo a esa conversación que tuvimos, ya estabas comenzando a subir en las clasificaciones. Ahora estás rankeado el número 1 en la AMB, el CMB, la OMB y la Federación Internacional de Boxeo. O sea que estás ya ahí pisando esa oportunidad de título. ¿Qué hace falta ahora?
Pues ya nada más que nos den el sí los peleadores, que nos den el sí, que acepten el pelear con el retador número 1. Nosotros estamos listos, ya creo que nos hemos ganado esa oportunidad a pulso, hemos demostrado que estamos aptos para poder pelear por un campeonato del mundo, entonces ya nada más es lo que hace falta, que se concrete la pelea, que acepten los campeones y pues nosotros muy contentos del que nos dé la oportunidad.
Cuando hablamos de una exposición global como la que vas a tener en The Zone, esto va a ser el próximo 16 de noviembre, ¿cómo esperas que tu vida vaya a cambiar?
Pues mi vida ya ha cambiado desde hace años. El trabajo, los resultados han hecho que pues mi vida cambie y es por eso que pues también uno se levanta todas las mañanas. Creo que el tener cambios en la vida es bueno. El Canelo luego ha sido criticado porque a lo mejor los mexicanos hemos vivido con esa expectativa de que pues el boxeador siempre anda pues en el barrio o convive más tomando y así, y el Canelo ha venido a hacer un cambio importante en lo que es la vida de un boxeador, que pues por eso se sacrifica, por eso trabaja fuerte para tener un cambio en su vida.
Welcome back to the venue here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Good night of boxing so far. 3 down, 3 to go, including our main event. Remember, it is the battle of the cruiserweight. Zurdo Ramirez taking on Chris Billam-Smith. Unification fight in that one. It's been a really, really good fight week, I think it's fair to say. But fight year has been very good on the Zone as well. But we still have a few more treats for you to come.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 150 fights on the Zone every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. Where are you? With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. The Zone, undisputed.
William Zepeda versus Tevin Farmer to come, but a bit of breaking news, big breaking news in the heavyweight division. Dillian Whyte, the body snatcher, who we haven't seen in the ring since he fought Christian Hamer back in March, is back. He fights the Ghanaian Ebenezer Tete December the 15th in Gibraltar. Now, a lot of UK fight fans might remember the name Ebenezer Tete. He fought the current IBF champion, Daniel Dubois, back in 2019. Dillian Whyte looking to get back in the mix in the heavyweight division. Good fight for him. All right, let's welcome back Virgil Ortiz on stage alongside Gabe Rosado. Virgil, I'm still excited about what you said in February, God. I'm still excited. I want an announcement very, very soon. All right, let's talk about what we've got coming up next. Tevin Farmer, former IBF super featherweight champion, maybe, you know, the underdog in this one. He takes on William Zepeda. I want to start with you, Gabe, fellow Philly boy, Tevin Farmer. He feels like his back's against the wall, Tevin, all week, and I think like he's going to maybe surprise a few people here tonight.
No, absolutely. You know, he's a Philadelphia fighter, so he's going to come tough. He has heart. He has the mentality to face adversity and overcome adversity, and he has the experience. So I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls the upset tonight.
Does it help him that he took that time out of the ring when he fought Jojo Diaz? Obviously, look, it wasn't his best performance. He's come back. He had a warm-up recently against Muratalla. Lost that one, but the ring rust is off now.
Yeah, the last one he lost that fight. It was a close fight. It could have went either way. But I think that it was important that he kind of got back in, shook off some ring rust, and now I think he's in a rhythm where he can pull this off with Zepeda.
Now, he needs to be in a rhythm, let's be honest, Virgil, because the guy is fighting. I mean, I said it the other day, I think he could be one of the best fighters to have not fought for a world title yet. And we are talking about William Zepeda, who's looked destructive, I think it's fair to say. 31 wins of his 31 fights, 27 by knockout, punches and bunches, almost everything.
So Zepeda, he's a relentless fighter, and he's a fighter that doesn't stop throwing punches, and he doesn't stop throwing them hard.
Yeah.
You know, that's a hard fighter to fight against, you know, and not only that, he's not throwing them stupidly, he's throwing them intelligently, he's picking you apart, he's going to the head, to the body. So Tevin Farmer is going to have to be on his A game to keep him off.
Yeah, I mean, not looking past Tevin Farmer. I was speaking to Gabe and Sergio yesterday at the weigh-ins, and I said, if he does get past Tevin Farmer, is he ready right now for a Shakur Stevenson, for a Gervonta Tank Davis? Is he at that level?
I think he's knocking on the door. You know, look, depending on how he looks this fight, I'll put all my coins, you know, betting on him. I'd go all in. I think that Zepeda's ready. You know, he's fought enough fights without it being a world title shot, and I think he's earned it.
Yeah, I guess at 31 fights you have to be ready, right, Gabe?
Absolutely.
I mean, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, absolutely. He's ready, and I think the guys are ducking him. But if he pulls off this win in an impressive fashion, definitely he needs a big fight.
What does Tevin Farmer need to do? Is it a case of use your feet? Tevin Farmer, very slick, southpaw. We know he likes to counter punch. Is it just use your feet, or does he have to stand and almost get the respect from Zepeda?
Yes, he needs to box, but he needs to engage and bring it to Zepeda to get that respect and stop him on his tracks.
All right, this one should be a good one. Unbeaten William Zepeda versus a former world champion in Tevin Farmer. Great fight that's coming up now.
Pues de demostrar al mundo quién es el Camarón Zepeda.
Is to get more aggressive than a buzzsaw like William Zepeda.
Saturday night is going to be a huge night, and it's going to be a big upset.
This is his chance to put himself right back in the world title picture.
Que ahorita pues estoy seguro que se prepara al máximo para esta gran oportunidad y sé que viene a darlo todo, dejarlo todo arriba del ring.
But mentally, I feel like I'm just a different animal.
Nos queda la oportunidad de oro para pasar a los siguientes planos y demostrar quién es el Camarón Zepeda.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There's Tevin Farmer, the former IBF super featherweight champion, facing the punch machine in William Zepeda, who averages over 100 punches thrown per round, Chris.
Yeah, he is one of the most exciting fighters in all of boxing, so the challenge is significant for Tevin Farmer. Now, Tevin Farmer has leaned pretty hard into the idea that he has faced volume punchers in the past. He's name-checked Jono Carroll. He's name-checked Jojo Diaz. Two guys that do throw a lot of punches, but neither of them throw punches with the kind of power behind them that this guy does. William Zepeda is not just throwing punches to touch you, he's throwing punches to hurt you. He's heard Virgil Ortiz say there is a method to all this. He goes upstairs, downstairs. He is looking to hit particular shots, especially to the body. It is going to take something special for Tevin Farmer to keep this man off him tonight.
Zepeda, nicknamed Camarón, or the Shrimp. He said he got that nickname because when he was a teenager, he took up boxing to lose weight. He was chubby, and when he would work out, he would turn pink because of exhaustion. But boy, as he stayed in the gym and is one of the most fit athletes in the world today. He's 28 years old, 31 wins, no defeats, 27 KOs, taking on Tevin Farmer, who promises to upset the apple cart here in Saudi Arabia tonight.
Riyadh season Latino night continues with another championship contest. Let's first welcome to the ring the former world champion from the United States, Tevin two-time Farmer.
Plenty of confidence from Tevin Farmer, and why not? Former world champion, still feels at 34 years of age he has a lot to offer the sport. As Dave Rosado joins me here ringside. Dave, what's the strategy, the successful winning strategy that Tevin Farmer needs to employ tonight?
Yeah, Todd, you know, he needs to box, but he needs to sit in the pocket and exchange with Zepeda and get some respect. You know, he just can't be moving around all day. He has to stand his ground and show Zepeda that he's ready to fight.
I agree with the respect part. I also think that he needs to pick his shots, especially to the body. Don't headhunt right now. You just need to dissect them inside the ribs, pivot out, use your southpaw advantages, and do not stand in front of his boss up. As soon as you do that, then you start frustrating guys like Zepeda, and that's when you stand a chance.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Mexico, the undefeated William Camarón Zepeda.
Recently, William Zepeda was asked basically why you've become so successful. And he said, well, it's because I like to take it slow and I'm patient. Sergio, how can you throw over 1,000 punches a fight and consider yourself patient?
I mean, that's a hard-working Mexican right there. I mean, he knows what he needs to do. Like, he doesn't really punch you. He's not a knockout artist with one punch. He breaks you down. He hits you anywhere you give him. Any type of opportunity, he hits your shoulder, he hits your bicep, he hits your ribs, and then from there he starts breaking you down and intimidating you. He makes you make mistakes. That's the type of style he has.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Esta pelea 10 asaltos en peso ligero, and it will be for the vacant WBC Interim Championship of the World. Presented by, presentado por Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella in association with Lou DeBella's DeBella Entertainment, along with their great sponsors: Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Murabba Development Company, Tawunia Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Athletic Department, Chairman James Gessner, Supervisor Michael Mazzulli, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Kevin Noon. The judges are, los jueces son, Predrag Alexic of Montenegro, Junbei Lim of South Korea, and Fernando Villarreal of the United States. Our referee in charge is Harvey Dock of the United States. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing brown with orange and weighed in officially at 135 pounds. En la esquina azul, vestido de café con naranja. Su peso es 135 libras. His professional record consists of 33 wins, 6 defeats, 1 draw, with 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Su record, 33 victorias, 6 derrotas, un empate con 8 victorias por la vía del knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from the great fighting city of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA, please welcome the former IBF Super Featherweight Champion of the World, Tevin, two-time Thorburn. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black, red, and green, and weighed in officially at 134.2 pounds. En la esquina roja, vestido de negro, rojo y verde. Su peso es 134.2 libras. His professional record, undefeated, 31 wins, 27 of those 31 wins coming by way of knockout. Está invicto con 31 victorias, con 27 victorias por la vía del knockout. Damas y caballeros, de San Mateo Atenco, Mexico, here is the #1 ranked contender in the world by all 4 major sanctioning bodies, William Camarón Zepeda.
Okay, boxers, you received your instructions earlier. As a reminder, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Toco los guantes. Touch them up. Want to switch.
So Tevin Farmer looking for a big upset win here tonight to get himself back into title contention. As for William Zepeda, a future mega fight against Shakur Stevenson could be on the line here. Live from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, scheduled for 10 rounds, William Zepeda in the black, Tevin Farmer in the brown and orange.
And this is a beautiful clash of styles. I mean, southpaw versus southpaw, but two completely different left-handers. You got a guy in Zepeda throws 100 punches around, and a guy like Farmer, who's a former champion, who's more of a boxer on the back foot, really good with his upper body and hard to hit with a clean shot.
Farmer adamant this week after hearing of the rumors of Zepeda versus Stevenson next, saying, look, he's got to get past me. I'm the top dog, and you can't be the top dog unless you beat the top dog.
And Farmer staying right there in the pocket with Zepeda, just picking his jabs. You know, he's not really giving too much movement, just staying in the center of the ring.
Of course, Farmer used to be the top dog in the super featherweight division. No longer. Sergio, are you buying it from Tevin Farmer that basically, having been in there with John O'Carroll, who threw 1,200 punches, he's prepared for someone like Zepeda?
Yes, I am, because guys like Farmer, as long as they're active, they're going to be sharp, and this is a sharp southpaw. And this is the back and forth I've had with Chris Mannix. Mannix would tell me that, you know, Zepeda should mow over him with his aggressive style. I completely disagree. I think styles make fights, and Farmer is a type of fighter that's not going to stand in front of Zepeda long enough for him to plant his feet and get that power off.
Chris Mannix now joining us back here ringside. You heard what Sergio said. He thinks that Tevin Farmer is going to be a real handful for Zepeda tonight.
He's a crafty fighter. He's a world champion for a reason. Had a lot of success, several title defenses. It's not the first few rounds I'm concerned about Tevin Farmer's ability to look good. It's when you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds and that accumulation of punches starts to wear off.
A couple stiff jabs there from Zepeda.
You know, one thing that Tevin's doing well is he's jabbing and he's keeping his head off the line. You know, when Zepeda's trying to counter, he's slipping, he's rolling shots.
You know, Tevin fought really well in that fight against Raymond Morataya, but this is a very different type of fight. That was a low output fight against Morataya. This will be very different.
Not necessarily, because look, as long as he keeps doing that, and I've already noticed in this first round, Farmer's been, you know, extinguishing that offense. As soon as Zepeda's trying to get those arms up, he just goes and clinches them. That's a Bernard Hopkins type thing. That's a Philly thing. You know, you don't let guys get off.
Yeah, for sure.
Look, there it goes again. Farmer's trying to do that. Time him off.
You know, I think what Zepeda needs to do is stop, don't headhunt, aim for the chest, start shooting shots to the body to slow Farmer down.
Look, we're accustomed to seeing 100 punches around. I don't think Zepeda threw even 50.
Yeah.
Not even 50, huh? What a loser.
Where's Jabber at when we need him?
Let's check in with Christine Giampoli in the DAZN Fan Zone.
Here we are, guys, in the fan zone of the Latino night. This is incredible, insane. There's the atmosphere, it's brilliant. And of course, we are not in Mexico. We are in Riyadh, not long to go to the main fight.
Sergio, we saw you out there earlier dancing.
And?
You're having a good time.
Of course, man. I mean, Latino night with the Latin snake. What do you think?
It's Latino night, but it feels like Tevin Farmer's group is controlling the soundtrack here. You got a little Rocky music playing in the background.
That was a good round. That was a good first round for Tevin.
I agree. You know, even though if he probably didn't win it, but he implemented his game plan. That's what he needs to do. Look. It's going to be hard for him to win this fight. Let's get that clear. He's a big underdog, but if he can play the spoiler, and that's winning for him.
I don't agree with that, Sergio, and I hate that. He can play the spoiler by going the distance. You got to come to win. This could be the last major fight.
Nice left hand there from Farmer, speaking of spoilers.
Two left hands.
Right,
Good
you
shot.
said that, Chris.
Good shot. That's what I want to see from Tevin Farmer. Not an attempt to hold and survive, an attempt to win the fight, because this could be Tevin's last chance to fight on a big stage.
And you see where Tevin's holding that back hand? He's waiting for Zepeda to try to counter, and that's where he countered with that double left hand. See, Tevin's being defensively responsible, just catching these shots and rolling, countering back.
Chris, can we learn a lot about how perhaps Zepeda would do against a Shakur Stevenson, with how he deals with Farmer?
Well, in some ways, because he'd be facing a very good defensive-minded southpaw. But Shakur and Tevin fight in very different ways. If Shakur fought Zepeda, I don't think he'd do a lot of holding in those situations. So they're different types of defensive fighters, but this certainly can be a learning experience for William Zepeda.
Zepeda is just relentless.
Good body shots there by Farmer. That's going to be his MO tonight. He's going to have to always counter hard to the body. Anytime Zepeda gets him near the ropes, the first instinct should be block what's coming and come back with counter shots to the body.
Of course, you longtime DAZN viewers will recognize Tevin Farmer. He was one of the faces of the network during its entry into the boxing space, one of Matchroom's first high-profile signees.
Good power jabs there by Farmer.
See, Zepeda's throwing a lot of shots, but he's missing a lot because he's headhunting. He needs to attack the body more. Tevin's rolling and catching these shots.
Nice left hand on the inside from Farmer.
I'll tell you, Tevin looks strong at this weight. We've seen him for a number of years fighting at 130. He looks really good at 135.
And he looks comfortable. He looks comfortable right there in the pocket, just jabbing, staying in close range. Nice body work.
You hit Zepeda with 2, though. He's going to hit you with 3.
Oh, nice combination right there.
Farmer was doing good. Now Zepeda's stealing the round right back.
Yeah, it's those kind of flurries, the 6-7 punch combinations that come without Farmer throwing anything back. He's got to avoid. He's had a good round.
Boys, just constantly on Farmer, who just can't seem to get his wits back about him, as Zepeda is just a whirlwind of punches.
Zepeda's just a machine right now.
I bet he threw more than 50 in this round, Sergio.
Yeah. This round was very telling, man. It was all Farmer in the minute and a half, but the other minute and a half was way more painful.
There is CBS, Chris Billum-Smith, one half of our main event tonight, and a cruiserweight champion of the world. Gabe, what do you think about his chances tonight against Zurdo Ramirez?
No, he definitely has a chance. He's a big puncher, strong, physical guy. I think that's what he needs to do, make it a physical fight, stay right there in the chest with Zurdo.
And Zurdo Ramirez, we know what he needs to do, exactly what he did with Gulamir in a bigger natural cruiserweight. Move laterally, use your feet, dig to the body, don't exchange with the bigger man, pick him and peck him with that jab, and cruise into a decision, maybe even a late round stoppage.
That is still to come tonight after our co-main event, which is next. That's Ramirez versus Barboza Jr. Right now, round 3, Zepeda and Farmer.
I like when Sergio reveals what his DraftKings account says. Maybe a late round stoppage.
Or the over. This is going to be a telling round on Tevin Farmer, whether he's going to continue with his game plan or just throw it out the window and just have to fight off this beast and Camarón Zepeda.
That looks like a push that got Farmer off balance rather than a punch, but who knows? You can't really tell if Zepeda's pushing or punching. His arms are just continuously moving.
Yeah, Zepeda's getting on the roll right now. Tevin needs to start doing some body shots, see if he can slow Zepeda down.
Well, there you go, Sergio. Zepeda has averaged over 100 punches per round so far. And Farmer not doing too shabby, 70 punches a round.
You see those high-impact punches landed dead even, of course, despite the accuracy numbers favoring Tevin Farmer. I thought he had a really good second round up until those last 30, 45 seconds.
Right, and was that enough to sway the round, too? Because, you know, the majority of that round was Tevin Farmer boxing, picking with that jab, but Farmer did steal it with the harder shots. May have swayed the judges.
William Zepeda, like many Mexican fighters, comes from humble beginnings. Both of his parents were shoemakers in Mexico.
The thing about Zepeda, what makes his front hand so dangerous is that he's a converted southpaw, so his strong hand is that right hand, so it's a power jab, and it could be an uppercut, it could be a right hook. That's his power punch. He does all that dominating and controlling with opponents with that lead right hand, which is his dominant hand. And you get a lot of pros like Oscar De La Hoya, converted southpaw. Andre Ward is another one. You know, these guys are great that we're able to do that as southpaws.
You know, Tevin's got to be careful here because he's doing a lot of holding, and Harvey Dock, the referee, is going to take notice of it at some point.
The thing with Zepeda, man, he's throwing a lot of combinations, but they're coming from different angles. So, like, Tevin's really not catching the rhythm of these combos right now.
There's a left hand from Farmer. Any lulls in the action, Farmer takes advantage. There's just not enough lulls in the action from Zepeda.
Yeah, you shouldn't rely on Zepeda slowing down. You should just be on the back foot, moving laterally, always jabbing. That's gonna be the main punch for Farmer.
Yeah, that's one thing. He's not jabbing. He's not jabbing as much as he did in the first round.
He's gonna slow down. I see it already. He's ready to go. He's already stepping back. When we're in the inside, your defense is beautiful, but we gotta make him pay off that. Okay, let's start slowing him down with the body. Excellent work. I can see he's already fading away. Okay, this last 35 seconds there, he started walking back. He's showing signs of fatigue. Do me a favor, inside, catch, touch and touch. Okay, and let's put the water. I use the water. Let's put everything in combination. Okay, beautiful work. Don't get offside jab. That jab is key.
Stand your ground, baby. Okay. If you do that, he can't fuck with you. I promise you. You only doing, you're going backwards. If you're doing that, he can't let you. Good.
Let it go slow. Let it go slow.
Good. And hold that forward too when you're gonna move them. All right? Chin back, put it back on that inside. Stand your ground, baby.
Round 4 now, scheduled for 10. Is this fight looking the way you thought it might, Gabe?
Yeah, you know, I think right now Tevin needs to switch it up, and he needs to start backing Zepeda up. You know, he needs to make that adjustment.
Tevin Farmer lost his IBF super featherweight title to Jojo Diaz in 2020. Then didn't fight. 3 years. Some success here.
Standing his ground. He's digging his heels and trying to get some power Farmers in those combinations.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do, because, you know, Zepeda right now has no respect for him, and he's just coming at him nonstop.
You know what, Gabe? When you said back him up, I'm like, that's going to be a hard task.
Yeah, but
southpaws can actually box you in circles and still back you up somehow on the heel.
Yeah.
You know,
well, he needs the pressure box. You know what I mean?
You know, to me, Zepeda has to keep taking steps back when Farmer comes in like this. He's just leaning on him, and Zepeda can't let him do that.
Pressure box, I like that.
Let's look at Chris Mannix's scorecard. Unofficial, of course.
Yeah, I've got it 2-1 in favor of William Zepeda. I did think Tevin Farmer did enough with his power punching in that second round to squeeze it out. Third round much clearer for William Zepeda. I think Tevin's done a decent job of blunting the output of Zepeda, but he's not doing enough offensively, I think, to win many of these early rounds.
Catch and shoot shot from Farmer.
Spoke too soon.
Tevin switched it up and he stood his ground, and he started training with Zepeda.
What you think couldn't happen just happened, Chris Mannix. Zepeda goes down.
Let's see if Farmer can take advantage here in the 4th.
You know, we've seen Zepeda drop before in a professional fight. That one looked a lot more consequential. That looked like a little bit more than a flash knockdown.
No, that was a straight left hand right on the chin. And listen, we questioned Zepeda's chin. We were talking about it before, me and you, Chris Mannix. Farmer is not a puncher. puncher, but he's accurate with his precision.
I agree. We talked about the fighter meetings. I think the best way to beat a William Zepeda is to throw with it, because when you do, you can clip that chin, and he's been hurt before.
Farmer, not known as a power puncher, 8 knockout wins and his 33 victories.
Who would ever thought Tevin Farmer would drop a beast like William Zepeda? We just saw that right now. This is what he needs to capitalize on.
What Farmer did is he switched it up. You know, he was backing up, and Zepeda was applying the pressure, but then he started coming to Zepeda, backing him up, and that's how he got the counter knockdown.
And not forgetting the body, man. This is exactly what you got to do with these tough Mexicans. Forget the head right now. Just keep going to the body. That's going to open up more headshots.
So a huge swing in momentum here for Tevin Farmer.
Y no fue ni con potencia, fue nada más con la velocidad. Le agarró en un descuido, hay que subir las pinches manos, súbeme las manos. Él atacando en cortito. Justo está haciendo un excelente trabajo trabajándome en el cuerpo. No sé qué me están buscando tanto arriba y tanto hacer eso. Si usted lo está fundiendo abajo y no se levante. Es lo mismo que te estoy diciendo desde el campamento, no te levantes hacia arriba.
Man, right here, Tevin's just throwing some nice short shots. Quick left counter off the top. Dead on the money. And Zepeda didn't see that coming. The shot you don't see coming is the shot that hurts you. Nice combination right there by Farmer, setting up the knockdown.
Oscar De La Hoya sitting ringside, taking this all in. He might need an antacid tablet after watching William Zepeda get knocked down in the 4th. So much riding on the line for Cameron.
Tev found something in that counter left hand, and he's sitting on it.
And Zepeda
again. That's the money shot for Farmer. The left hand right down the pipe.
And this is what you have to do with Zepeda. You have to fight him. You have to trade with him. You can't allow him to keep coming forward and dictate the pace. You got to stand your ground.
It takes a lot of courage and timing to do that, man, and Farmer's doing just that, to punch with someone like Zepeda.
Zepeda was knocked down the last time. It was against a lightly regarded opponent in Tijuana, who really had nothing to lose in that situation, so decided to trade punch with him. They caught him there. We haven't seen anybody doing that up until this point. Tevin Farmer is out there doing exactly that.
Tevin's trying to set him up again with that counter left.
There you go. Give me a jab, step back, 2-3. Up the rope. There you go.
Just for reference, according to the odds makers, William Zepeda, a 20-to-1 favorite heading into this fight.
You know, we mentioned Tevin Farmer coming off to that loss to Raymond Mortai. He walked away feeling he did more than enough to win, so he's coming in with confidence.
And Tev landed a good left uppercut and a left hand over the top.
Clean uppercut. It was like a 45-degree punch. It turned the whole cheek, the whole jaw of Zepeda.
Tevin's the bigger puncher up until this point. Zepeda might be the sharper puncher, but Tevin is the bigger puncher right now.
Still miles to go here for Farmer, though, to pull off the upset. Not even halfway through.
One thing Tev can't do is try to look for that perfect shot. He needs to keep letting his hands go and backing Zepeda up, and that big shot will come.
Especially with that left hand. You know, these southpaws, they're not accustomed to facing each other, you know, lefty versus lefty. But Zepeda doesn't really fight like a southpaw. You know, he squares up and he sometimes switches. Farmer is all southpaw, so we're talking about a sniper. We're talking about an expert at being a left-hander. That's Tevin Farmer.
Tarver was very relaxed all week long, almost like he knew something we didn't know, Chris.
Well, he knew his experience would matter in a fight like this.
See, right here, Farmer has to exchange in between. He can't allow Zepeda to just be this active and not throw anything back.
Oh, and a nice right hand stepped in well by Zepeda.
Farmer's taking some good shots, man. We're going to have to take some good shots and show a chin against this type of onslaught.
Later tonight, Miura Boxing presents a card from Mexico, headlined by super lightweight Yamir Espinosa, who takes on fellow Mexican Rogelio Jimenez. That's live on DAZN. It's Latino night everywhere. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Mexico, but that counter left, Gabe, has been the stuff for Farmer.
Yeah, he threw it underneath right there, over the top right here, landing clean flush. And you know, Cepeda's being more active, but Farmer's landing the flush shots, the more powerful shots.
So here we are at the halfway point. Start of round 6, scheduled for 10. Sergio, do you think Farmer can keep this up for another 5 rounds?
Yes. I mean, that's what experience does. That's what being a tough-minded fighter. You know, we've seen Tevin Farmer fight several times. We know him as a pure boxer, but he also has guts. He has heart, man, and with the experience that he's garnered around the years, I mean, this is why he's ready for this moment.
Caught him again. That was as clean as a whistle.
Well, he has guts, man. He's a Philadelphia fighter. Yep. Most Philadelphia fighters have big hearts.
Good slick defense there from Farmer. 3 punches from Zepeda, not one of them connected.
Zepeda, the biggest favorite on the card tonight. What do you think Shakur Stevenson's thinking right now watching at home, Gabe?
Well, you know, man, this pace is tough. Tev's in great shape. Because, you know, the pace that Cepeda's fighting with breaks most guys down.
Well, it'll be a different type of southpaw confronting Zepeda. You know, when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, he's more like a cheetah. You know, he bounces in and out. He won't let you touch him. Zepeda will punch in air against a guy like Shakur Stevenson. But Farmer's actually gutting it out. He's being physical with Zepeda. He's pushing him back, trying to maul him. Yeah. Trying to be physical.
And honestly, I think that's the only way that Tevin can win the fight, is he has to stand his ground.
Are the judges going to put a premium on the landed punches or the power punches landed?
These short shots right here are starting to affect Tevin, though.
Yeah.
Because these are some solid short shots in between. Yep. You can see it in the legs of Tevin right now. He's kind of leaning on Zepeda.
Yeah, the entirety of this round, Zepeda's been digging to the body of Farmer.
The body and the chin. The little short shots. You know, Farmer getting a little lazier, taking the round off, but either way, he's getting rocked and hurt by those.
Yeah.
See, stuff like that. He's getting lazy and they catch up to you.
Yep. And he's landing that counter shot, but there's no steam on it right now. Cepeda's taking it out of him with the body shot.
I was going to say, you call it laziness, Sergio, but, I mean, Tevin Farmer is 34 years old, and he's eaten a couple hundred punches already.
Cepeda's starting to see that counter shot, and he's starting to take his head off the line.
This is the first time I see Farmer look like a 34-year-old. First time I see him a little winded on the back foot with no confidence. This is a bad round for Farmer. He needs to wake up after this. They need to wake him up in the corner.
Yeah, and a much-needed boost for William Zepeda as Farmer lands a left.
Está agarrando con el uppercut de izquierda. Le estás prestando para que él te meta el uppercut de izquierda. ¿Ok? Le estás prestando, le estás dando tú toda la autoridad para que él te tire. Lo que yo necesito es hacerme chiquito, nada más, hijo. No voy a tirar a lo loco. No tires desde atrás. Con él. No sé por qué me estás tirando de la media distancia. Empújalo al medio, empújalo a las cuerdas y ataca, pero cortito. No quieras jalar el brazo hacia atrás. No quieras jalar un brazo para tirar un golpe fuerte. Es cortito, ahógalo. ¡Ahógalo! No te eches para atrás, William. No te eches para atrás. ¡Sí! Usted quiere pelear con los grandes, hay que ganarle a esto.
You want to fight with the big dogs, you got to take this guy down. Short shots. Short shots, you got to push him back.
Pero cerrado, campeón.
You need to tighten up. Tighten up your defense.
Vamos allá, cerrado.
Quit winging your shots. Don't pull them back. Short shots.
Let's see if Farmer's slowly fading away or if he just took the round off there in the 6th. If you're just joining us, William Zepeda was dropped by a lethal left from Tevin Farmer. Zepeda trying to fight his way back into this.
It's almost like Tevin's fading and Zepeda's getting stronger.
And that's exactly what happens when you watch a William Zepeda fight.
Boy, Farmer froze there for a minute.
Panda in the corner says, drown him. You gotta drown him.
Jabber stats, 637 punches thrown for Zepeda, which is outrageous. 418, pretty darn good as well. Look at the high impact landed punches, Sergio. Farmer, 7 better.
7 better, and look at exactly the accuracy. They both landed at the same percentage. Farmer's in this fight, all right? He's in this fight. It's slipping away from him, but it's right there for him to bring it back. He's just gonna have to muster up the energy, the courage to do something great. This is what greatness is about.
Let's look at Chris Mannix's unofficial scorecard.
Yeah, I've got a 57-56 in favor of Tevin Farmer with that 10-8 round thrown in the 4th round. Thought that 2nd round could have gone either way. Gave Tevin the 4th and the 5th. Zepeda clean win in that 6th round. So I think it's highly competitive. I think the output certainly favors William Zepeda, but those power shots are on the side of Tevin Farmer.
Right here in the inside, Tevin needs to start throwing some short shots to the body. Try to slow Zepeda down.
The funny thing about those short shots, Gabe, is you don't need to throw them hard. When you're tired, it's just basically you just got to put your hip into them.
Yep.
It's not arm punching anymore. You just turn your hips into them and they do the damage, especially if you land them at an accurate spot in the breadbasket or in the liver.
Farmer with a flurry there. Doing better in this round than he did in the 6th, that's for sure.
Yeah, much better round.
He actually backed Zepeda up there for a minute. Something that's not easy to do.
You can see how Zepeda punches through opponents when he misses. You know, they basically pierce through, but you don't see that until you miss.
Farmer's doing good in this round.
Yeah, this is
and some really good shots.
This is a good round by Farmer. They both have their moments, though.
We will be back in just over a month to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Usyk Fury 2. Buy it now on DAZN.com. And Sergio, why do you think Usyk has had so much success against the bigger heavyweights as he's moved up from cruiserweight?
Because he knows how to fight big men, not by trying to fight like a big man, but keeping his small size, using angles, using footwork, using feints, and attacking from an angle. He doesn't fight a big man in front of him. He gets on the side of him and pushes them sideways where they're not big anymore.
The thing with Usyk, man, he's so elusive at that size where it's kind of like Muhammad Ali. He had advantage with guys because he was able to box and use those lateral movements, and that's what Usyk does in the heavyweight division. Tevin had a nice, solid round. He needs to get that momentum and keep it going.
3 rounds left.
I would like to see Farmer box this round. Do not exchange with him. Just get your energy, box, even if it means giving up this round on the back foot just to finish strong the next 2 rounds. Because they're going to be physical the last 2 rounds.
I don't know if Farmer can afford to give up a round at this point.
You can win boxing, Todd. You can win jabbing. You can win without making it physical.
Yeah, but you said even if he loses this round.
You know, personally, I prefer the pressure boxing. Just stay in the chest of Zepeda, roll with the shots and shoot back. Roll with the shots, shoot back.
Yeah, he's been successful doing that, Gabe.
It's hard.
No, it's
hard
very
to keep
hard.
that pace.
Especially when you're dealing with a guy like Zepeda who gets stronger and stronger every round. See those heavy shots right now to the body. You can't be going, shot for shot whenever you're dealing with a guy like Zepeda who still has power behind those shots.
Man, Farmer got 9 minutes. You got to let it all out in these 9 minutes. Nice shots right there.
Boy, Zepeda just doesn't stop throwing.
He mauls you.
Showing a lot of character and heart after getting up off the canvas.
That's some good body work right there by Zepeda.
Oh, boy. Not a good look here for Farmer with a minute and a half to go. He's got to pick up the pace.
And Zepeda's landing that good right hook to the body.
I was talking to Panda Nahar in the corner of Williams Payne. It feels like things are going pretty well for his guys, but he wants them to profile a little bit more. Stay away from that left hand of Tevin Farmer when they get into these clinches to avoid getting held. Just let his hands go to the body.
Oh, Payne investing in the body now.
And that's a gut shot right in the midsection. I would like to see Farmer, instead of throwing 2 shots, throw 4 shots. Throw 4 punch combinations. Zepeda's not used to guys throwing 4 punch combinations at him. See what you get out of it.
There's a good flurry from Farmer. Needs more of those.
It's a good 4-punch combination.
You wanted a 4-punch combination, you got it.
Farmer's boxing this round very good.
There you go.
He's doing what you said, Sergio.
Well, let's see if he can finish strong. He's going to need all the strength he can get to close this fight out strong.
The co-main event coming up next. Ramirez versus Barboza Jr. And Chris, these men have kind of been circling each other for the last 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years, tried close to 10. I mean, these guys were stablemates with Top Rank for a long time. Both 140-pound contenders, or in the case of Ramirez, a world champion. It's almost shocking that we're here in 2024 and just getting it, but the stakes could be higher for these two guys. To the winner goes a likely world title shot in the first half of next year. The loser takes a big step back.
Si una vez tuviste que pelear es hoy. Es hoy. ¿Ok? Vamos. Quiere casarte. Vamos ya lo tiene.
Sounded like they gave him the rah-rah speech there in the corner. Give us more. But how much more can William Zepeda give? The man is incredible. Gonna certainly break the 1,000 punches thrown barrier.
Guys, this fight's up for grabs. It's a close fight.
It's just tough, Chris, because let's say Farmer's landing one big power punch to every 3 punches that Zepeda lands. Who do you give the edge to?
Yeah, I think the rounds he won earlier in the fight, if he did win them on the judges' scorecard, he's probably banking on the cleanness of those punches, the knockdown punch that he landed. See some of these jabber stats from round 8, 98 punches thrown for William Zepeda, almost 21 more punches landed in a much more accurate round. So you can see the tide start to swing towards William Zepeda.
Zepeda refusing to let Tevin Farmer clinch.
Man, both guys really want it. They're both going at it, trading big shots.
I know it's a stretch, but you're thinking, man, maybe if Farmer was 4 or 5 years younger, a little bit more output to keep up with this guy, but it's just so tough.
But to be honest with you, Todd, Farmer looks good. He looks like the Farmer of old. It's just Zepeda is just a machine.
Yeah.
Look, if this doesn't go Tevin Farmer's way, he'll have lost 2 fights in a row.
Oh, nice stiff jab. That was a power jab.
And Tarver needs to go back to that jab. He's trading short shots, but he kind of abandoned the jab.
He's fighting Zepeda's fight now.
either way, a world-class effort from Farmer. I think doing better than almost anyone thought he would do. Here in the 9th round, Zepeda looks like he's in the 1st round.
Yeah, this is a Zepeda round so far.
Just wind him up and let him go.
I expected this Farmer. I mean, I didn't expect him to take down this physical, but I expect him to give Zepeda his toughest fight.
See, the thing is, Farmer's landing good counters, but it's just one shot. Versus Zepeda throwing 4 or 5 punch combinations.
Good half movement from Farmer to avoid those punches.
See, the normal fighter will get tired of punching this much and missing, because Zepeda is missing some shots here, but not. You can't rely on Camarón to win down. This is what makes him so difficult to hurt, and that's why he's so intimidating. Guys like this, he's gonna fight all the way to the end, punching until you can't punch no more.
1 round to go.
Actually, I need to last round. You need it. Give me about water. Give me about water. All right? Look, real sharp. Listen, we got to win this round. Okay? We got to win this round. Now, do me a favor. Do it very smart. Everything on good defense. Don't let him outwork you. Okay. He won that round. Okay? These 2 rounds, this round is very important for him. You understand that? Let's cruise. Let's make it easy for the judges. Don't let it be too difficult. You understand that?
Yeah.
We're gonna push this round. The last round. Okay. All we got. Okay, you wanna be the double? You wanna see the HWBC World Champion? Yeah. It's this round right here. You understand that? I hope you get this round. We got it. Keep setting aside. Keep your chin down, T. Keep that chin down, baby.
3 minutes to go here in the final round. Can Tevin Farmer pull off the stunner, or can Zepeda's work rate and relentlessness rule the day? Let's look at some jabber stats from round number 9. Punches thrown, 131 for Zepeda and 84 for Farmer. 84 is incredible, Kate, but it looks pedestrian compared to Zepeda. Chris, how do you have it?
I've got William Zepeda taking the lead over these final couple of rounds, 86-84, sweeping the last 4 rounds on my scorecard.
Big shot there from Farmer. Can you imagine what a knockdown would do for him? He's already got 1.
Those shots hurt Zepeda. Zepeda's backing up. See, Farmer needs to just walk Zepeda back in this round. It's the last final round. You got to go all out. Zepeda's just hungry, man. He really wants it. He's non-stop.
The average punches per round in this weight division hover around 50. Zepeda throws over 100. Farmer can win this round. It would really make things interesting. There's another left in a second. Zepeda forced back and again. Farmer, an amazing 10.
And these shots are hurting Zepeda, man, but he just got so much heart that he comes forward.
He knows no other way, Gabe.
Because he's hurt, man. He took a back step when he got hit with that big left. And just that volume is just overwhelming for Farmer.
It's like being in there with a pit bull with his boxing gloves on.
It's crazy. You hit a guy with your best shot, and then he comes back at you like Zepeda. Great body shot right there.
Boy, Zepeda, just like a chainsaw in there. Good right cross from Zepeda and an uppercut. What a battle between Zepeda and Farmer here. A huge fight in the lightweight division. Can Farmer spoil the party face Shakur Stevenson next year. It looked like this was Farmer's round after those massive power punches, but Zepeda came alive afterwards. There's another combination from Farmer, and that will do it. What do you think, guys?
Man, it's tight. It's tight.
You saw Oscar there saying, beautiful, beautiful.
In that last round, it's kind of hard to judge. Farmer landed some big power shots, but Zepeda was relentless, throwing so many punches.
This is my opinion, guys. I think Tevin Farmer did the absolute best he could possibly do. He exceeded expectations. It's going to be a close fight. It's going to be a close fight. It's going to be more than expected, but Zepeda outfought him in the end. I think he put more rounds in the bank. He outfought Tevin Farmer, but I applaud this man right here. 2-time. What a performance.
Well, hey, you saw last night, Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. Serrano had way better CompuBox stats, but in the end, they gave it to Katie Taylor. Could we see that here with Farmer?
That's a possibility because it's kind of a similar fight. You know, Farmer set traps. He landed the big shots. Big overhand left, straight left, uppercuts right here. Great selling shots, but Zepeda was just so busy and active. Right here, you know, you don't really see Zepeda backing up, and Tevin backed him up a few times in the fight.
Bernard Hopkins showing some love for Tevin Farmer, and boy, does he deserve it. At the age of 34 years old, the former champ found the fountain of youth tonight, or so it seemed, against Cameroon, the Shrimp, William Zepeda. Another good one coming up Thanksgiving Day weekend. Sonny Edwards is back, and boy, is he motivated to take on Galalia Fai to settle their near decade-long score. You'll see it live on the home of boxing, DAZN. I like this song, Sergio.
Please stop dancing.
Well, Farmer's ready to party.
He should be proud, man. He should really be proud. I think he boxed and he fought and he boxed, man. But that was the best thing he could do with someone like Zepeda, man. Zepeda's just not, he's relentless. You gotta box him, you gotta fight him in spurts. But if you do too much of one too long, he just takes over, just with relentlessness and just pinpoint accuracy with the shots. I mean, his punch placement is off the chain, man. It really is.
So Tevin Farmer, who after losing his title took a 3-year break, has come back and, like you said, Sergio, put on the best performance he possibly could, but will it be enough to beat William Zepeda, who's in the fighting prime of his career? Thomas Triber has the numbers.
Judge Predrag Alexic scores it 95-94. 95-94 for Zepeda. Judge Junbei Lim scores it 95-94. 95-94 for Farmer. And Judge Fernando Villarreal scores it 95-94, 95-94. For your winner by split decision, para el ganador por decisión dividida. And now, the WBC interim lightweight champion of the world, William Cameron Zepeda.
There you have it. William Zepeda by the slimmest of margins, Sergio. Split decision by a point.
That's exactly how it should be, man. There's no shame on either side. Tevin Farmer once again needs to keep that chin up. And there's his girlfriend and his better half right there, keeping that chin up like he did with his Murataya fight. Because there's nothing to be ashamed of if you're two-time. You're just in there with a beast in William Zepeda, who's non-stop, man. What a fight.
And a sigh of relief from the entire Golden Boy team. Look at Oscar De La Hoya. Wow. But Tevin Farmer, give the man his flowers and his due. Incredible performance here in Riyadh, but William Zepeda just throws too many punches and wins it by split decision. Did the right man win, Sergio?
Yes. The right man won. The right man won, but, you know, sometimes you have wishful thinking and you sometimes hope, you know, you wish for the underdog and you kind of put your eggs in that basket, but no, the right man won.
Chris Mannix is with Cameron.
Well, William, congratulations. That is as close as you can get to pulling off a decision win. What did you think of your performance?
Felicidades en primer lugar. No se puede tener un resultado tan cerca, ¿no? ¿Qué opinaste de la pelea y también de la puntuación?
No, pues la verdad tuvimos una pelea fuerte. Sabíamos la calidad de Farmer, la dificultad, la experiencia. Creo que eso me ayuda a mí, me demuestra que hay que seguir trabajando, que perfeccionar, pero estoy muy contento conmigo y con mi equipo por el trabajo realizado.
Yeah, you know, we always knew it was going to be a really tough fight, a strong fight. We know that Farmer's really experienced. He's a really good fighter. I think what it shows is that there's lots of things that I have to perfect going forward, but I'm happy with my performance tonight.
What was he doing that made things so difficult?
¿Qué hacía él que te hacía las cosas tan difíciles, exactamente?
Bueno, pues un poquito enredoso, no me dejaba acomodarme, sabía cuáles eran su experiencia, me demostraba cuáles eran mis fortalezas y sobre eso me fue trabajando, no desenvolverme con mis golpes al cuerpo, pero creo que fuimos planteando bien nuestro combate, nuestro ritmo y eso sacó la victoria.
Yeah, so I think what he did is he tried to, you know, smother it, to close me down and not allow me to feel comfortable in there, you know. So we did try to get that body work in there, you know, but we're happy that with the rhythm we got to in the end that gave us the victory.
You seemed to be doing pretty well right up until that fourth round when you took that left hand that knocked you down. What happened in that exchange?
Estabas haciendo muy bien, después llega el cuarto y también te tira en ese intercambio de golpes. ¿Qué pasó después y qué hiciste después de esto?
Bueno, pues sí, ahí me sorprendió un poquito. Creo que me ganó un poquito la confianza. Sentía que iba proponiendo mi combate, pero pues él, su experiencia, dejó ser mi combate y ahí me agarró, nada más.
So yeah, so I think, you know, during that fight, during that shot when it came in, it surprised me a little bit, maybe knocked my confidence a little bit, but what I had to do was draw on my experience to get me through that and want to win the fight.
You're the #1 contender for all 4 belts at 135 pounds. Do you finish this fight believing that you're ready for a world title shot?
Eres el contendor número 1 en todos los organismos en el 135. ¿Terminas esta pelea pensando que eres listo ya para esta pelea, esa oportunidad mundialista?
Bueno, pues desde cuando se está mencionando esa oportunidad, nosotros hemos estado en espera. Ahorita estábamos dándole su lugar a nuestro rival, concentrados en esta pelea. Ahorita queremos descansar, disfrutar a mi familia, estar con mi hijo y posteriormente platicar con el equipo a ver qué es lo que sigue.
Yeah, you know, so since I've been in this position, since that's mentioned, we've been waiting for the opportunity. Now we're just waiting for the time and the place to get that done. Now it's about going back and resting with my family, with my newly born son, and then, you know, speaking to my team after that.
You've got the WBC interim title. Shakur Stevenson has the full title. Is Shakur Stevenson next?
Obviamente tienes el título interino, Shakur Stevenson. Tiene el otro también, el título que quieres. ¿Es la pelea que quieres con Shakur Stevenson en la próxima?
Pues estamos en espera, nada más es cuestión que nos diga, que confirme, que sea certero en sí darnos la oportunidad y pues la vamos a aceptar.
Yeah, we're just waiting now, you know, we're waiting with confidence to receive that offer, that firm offer for the opportunity, and we'll take that opportunity, obviously.
Congratulations, William.
Thank you.
Tevin, we'll turn to you. Disappointed, I'm sure, with the outcome of that fight. Do you think you did enough to get the decision?
I
I don't know. You know, the people around the world, they decide that. The judges gave it to him. That's what it is.
Did you feel like, though, throughout the course of this fight, that you were winning more of the rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the knockdown edged me out for sure. That's why when they said 94, 95, I just knew I had it because of the knockdown. And in fights like these, knockdowns definitely make a, you know what I'm saying? Make a difference.
You know, you said all week long that you fought guys like him before, that you could handle that type of output. What did you think of the way he was fighting? What did you think of that output?
I mean, it was good, but you see, I handled it. You know, it wasn't nothing. I mean, I think for somebody that's just starting out, like the guys he's been fighting, that's definitely a lot of output. But for a veteran like me, it was just something that I seen already. So I tried to. Well, I didn't try. I brought the fight to him. Like I told you, he wouldn't have to find me. I'll be right there.
You got back-to-back losses, but both those could very easily be wins. Do you think you've shown that you are still a top guy at 135?
Absolutely. This guy, he's been stopping his last 11, 12 opponents, and you see what I just did. So, I mean, it is what it is. I go back with my family. I had a hard training camp. You see, we went to war all. The goal was to put the pressure on him. You know, I think if I would have let him dictate the pace, it would have probably been too much, and that's what a lot of young fighters don't know. When you're fighting against a guy that come forward, you got to kind of make them go backwards, because the only thing they can do is go forward. So when we make them go backwards, they really can't fight that good. So
appreciate it, Tevin.
Yeah.
And obviously disappointed Tevin Farmer, but I think even he knows he did the best he could possibly do. And for a reference, in Tevin Farmer's last fight, he threw 446 punches. Sergio, tonight he threw 300 more. Did Tevin Farmer.
We saw the best Tevin Farmer. I don't think he can do any better against this guy, man. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do to beat him, and he still came up short. No shame in that, man. I hope Tevin Farmer sees this and takes something from it. It doesn't take a step backwards. This was a moral victory for Tevin Farmer.
Well, up next, it is our co-main event in the super lightweight division, Ramirez versus Barboza. Then it's our main event for the unified cruiserweight title, Zurdo Ramirez and Chris Billum-Smith. Up to Ade.
So much to take away from that fight. You probably only got about a minute to do it, which is a shame, but we'll have a little debrief a bit later. 95-94, split decision victory, swinging the way of William Zepeda.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the decision. I thought it could have went either way. Tevin did exactly what he needed to do, but Zepeda's just way too hungry. The volume was just very impressive.
Yeah, we've spoken about his volume quite a lot, right, going into this, but he kept it up, which surprised me, especially going into those later rounds. William Zepeda's a problem. I asked you before the fight, is he a problem big enough to step in the ring right now with Shakur Stevenson or Gervonta Davis? You said you'll tell me after the fight. This is after the fight now, Gabe. Is he ready for that next step up?
Yeah, he is, man. You know, those guys are definitely a better fighter than Tevin, you know what I mean? And it would present a rough challenge for Zepeda, but you know, Zepeda has that heart and he doesn't stop, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
Okay, if Zepeda is that guy, surely Tevin Farmer after that performance is in that mix as well. That was a fantastic Tevin Farmer who's only getting better at the weight as well. Fantastic team, fantastic mindset. Tevin surely is there or thereabouts as well.
Yeah, you know, the difference between, let's say, a Tevin and Tank is that Tank has dynamite in his gloves. You know, and that's the difference. Tevin hurt Zepeda, and he's not really a big puncher. So that's what makes the difference. Is a guy like Tank, he's just a powerful guy.
Did we learn anything we didn't know about William Zepeda? I mean, we've been asking the question about why is he not fought for a world title? Is he an elite fighter? Did we learn anything, or was that just a very, very good Tevin Farmer tonight?
That was a very good Tevin Farmer. And what I learned about Zepeda was that, you know, in adversity, he's gonna do exactly what he does, and he's gonna get right back on the horse, and he's gonna keep throwing the shots, and he's gonna back you up, and he's not gonna quit. And you can't teach heart. Yeah. He has a big heart.
He certainly does. Been a great night of boxing so far. 4 down, 2 to go. Up next, Jose Ramirez versus Arnold Barboza Jr. You don't want to miss this one.
es como mi papá me dijo cuando yo le dije que iba a tener hijo, pues me dijo, pues sabes qué tienes que hacer, tienes que trabajar. So ya desde como 17 años empecé a trabajar. Pues siempre me llevaba a trabajar cuando tenía como 13 años, me pagaba como $20. Me robaba todo el día, estoy trabajando y no se pagaba $20 y pues, pues así, y pues gracias a él que me ayudó y siempre ha estado conmigo, decirme que eso está bien, eso no está bien, porque sí estaba morro, pues a veces quería hacer otras cosas, pero él me agarraba ahí, cabrón, pues a trabajar y a cuidarte de tu hijo, pues así, sí.
¿Qué edad tiene tu hijo ahora?
Ahorita tiene 15, pues lo que puede hacer, porque él es bien atlético, como dicen, él puede hacer muchas cosas, pero tengo otro hijo también que ya empezó a boxear.
Oh, ¿de cuántos años?
Tiene 11 años. So ya empezó a boxear y bien se levanta a las 4:30 de la mañana y se va a correr.
Y si a estas alturas tu hijo chiquito dice, yo quiero participar para, por ejemplo, una carrera amateur sólida, entrar a los Juegos Olímpicos y perseguir una carrera de boxeo profesional, ¿qué dirías?
Pues si eso es lo que quiere hacer, pues lo voy a apoyar. Pero cuando yo empecé a boxear, empecé como a los 5 años y yo paré a los 12 años, paré porque ya no me gustó, porque peleando cada semana y pues mi papá como me forzó un poquito y no quiero hacer eso con mi hijo. Pero yo le dije, si él lo quiere hacer, pues como me dijo papá, si vas a hacer algo, lo tienes que hacer al 100.
Welcome back inside the venue. The host to so many Riyadh season events, obviously boxing tonight. All right, OTX 11 presents a junior middleweight final between Brandon Adams and Andreas Kruzakis. Remember, November 22nd, both fighters victorious in their semi-final matchups back in August. And if you like a bit of BKFC, you're going to love this one. Ruben War, coming off a 6-second KO victory, takes on Bobur Kinakov at BKFC Fight Night, Los Angeles, November 23rd at Fundo's Studios in Carson, California. Make sure you head over as well to the DAZN platform, the home of boxing, where you can see our stacked upcoming schedule, where we list all over 150 fights a year that will be streaming live on DAZN.
An unbeatable year of boxing on DAZN. The biggest names and knockouts.
How do you like it?
Coming up, Edwards versus Jafai. Pyro versus Hitchens. Rocha versus Curiel. Akmadalia versus Espinosa. And finally, Usyk versus Fury 2. You can't beat fight nights every week. You can't beat over 150 fights a year on DAZN. Boxing on DAZN is unbeatable. Sign up at DAZN.com/boxing.
Some big fights coming up. Reminder as well, a limited time Black Friday offer. UK viewers can get up to 33% off their subscription, whilst US customers get up to 50%. And you'll see two of boxing's best fighters collide for a second time this year as Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk battle it out once more in Riyadh in what is a highly anticipated rematch. And Todd Grisham faced both men off.
Live on DAZN worldwide, Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. The first fight had it all. Now, the rematch. In the most anticipated showdown of the year. Two opposing mindsets. Two corners set to reignite. For redemption. For greatness. For legacy. Two of the best on the planet will collide. Only one will end the year heavyweight champion of the world. Get closer to the action. Closer to Fight Night on the global home of boxing. Live on DAZN worldwide. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
So not long to go to the main event. Here we have everybody ready for cheering. Guys, who's gonna win?
Zordo.
Zordo.
Zarga.
Zordo.
Zordo.
Video.
Zordo. William Smith.
Video.
A bit of emotion. Come on, show me who's winning.
Viva Mexico, Camerones!
Viva Mexico!
Christine in the fan zone getting main event predictions there. It seemed very, very split. We'll get our predictions from the crew a bit later on that one. Give me a prediction in the co-main event, Ramirez versus Barboza.
It's a tight fight, but I'm leaning a bit towards Barboza. This is the moment he's been waiting for. I think he's hungry, and I think he's ready to show out and make a statement today.
All right, let's see who gets this done. Former unified super lightweight champion Jose Ramirez or the unbeaten Arnold Barboza Jr.
I'm ready to go. This is the type of fight that I've been waiting for.
I want to see how Barboza's going to do against a former champion.
But this fight to me means more than a title shot.
He hasn't faced someone like me.
He's been to the mountaintop already.
He hasn't faced a world champion before. It's proving a lot of people wrong, you know. I'm planning to come in strong, smart, fast, do what I have to do to win. You know, I have to win this fight because this fight elevates me to the next level.
Of all the fights on the card, this one has the most bad blood. But Chris, it's mostly one-sided. It's Barboza who feels slighted by Ramirez, feels disrespected, overlooked, pushed aside, so to speak.
Yeah, it's not so much by Ramirez, but the people around him over the years. These guys shared a promoter, shared a manager for a number of years, and Arnold Barboza believes he's always been considered the B-side to Jose Ramirez. Well, he gets a chance to prove he's the A-side tonight.
There's Jose Ramirez, former world champion, looking to get back on top with a win tonight over Barboza Jr. The winner of this fight gets set up for something very special down the line. But who's going to win this one? It is a very, very close matchup. Ramirez 29-1, Barboza Jr. undefeated. Ramirez with a slight height advantage. They both have a reach of 72 inches.
Let's now welcome our Riyadh Season Latino Night co-main event participants. First, here is the undefeated Arnold Barboza Jr.
You know, talking to Arnold Barboza this week, we tried to get to him about what he wants to do after this fight. You win this fight, what is the world title you want to go after? He said, no. This is my world title fight. This is the fight I've been waiting a long time for. As I mentioned, both these guys shared a promoter, shared a manager, both from California, both fighting at 140 pounds for a number of years. It's almost remarkable that this is the first time they have ever shared the ring. But for Arnold Barboza, he believes this will be his time to prove he's the better of these two junior welterweights.
Very evenly matched. I mean, they both have 30 fights, both 32 years old, same reach. I mean, it couldn't be more of an evenly matched fight. I mean, this is what boxing is about.
And now let's welcome to the ring the former world champion, Jose Ramirez.
And if you're looking for a role model, ladies and gentlemen, Jose Ramirez, not a bad choice. Both of his parents worked on farms growing up. During the summers, Ramirez picked bell peppers in the Central Valley of California, and that has become the driving force of his life. He's raised funds and offered water relief to help farmers and immigrant communities all over California. Sergio, he owns a Ferrari, but would rather drive around in his pickup truck. That's the kind of guy he is.
That's humble greatness right there, from picking strawberries in the fields to becoming a 2012 U.S. Olympian and representing this proud country and becoming a former unified champion. Now he's here. I mean, dreams come true no matter how, small town you come from, and he's living proof of that.
Yeah, I know it's Latino night, but he is a great American. Jose Ramirez looking to get back in title contention again.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, this is our co-main event. It is scheduled for 10 rounds in the super lightweight division. Esta pelea 10 asaltos en peso super ligero. Presented by, presentado por Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Oscar De La Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, New Muraba Development Company, Tawuniya Hunger Station, Lucid Motors, and Al Tanfidi. It is sanctioned by the Mohegan Tribe Athletic Department Chairman James Gessner, Supervisor Michael Mazzulli. The judges are Los Jueces son Leszek Jankowiak of Poland, Stefan Nicolo of France, and Fernando Villarreal of the United States. Our referee in charge is Ricky Gonzalez of the United States. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing maroon with gold and weighted officially at an even 140 pounds. En la esquina azul, vestido de guinda con dorado, su peso es 140 libras. His professional record, undefeated with 30 wins, 11 wins, coming by way of knockout. Está invicto con 30 victorias, con 11 victorias por la vía del knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from El Monte, California, USA, here is the current WBO Intercontinental Champion, Arnold Barbosa Jr. And his opponent in this co-main event, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing red with white and weighted officially at 139.6 pounds. En la esquina roja, vestido de rojo con blanco. Su peso es 139.6 libras. A 2012 Olympian, now with a professional record of 29 wins, just one defeat. 18 wins. Coming by way of knockout, su record 29 victorias, una derrota, con 18 victorias por la vía del knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from Avenal, California, USA, here is the former unified super lightweight champion of the world, Jose Ramirez.
Some intensity there from Arnold Barbosa Jr. Imagine waiting so many years for this opportunity.
Gentlemen, you received instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up.
Jose Ramirez has only lost once, Darren, and it came to Josh Taylor in an undisputed world title clash.
Yeah, brilliant fight. It was a great performance from Taylor that evening. Ramirez desperate to get back to real form. It's a brilliant contest, it really is. I'm a big fan of both here. Barbosa Jr., very aggressive, but he has a nice rhythm, a nice flow to his work. Throws a lovely reverse 1-2, but the aggression throughout the contest, or all of his contests rather, from Ramirez, very evident. You can see him already trying to force the pace on the front foot.
A reverse 1-2, I like that. We call that a 21 over here, Darren, and I love the fact that you noticed that. That's the punch that I think is going to be money here, because in the last fight, Ramirez was getting hit with Barthélemy in the southpaw stance. Barthélemy was switching up, so a straight left hand. That's going to be the money punch here.
And Sergio, you told me that's how you became a world champion, is because you were throwing 2-1s instead of 1-2s.
Yeah, you know, I started late in the game, so I couldn't go 1-2 with a guy that's been doing it a lot longer than me. So my trainer had me doing unorthodox combinations to try to catch up. But in order to do that, you have to have fast feet. And that's one thing that Barbosa does have.
Yeah, he's well balanced.
He's very well balanced. He has quick feet. You know, he doesn't really. They're not like Sugar Ray Leonard fast feet, but they're very accurate. They're very athletic. You know, he used to be a fullback in high school, so he knows how to maneuver his weight.
Does anyone have Sugar Ray Leonard fast feet?
No, nobody.
Maybe Ali. Sergio, do you expect this to be more of a chess match than a brawl?
You know, with Barboza, you never know, because he's more of a boxer than a puncher, but he's proven before that he would mix it up. Like in his fight with Alex Salcido, that was a grueling fight, a physical, brutal fight that both were getting the best of it. But I've seen boxing and I've seen fighting. I don't know what to expect from Arnold Barboza.
This will catch fire, I've no doubt, but I think it's very important for Barboza to remain disciplined. He can't give up too much ground. He doesn't want to be backed into the corners as he is now or on the rope. So positioning in the ring is very, very key for Barboza to be successful this evening.
I want to see what happens in the later rounds of this fight. This was originally scheduled to be a 12-round title eliminator. It was reduced to a 10-round non-eliminator. Barboza says it's because he didn't want to pay the sanctioning fees to the WBO. Ramirez's team has said, no. They believe that he thinks he's going to fade in those later rounds. That's why they want to cut it by a couple. So one of these two is going to be right.
Another thing that Barboza should avoid is punching in exchanges for Ramirez. I think Ramirez is a better concise and controlled combination puncher. Arnold is good with ones and twos and keeping the straight punches.
Oh, nice right hand followed by a left hook for Barboza. Could have won him the round. Hey, let's check in with Christine, who's hanging out with Oscar De La Hoya.
Bueno, Oscar, what an incredible night you wrapped up here.
Amazing. The fights have been incredible, action-packed. Cepeda had a very close fight against Farmer. And I told Farmer, don't worry, you'll be back. It was a close fight, no loss. See, when two fighters fight and it's action, nobody loses. So Farmer will be back. William Cepeda will move on to bigger and better things.
Also, I mean, this clothing, you look insane. And it's perfect for the night. We actually wanted you to have a dance with the mariachi.
Yes.
But maybe you can have it alone now.
Absolutely. I'll dance it alone with mariachi. I'll sing a song. I'll do karaoke, anything. Latino night, I took it serious.
And Sergio loves to point out that Oscar De La Hoya was nominated for a Latin Grammy for singing.
Si, senor. That man can sing. Give him a break.
Darren, you do pretty well in karaoke, don't you?
Oh, I'm the king.
I would walk 500 miles.
I've got a huge array of songs.
I could see it. I could hear Darren Barker singing Wonderwall by Oasis.
Yep, that's on my playlist. Oh, he walks onto a stiff jab there.
Yeah, it's got to be hard for Barboza Jr. to stay disciplined. I know you said that was the key, but when you wanted that brass ring for so long, and Ramirez is his brass ring, it's got to just be, you got to stay in your boots, so to speak.
You need to manage it. You got to manage that intensity, that will to win, that desire. Pick your moments. We see there right at the end of the first round, he made Ramirez fall short and he fired back with 3 shots. That's the key to success. Feints, go. Feints, go.
You need to channel that intensity to intelligence and following a game plan. And be strategic. I'm not saying it's all boxing and moving. You're going to have to fight and keep this man off. You have to be sharp. Move that head out of that line as well.
That landed on the top of the head from Ramirez and kind of wobbled Barboza Jr. back a little bit.
Good body shot moments ago from Ramirez. Ramirez is a very, very good body puncher. He dropped Rance Bartholomew in his last fight, knocked out Richard Comey with a body shot in the fight before that. He just wears you down with those punches in the midsection.
Yeah, he really does. He throws a lovely left to the body after a straight 1-2.
You know, we just saw Oscar De La Hoya. Ramirez was a guy that coming out of the 2012 Olympics was compared favorably to Oscar. Kind of the same physique, same length, love going down to the body with that left hand.
Ramirez has won 3 straight since his only career loss to Josh Taylor, but says, look, my inactivity has affected me. I've got to stay busier.
it's just not enough. 4 fights in 3.5 years. It's crazy.
Well, it's Ramirez who's pushing the pace. No surprise there, though, right? Jose, I almost called you Jose. Sergio. Wow. Well, there's a guy in the ring named Jose. Cut some slack. The first fighter of the night was named Jose.
You're lucky it's Latino night, Todd. But yeah, he is pushing a lot of. That's him. You know, he's a physical fighter. The closer he gets Barboza to the ropes, the more successful he's being with his pressure and his presence. Even though nothing's really landing with the combinations, he's still making his body and his presence known.
This is where Barboza needs to work. Doesn't want to do it when he's back to the ropes. In these sort of areas, these quarters, he needs to let his hands go.
We are headed back to Puerto Rico on December 7th. Liam Paro back to the scene of the crime as he won his IBF World Junior Welterweight title, beating Subra Matias. He defends it against Richardson Hitchens. That's going to be a good one. You can only see it live on DAZN, the home of big-time boxing. Who do you give the edge to in that matchup?
Tough fight, man. I love Hitchens. His jab is very difficult to get past, but right now momentum is on Liam Paro, so I'm gonna sway to Liam Paro, but that's gonna be a fantastic matchup. Hitchens is gonna be hard to beat.
It's a tough fight. That's why Sergio plans to get there the Saturday before, just to get ready.
Yeah, you know, I got to prepare. Puerto Rico.
Where's my invite?
Sergio believes in getting a lot of vitamin D.
Yes, that's right.
Round 3 scheduled for 10.
Yeah, more of that from Barboza. Jabs, head, body, lots of variation. Don't get backed up. Ramirez, you've got to be bullish with that front foot. Work that body.
Barboza throws a sneaky uppercut. That's probably one of his best punches, you know, aside from the jab. It could be a left or a right. He threw a right uppercut right there that barely missed on Ramirez, but that should actually let Ramirez know that anytime he comes in, he has something waiting for him.
It's a different environment for Jose Ramirez. He's used to raucous crowds. In fact, he sold out his hometown St. Mark's Center in Fresno. Well over 12,000 fans, 8 times in his career.
Barboza doing a great job keeping the fight in the middle of the ring. But as soon as he's getting near the ropes, you can see him spread his legs to try to counter. And if Ramirez is not doing nothing, he gets low, pivots away, and gets right to the middle.
Yeah, it's just there's a ring within the ring. He stays in the center as much as he can, or just on the fringes of that.
Because as soon as his back touches the rope, you can bet Ramirez is going to unleash on a 6, 7, 8 punch combination. Look, see there you go. Smothering the attack and backing him up.
Just a little predictable, Ramirez. See him set more traps. Tap upstairs, drop to the body with that vicious left hook.
Both these fighters 32 years old. Combined 58 wins. And only Ramirez has lost to Josh Taylor. No shame in that.
You know, the reason he can't pin him down, Darren, is because he is predictable. I mean, he's very effective with his predictability, but sometimes he needs to just come attack with a lead straight right hand, you know, throw jabs to the body instead of just cutting off the ring and always coming in with a straight jab. You know, he's looking for that jab right now. Sometimes you can lead with a left hook and throw a right hand behind you. You don't always have to come jabbing your way in.
Worth noting too, Darren, we both felt that Ramirez came in pretty dry.
Yeah.
Like we talked to him a couple of days before the weigh-in, and he looked like he was battling to get down to 140 pounds.
Yeah. Right now, Barboza's looking sharp, man. You know.
Barboza didn't like that little uppercut after the referee was trying to separate him. That's part of the game.
Needs to vary up the exits, Barboza. When he moves off the ropes, he predominantly moves to his right, and that's onto the left hook of Ramirez. So Ramirez or the team will see that, start getting their man their charge to throw that left hook.
have to walk them up and set them up. So keep walking them back, give them a little face, and then you get up, okay? Don't get caught on the ropes, okay? Don't start leaning in, just fight the way you're fighting tall. But you give them a little bit of head movement, okay? Behind the jab, everything behind the jab. Touch it, okay? Jab here, jab up and down. Very good. Hey, stay focused. Let the referee do his job. Stay focused. Okay? Center the ring. It's too slow, okay? Have fun in there. Continue behind the jab. Have fun. Move your head side to side. Give him some feints. Up and down. Okay, let's go.
Barboza Jr. coming off a controversial 10-round split decision victory over Sean McCone. That was on the Haney-Garcia undercard. He was lucky to win that, Chris.
He was, and he's chalked up that to being part of a wild fight week where he really believed going into the final days that he wasn't going to fight Sean McCone. He was going to step in and fight Devin Haney in place of Ryan Garcia. It's no excuse, but he certainly believes he's a much better fighter than he showed that night.
Off to a decent start here against Ramirez. Let's look at Chris Mannix's scorecard through 3 rounds.
I've got it 2 rounds to 1 in favor of Arnold Barboza Jr. I think his activity throughout the first 3 rounds of this fight has been the biggest difference maker. You see Ramirez trying to walk Barboza down, but not really letting his hands go when he gets close or gets him up against the rope. So 2-1 right now, Arnold Barboza Jr.
Yeah, he started this 4th round a lot busier, Ramirez. He says to sustain this now. Keep that pressure.
He's not jabbing behind that pressure, though, so there's nothing to pin down with Barboza. You know, he's just moving his upper body, and then by the time he does close the distance, Barboza's out. Just like that.
Missed that uppercut, did Ramirez.
Right now, Ramirez should just be touching him with jabs, alternating the power with the jabs. You know, maybe throwing that jab downstairs. You got to stop that upper body movement, you know, from being so fluid.
Barboza's corner telling him just stay off the ropes. Have this fight in the middle of the ring. And that's where he's right now.
Yeah, needs to work from here. Just stepping back. See what he's doing. He's looking for the counter right, but too long.
See, all that time wasted, Ramirez should be jabbing. There you go. See, two perfect landed jabs right there. He didn't pull it back, not hard. Just touch the face of Barboza with those. And now Barboza returning the favor. 2 jabs back.
As well, a stiff jab to the body of Barboza. Wouldn't go amiss. Tap downstairs. Then you can look for that right hand over the top. You can see the lead hand at times of Barboza does drop low.
I can see this is going to be a tactical fight where the jab's going to tell the difference of this fight. It's not going to be exciting. It's not going to be physical. It's going to be one of these fights with 2 high fight IQ guys controlling the middle of the ring. One's a little bit more aggressive than the other.
There's an overhand right from Ramirez. 10 seconds to go. This is what Ramirez wants to do. Back him in the corner and let the hands go.
Look, that was a better round for Ramirez for me, but I think the word that we use at the top of this fight was discipline, and he's shown good discipline so far, Barboza Jr. He's not getting dragged into a brawl. Ramirez's kind of fight, he's picking his moments well. This man here just needs to be busier. Work that jab to the body, slam it into the body, and look for the right hand over the top.
Well, this has not exactly been a firefight. Hoping for perhaps a more entertaining scrap, but every punch has been a premium between these two.
Good counter left there from Ramirez.
I think it's down to Ramirez to make this an entertaining fight. Get busy. Let your hands go. I think right now this suits Barboza Jr. The pace of this fight as well is allowing him to find the jab, move. Needs to make this more difficult.
Oh, there's the big right hand from Ramirez. Barboza landed one of his own, but I don't think it had nearly the mustard on it.
Not at all, man. I'm surprised he took that so well. I mean, he must be in fantastic shape because the legs didn't even buckle. Ramirez done that cleanly.
Yeah, he needs to build from that now.
There's a right hand from Barboza. There's our jabber stacks for the first 4 rounds. Barboza busier and has landed more. Ramirez slightly more accurate.
Right there.
Is this the type of fight you thought we'd see, Chris?
So far, you know, Jose Ramirez, he's very good at breaking you down in the later rounds because of the work he puts in the first half of the fight. If he hasn't put in that work up until this point, I don't think Arnold Barboza has been touched the body anywhere near enough like some of Jose Ramirez's opponents in the past. So right now, if you're Arnold Barboza, you're feeling pretty comfortable with the pace of this fight.
The combination right there. Didn't smother himself, didn't let Ramirez close the distance, get in range, and still kept the distance where he can land that right hand, which is his best punch.
You wanted him to be disciplined. Whoa, as Ramirez takes a tumble. You want to be disciplined, Darren. How's he doing, Barboza?
Yeah, I mean, he is. I like the work, I like the positioning in the ring from Barboza. Picking his moments well. I'm a little frustrated with Ramirez not targeting the body more with not just the hook, but more the straight shots. Set up your attacks downstairs with the jab.
Ramirez has been the aggressor, but not necessarily the effective aggressor in this fight.
Not at all, not in this round.
Good uppercut from Barboza.
He doesn't have no legs. Fucking legs are shot, okay? Continue. Frustrate him, okay? Give him those fades. Beautiful, okay? Beautiful round, okay? One round at a time.
I'm getting the sense in the Barboza corner that they're happy. They like the work, they like the movement. He walks onto a lovely right hand there, but we've not seen enough of that from Ramirez. And it's frustrating. I don't want to take anything away from Barboza, but I do feel there's more to come from Ramirez. Chris mentioned that the weight did look a little drawn. He did look tight on the weight. Is he trying to hold a little bit back for the later rounds? I'm not sure. But I just want to see more from this man.
You know, we saw 2 clean right hands landed by Ramirez right there, but I think Barboza controlled, the majority of that round with that jab, and he landed some good right hands as well.
Round 6 scheduled for 10. We're past the halfway point.
There we go. See that? Ramirez, easy. Going to the front door just with power jabs now. If you can double and triple that up, jab the chest, jab the belly, that's how you're going to break that distance and break that long white stance of Arnold Barboza. That's when you can get the combinations going to the shoulders and the biceps and the body.
Strange, I have no idea why he's neglecting the shot.
I mean, Ramirez needs to use his height. He has a little bit of height on him. He has a little bit of reach on him. That's what you got to do to break this distance.
Good body shot from Barboza's. Ramirez was just a sitting target.
Yeah, that was a peach.
A peach. That was a peach.
I got tired of hearing
it's
a peach.
Latino night, Darren.
I told you a peach. A durazno, remember? I kept hearing peach in the golf course.
You know, I was talking to Robert Garcia in the corner of Jose Ramirez, and he was saying a lot of the same things you guys have been saying for Jose. Let your hands go a little bit more, and when he's coming in, he doesn't want him worried much about the power shots. Just throw his combinations and let them lead into power shots.
Oh, again, headed towards that liver, and the left hook is scoring for Barboza Jr.
Yeah, it is, and he always finishes off with a jab. Seems like everything's off with a jab.
He's finding his flow a little bit.
I like that because, you know, it's not a lot of punches being thrown. It's not like combination punches. It's not 4, 5, 6 punch combinations. He throws a single shot to the liver, he backs up, then Ramirez throws something, he counters with a straight jab.
Yeah.
So he's controlling the action, he's controlling the distance, and letting the judge know that he's the ring general.
That's the key there, controlling the distance. He's allowing space all the time.
Chris Barboza Jr.'s corner told him that they thought Ramirez's legs were gone. Are you seeing that?
It's not the same guy after you've been used to seeing over the last few years, especially when it comes to digging in for those body attacks. I mean, he invests in the body all the time. And really, it's Arnold Barboza with shots like that that's landing the better body shots.
He's tenderizing that meat, Sergio.
Yeah, he's tenderized that chin with that uppercut.
Oh,
that's his best punch. That's his best punch, man. I love Barboza's sneaky uppercuts, left or right, and then he goes right back to that stick, popping him. It's a sharp performance so far by Arnold Barboza, man.
Is that word again? Discipline.
Oh, best punch of the fight for Barboza Jr. He has found his form.
De actividad en tus combinaciones. Estás esperando mucho, estás dándole mucha chance de que él te mantenga ocupado. Aunque tú digas, no me están dejando, pero sí está manteniendo ocupado con sus golpecitos. Y cuando te arrimas, no te arrimes, no tienes de tan lejos. Tienes que arrimártele un poquito más en cortito y ahí tiras combinaciones. No busques un solo golpe. Estás queriendo lanzar con un solo golpe. Quiero ver más golpes, más combinaciones. Okay, vamos a
There you go. There's your reverse 1-2.
There you go.
I call it a 21.
There's your 21.
The 21 reverse 1-2. Either way, that's a money punch because that's a 1-2 from the southpaw stance. Very tricky. A lot of orthodox fighters don't expect that coming. They always expect the jab and then the straight right hand behind it.
Let's see if Barboza Jr. can build on that 6th round, which was arguably the best of the fight for him. Not an easy word to say after 3 hours on air, Chris. Quit laughing at me.
I was snickering.
Yeah, just getting beaten to the punch again. Ramirez lands a left hook, but just picking the correct shots at the right time. Barboza.
Got it like this, though, from Ramirez. They've woken him up in the corner. This is what he has to do.
They had to wake him up in the corner. I mean, this fight's getting away from him.
Oh.
Fight stats powered by Jabber. You can see a lot more blue than red, except for the high impact landed shots for Ramirez. Right hand scores for Barboza Jr.
This is where he needs to work. When he holds his feet, Barboza, that's Ramirez's cue to let your hands go.
Yeah, good counter right there from Ramirez.
Yeah, he caught the body shot, came with a short right uppercut.
Ooh.
Ramirez is waking up now. Ever since he landed that right uppercut.
Right hand for Junior. At one point in his life, Barboza Jr. weighed 215 pounds. That was in high school when he was focused on football. Gave up boxing for a while, said he hit the weight room hard. Upped his caloric intake, but now he's back down to his fighting weight.
Doesn't need to be trading left hooks.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful, man. He almost got hit, you know, hooking with a hooker right there. The ammo for Barboza is straight punches. Yeah. You don't want to hook with Ramirez. That's just going to spell trouble. He's doing a great job controlling the action, using the entire ring, fighting with 1-2s and 2-1s. That's what your ammo. Occasionally you go.
الذكاء الاصطناعي بيقدر يركز على كل الإحصائيات مع بعضها.
صحيح.
فبيعطيك فكرة أوضح لكل ما يتعلق بالنزال والجولات مباشرة بعد كل جولة. فهي فعليا تقنية جدا رائعة، ومثل ما قلنا هذا عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي. فحاليا بدأت شبكات النقل دازون وغيرها بتطبيق هذه التقنية في البث. طبعا لسه ما بيستخدموها الحكام، لكن للمشاهد يفهم ايش عم بيصير بالنزال موجودة للمشاهدين لأخذ الإحصائيات.
ظنك هل ممكن في يوم من الأيام تطلع شيء رسمي للحكام؟
Multi-year deal. Let's go. This is a company that is devoted to boxing. They have a worldwide platform, and for us, that is very, very important to do. What Queensbury is doing to be expanding and building, working together for the betterment of boxing, as I believe it will be.
إذا بداية من 1 أبريل العام القادم كوينزبري أصبح جزء من شبكة دازون. دازون بدأت شيئا فشيء
تتوسع،
هي الشبكة الأكبر نقلا لعالم الملاكمة، وهذا كان هدفها في السابق. فعندنا ماتش روم، عندنا كوينزبري، ففرانك وارن انضم إلى شبكة دازون.
جميل.
كنا عم نتكلم عن التقنية إذا حنستخدمها في تحكيم الرسمي. هلا أنا بحس إنه التحكيم الرسمي بيحتاج إلى شوية مساعدة للأمانة.
صحيح.
على الأقل يكون في شاشات مثل اللي محطوطة قدام المعلقين والمحللين أمام الحكم لحتى يشوف الزوايا اللي بعيدة عنه، أو إذا كان الملاكم واقف بطريقة حاجب عنه الرؤية لازم يكون في مساعدة للحكم للأمانة. فممكن كل شيء بالملاكمة تطور.
طبعا كالعادة تقدم خوزيه كارلوس راميريز. اوه لكمتين جميلات على الجسم. ما زال بربوزا هو اللي يدور على الحلبة. خوزيه كارلوس راميريز هو المتقدم. جاب حلوة جدا بربوزا. نذر جاب، أو بلا صح مو جاب، لكمة قصيرة.
متقارب جدا النزال حتى بحسب تسجيل
صحيح
كريس مانكس الغير رسمي. بنرجع بنذكر بفرق جولة واحدة لبربوزا. حاليا في الجولة الثامنة، باقي جولتين بعد هذه الجولة.
أنا أعطيتها حتى الحين 4 جولات 3 جولات لخوزيه كارلوس راميريز، وقد تذهب 4-3 للبربوزا بكل اريحيه.
نعم، فهو متقارب جدا بفرق جولة لأحد الملاكمين.
وهذه الجولة يعني يبدو لي بربوزا أفضل بمرحلة. في لكمتين جسد رائعة، في 2 جاب جدا واضحة. هذه جاب للجسد برضو حلوة. يربش الجاب، تربش سبحان الله.
بقول لك قاعد يعطل راميريز بالجاب، شايف قبل ما يبدا بيسوي اي شيء جاب، حتى لو ما جاب اهم شيء انه يبعد عنه.
صحيح تميم، مثل ما ذكرنا سابقا الجاب هو اهم لكمه في عالم الملاكمه.
جميل، جولة رائعة من باربوزا. لعلها أفضل جولات باربوزا.
Round by round. Take a deep breath. Same thing, son. He doesn't have no legs, okay? Don't give him the chance of just staying on the rope. Continue to turn behind the jab and work. Okay? 2 more rounds. Once you give him those things, break the body, okay? And then step around. Okay?
الله، يمينية خرافية من باربوزا قبل قليل. كومبينيشن ولا أروع.
بتحس انه باربوزا مرتاح بالنزال اكثر.
نعم.
اذا بدايه الجوله التاسعه.
اعتقد انها جولتين جدا مهمتين لكلا الملاكمين
طبعا،
خصوصا خوزيه كارلوس راميريز. نزال اقل رتم من باقي النزالات. صحيح. حاليا عدد اللكمات المرميه من الجوله الاولى الثانيه 646 مقابل 396. افضليه للكمات النازله لباربوزا جونيور، والنسبه المئويه الافضل لراميريز. الرقم الاهم هنا هو ال 192 امام 153
تماما.
اهو
3 جابات ورا بعض
مستمر.
يعني مع نجاح راميريز في معظم الاوقات انه يخلي باربوزا في الزوايا وهو اللي عم يتحكم في منتصف الحلبة، الا انه نجاح باربوزا بالملاكمة على القدم الخلفية
بالضبط
هو حكاية الفايت هذا تماما.
بالضبط،
والاستفادة من الحبال بشكل ممتاز، بدل ما يحط مثلا يعني يرجع لها بظهره ويوجه يصير وجهه مباشر، لا بيرجع بزاوية بكتفه أكثر على أساس يقدر يتحرك بسهولة زي ما أنت شايف.
صحيح.
هو لكمة حلوة. سبحان الله، الالتحامات اليوم ما شفناها كثير من أول ما بدأ النزالات، لأنها ليلة لاتينية.
صحيح.
تيفن فارمر هو اللي كان أكثر واحد يحاول يسوي كلينش.
والله خسران أو فايز، تيفن فارمر طلع اليوم بشكل
ممتاز
أكثر من رائع.
أي يستحق الاحترام بكل تأكيد.
كذلك جولة أفضلية فيها لأرنولد باربوزا. أحس إنه كل ما تقدمت الفايت كل ما كان أرنولد باربوزا مرتاح أكثر.
إيه باين عليه جدا الارتياح، وكمان النجاح. عنصر من عناصر النجاح لباربوزا كان الجاب أو اليسارية المستقيمة.
صحيح.
لأنه عطلت هجوم راميريز. كل ما يحاول راميريز إنه يرمي لكمات يعني عم تحبط الإيقاع اللي عم يحاول يفرضه راميريز على النزال.
حقيقي.
هاي يا شباب، جilberto راميريز ولا كريس بيلم سميث؟ مين افنت؟ يونيفيكيشن.
حاحكم عليها من اول جولتين، ابدا اشوف كيف الامور راح تمشي.
انا عندي شعور انه كريس بيلم سميث
حيسويها
اليوم.
إذا الجولة الأخيرة نزال 140 باوند.
لاحظ واحد طوله متر 73 والثاني 75 واوزانهم 143 قلنا احنا
متقاربة جدا بس ما أذكر بالضبط، ولكن في تكافؤ في الجسم عجيب بينهم.
يعني تقريبا هم تتكلم عن وزن 65 الحين.
هو راميريز طوله 178 بينما بربوزا طوله 175. مد الذراع متكافئ 183.
أرنولد يشبه الملاكم اوكتاغازي، ايش اسمه هو؟
اسكاتيغوي. احسنت اللي بارا دريل.
يس.
اللكمة الشهيرة اللي بعد الفايت بارا دريل توايس.
ايوه.
واحد من اقارب اندري دريل تذكر لكم.
صحيح بعد الفايت.
اسكاتيغوي كذا بعد الفايت.
اسكاتيغوي خسر بعدين من
كاليب بلانت.
كاليب بلانت
صحيح.
الحزام.
نعم صدقت والله بينهم تشابه. محاولات يائسة من خوزي كارلوس راميريز.
ما في
حاسس انه متأخر.
هو حاسس انه متأخر، لكن الجاب ما يعني عامل له شلل تام. صح. الجاب من أرنولد باربوزا نجح فعليا بإيقاف كل ما يخطط لو راميريز طول الفايت. هي محاولات أخيرة من راميريز. متجهين إلى الدقيقة الأخيرة في هذا النزال.
كم في إصابة في العين اليمين الخوزي كارلوس راميريز. شوف بدل ساوثبو. رجع. ما ننسى أجمل تبديل للستانس اللي شفناه بكل مسيرتنا كانت إريك موراليس قدام ماني باكياو. الفايت الأولى اللي فاز فيها إريك موراليس. بدل بالجولة الأخيرة وتلطش في الجولة الأخيرة، تلطش بسبب التبديل، ولكن كان بعد الفايت سئل عنه وقال إنه أنا حلعب لعبتي، لعبة ماني باكياو.
طبعا جمعتهم ملحمة ثلاثية رائعة.
أرنولد قفل الفايت.
قفل
الفايت
من الأول يا بربوزة. طيب
قفل الفايت. قفل الفايت.
شخصيا شفت الفايت 6 جولات ل4 قد تكون 7 جولات ل3 الأرنولد بربوزا.
إلا كان هو الأوضح كفائز، هو أوضح
لا شك.
خطته نجحت. الملاكمة على القدم الخلفية، استخدام الجاب.
طبعا في كلام متبادل بينه وبين سيرجيو مورا. الظاهر سيرجيو مورا كان مرشح راميريز. في انفعال اشوف انا.
استاهل الفوز.
هذا ما فاجئونا زي فايت فارمر وهذا
سبلت ديسيجن. والله ما تدري. بس صراحه اكثر متعاطفين مع راميريز يعني ما راح يعطيها راميريز.
من فاز فادي؟ الحين انا وانت فايزين ولا الدكتور؟
شوف
لا نحن توقعنا فوز سي بي
خلاص عادي ما في مشكله.
هذه ضاعت.
بس
وزياد كلنا زياده قلنا تعادل، يعني جات تعادل كلنا متوقعين فوز زياد. فادي برضه برا الحسبه دي.
احمدوب كلنا خسرنا مع احمدوب.
اي والله.
لا انا قلت احمدوف.
كلنا قلنا احمدوف.
كلنا قلنا احمدوف.
واحمدوف خسر.
احمدوف خسر صح.
خلاص. هذه انت قلت ارنولد بربوزا.
قلت نقاط.
وحتى انت قلت ارنولد بربوزا. انا قلت خوزي كارلوس راميريز. فما حدش احسن من حد.
ماشي.
خلاص. الفايت الاخيره هي المحك.
نعم.
طيب.
كريس بيلم سميث، جilberto راميريز.
جilberto راميريز.
يعني انا كريس بيلم سميث وانتم الاثنين راميريز. يلا لحظات وناخذ النتيجه الرسميه لهذا النزال.
والله بربوزا لكن بشكل جميل جدا.
نعم
جدا. طبعا الاسم في الفايت روتشو كوريل حيكون
روخا اليكسيس روخا قدام كوريل.
ديسمبر 14.
اليكسيس روخا لما نتذكر رشيدي إليس كانت خسارته، وخسر كذلك بالضربة القاضية في أحد نزالاته، لكن تصنيفه جدا عالي غير متوقف. أليكسيس روخا دائما يلاكم.
Leszek Jankowiak scores it 97-93, 97-93. Judge Stefan Nicolo scores it 96-94, 96-94. And Judge Fernando Villarreal scores it 96-94, 96-94. For your winner by unanimous decision, para el ganador por decisión unánime, Arnold Barboza Jr.
إذا أرنولد بربوزا جونيور حكمين عطوها 96-94 وحكم عطاها 97-94 أو بلا صح قاضي. الآن الريكورد حقه 31 انتصار 11 منها بالضربة القاضية.
Arnold, congratulations. You waited a long time to get this fight. You had a lot of emotion after hearing your name called. What's going through your mind right now?
You know, before I answer your question, I would like to thank God. I'd like to thank, you know, Golden Boy. I'd like to thank His Excellency Turkey. I'd love to thank Saudi Arabia, baby. I love it. Hope you guys have me back. You know, real quick, Chris, if I can, I just want to give a shout out to all my sponsors, man. West Coast Genetics, Los Toros Meat Market, Exclusive Grills, Active Collision, and of course, Davis Jewelry in El Monte, Snack, Everlast, Mr. Victor Conti was with me all the way, man. Appreciate you guys.
I know that wasn't the source of your emotion. What was the source of your emotion tonight?
Oh man, it's just a long time coming, man. You know, I've been waiting for opportunities like this to fight a great, you know, ex-unified world champion. Man, I was hugging him all the time. It was an honor because, you know, I respect Jose Ramirez the fighter. I respect Jose Ramirez the person. I respect Jose Ramirez the father. Everything about him, man. He stands for everything you need to be stand for. His whole team, man, Robert Garcia and their team, man, a great team. You know, I respect them all. You know, this is something that I've been waiting for, man, my whole career. 11 years in the making, man. I was close to hanging him up. You know, a few years back, signed with Golden Boy and gave me the juices again, man. I just want to thank Oscar and Eric and all of them for keeping their word and getting me this fight.
You know, all week long, we talked about, you know, what would it mean if you won this fight? What would you go on to? Said, I'm not talking about anything else but this fight. You've been waiting for this specific fight for years. Why was this fight so important to you?
This was my championship fight, man. That's what it was. This is how I think it might feel to be a champion. I know it probably feel a little better. But, man, all the time that we spent together, same promoter, you know, and never happened. I come to a new promoter for a new fresh start. I got a fresh start, and then he announced it the same day I fight, you know. So that was kind of like, man, you know, what's going on. So this is the fight that I've been wanting. We went to Big Bear. We sacrificed saludos a Jaime Munguia. for letting us borrow the gym and echando la mano, and I appreciate it.
A lot of people criticized you after that performance against Sean McComb. How much did you use that as fuel during this training camp?
I heard it all. My father does a good job of telling me to pay no mind to it, but I hear him. All the people that talk, I hear it. Pay no mind, keep my head down, turn my phone off, stay off of social media, went to Big Bear, and did it right with my pops, man. Gave a shout out to my dad. He's the best effing trainer. Man, I'm telling you, the program that this man has, the boxing guy that this guy is, it doesn't matter if his fight's on a channel 2, he'll watch it. He's why. I mean, this guy does his homework, man, and it's because of this. That's not my night, it's my dad's night.
You're 32 years old. You've been waiting a long time for a world title shot. What's the one you want next?
If I can real quick, I want to tell the W Bill especially, I'm very sorry that this wasn't a title eliminator. I've been ranked #1 contender for the past 2 years and I've been paying sanction fees the past 5 fights. I hope you guys find it in your heart to, keep me #1 and give me a title shot. I just felt like, paying the sanction fee and for a title eliminator where, the super champion can jump the title, the mandatory. And Teofimo denied him and me already. So I felt like we weren't even gonna get a chance either way. So I decided to put a little more money into my pocket for my kids. Hope they can forgive me for that, or if they give me a shot. If not any sanctioning body, I just love a title shot, man. I'm 31-0 now, 31-0. And I think I'm the only fighter at the top that hasn't got a shot. There's some guys that come to the division and right away they get a shot. They come from 135 to 140 and get a shot, and I'm still in line, top 5 in the past 3-4 years. So if they can please give me a shot, I'm here, wanting to strap around my body, any belt doesn't matter.
Congratulations, Arnold.
Thank you, Chris.
What would being undisputed mean to you?
For me, it's a dream for me to become undisputed. I've been working so hard for this, and now I think it's my time. It's a really good opportunity for me, and I feel excited for this fight. It will be a really amazing fight, I think.
Same question for you. Unified comes first, undisputed comes next. What would that mean to you?
Be amazing. There's not been loads of undisputed cruiserweight champions. So you look at the undisputed guys and some pretty elite names there. So to be in the history books of them would be special.
Mm-hmm. You saw what he did against Goulamirian. Do you think you're a different fighter than Goulamirian? Do you think you're a better fighter than Goulamirian?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. Like I said, I believe I'm the best cruiserweight in the world.
You're headlining in a Riyadh season card. How does that change the dynamic a little bit? You're both going to be on the road for this particular fight.
As a professional, it'd be my first time fighting outside the UK. But you've seen these Riyadh season cards and who's headlining them and the shows they put on. So for me to be headlining in a unification is fantastic and an honor for me.
You'll be headed over to Riyadh as well, first time for you. How does that make it different for you?
Well, it's not make difference because at the end of the day, it's only one ring and just us in the ring, and the referee doesn't count. But I think it could be a knockout.
I'm going to guess both of you think the other one, one way or the other. Friendly now, but we'll see if it's a little bit different in the ring on November 16th. Guys, good luck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the venue here, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Latino night. One more to go. Zurdo Ramirez versus Chris Billam-Smith. It's been a night of surprise performances, a night maybe of upsets as well. Will we have an upset in our main event? Will we have an upset again December 21st? The first one was so good, we're gonna do it again. Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk, December 21st. Fury-Usyk reignited.
Live on DAZN Worldwide, Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. The first fight had it all. Now, the rematch. In the most anticipated showdown of the year. Two opposing mindsets. Two corners set to reignite. For redemption. For greatness. For legacy. Two of the best on the planet will collide. Only one will end the year heavyweight champion of the world. Get closer to the action. Closer to Fight Night on the global home of boxing. Live on DAZN Worldwide. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
What an event is that going to be? The first one was so good. If anything, I expect the second one to be better. Remember, you can buy that event right now. Just head to DAZN.com for Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury 2. All right, one more to go. It is our main event. Zurdo Ramirez versus Chris Billam-Smith. The Mariachi Band have entertained us all week. It's only right they entertain us before our main event. They've entertained us all week. Congratulations to the Mariachi Band. It's been fantastic. Now it's time for the cruiserweights to entertain us. Unification fight coming up. Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez versus Chris Billam-Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the all-new spectacular facility for sports and entertainment, the Venue, here in the heart of Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, the main event. So let's get this party started! And now, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the ring first, representing the WBO, he is the gentleman, Chris Billam-Smith!
I've been written off many times before. Chris Billam-Smith has become a superstar in British boxing.
The biggest Cinderella story of boxing I've been involved with is Chris Billam-Smith.
It's the stuff that dreams are made of.
Everything I've ever dreamed of in my dream since I turned pro.
Be a dream come true.
He's visualised this over and over and over again, but he has made it real. Oh, big shot. It's a huge uppercut and he is straight on his back. There is no need to count.
He's got the best resume now in the whole of the division. Unification's next.
Champions aren't born, they're made.
¡Vamos!
And now making his entrance to the ring, representing the WBA, Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez.
mariachi وأجمل فكونوا معنا.
people ya no se me ven y como ven, pues todo bien. Los radios siguen sonando al 100, pues me ves también, soy el 19.
Ay, mamá.
كريس بيلم سميث 20 انتصار 13 منها بالضربة القاضية وخسارة واحدة. ملاكم بريطاني عمره 34 عام، الطول 191 سنتيمتر، طول مد الذراع 191 سنتيمتر، بطل الدبليو بي او، ملاكم ايمن وفي الرينج ماجازين رقم 1. اذا رقم 1 امام رقم 3 في الرينج ماجازين، بطل الدبليو بي اي امام بطل الدبليو بي او، الملاكم على الكروزر ويت اللي هو الوزن الى 200 رطل. بيلم سميث سقط في مسيرته مرة واحدة أمام رياك بوري الفايت الأولى، وانتقم بعدها بالفايت الثانية، أو بلا صح فاز بالفايت الثانية. راميريز ما قد سقط في كل مسيرته. لعل أبرز انتصارات جilberto راميريز كانت أمام ماكسيم بلاسو، أعطيتها 96-94 جilberto راميريز. أمام آرثر إبراهام صار فيها بطل في 168 رطل، أعطيتها 117-111 جilberto راميريز. أمام جيسي هارت الفايت الأولى، كذلك الفايت الأولى كذلك الفايت الثانية، كلها فايتين متقاربتين، 114-113 في النزال الأول، 115-113 في النزال الثاني. وأمام رومر أليكسيس أنجولو، تومي كاربنسي، سوليفان بريرا، يونسكو غونزاليس، دومينيك بوازيل، جو سميث، واخيرا وليس اخرا فايت اللي اخذ فيها اللقب امام ارسن غولوراميان.
God save the king.
النشيد الوطني البريطاني.
National anthem for Mexico.
النشيد الوطني المكسيكي.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem for our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
عشت فخر المسلمين، عاش الملك للعالم والوطن. هذه هي الكلمات اللي دائما عزيزة على قلوبنا إن شاء الله، والله يعزها ولا يعز عليها بإذن الله.
Cruiserweight Championship of the World. And it's all brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority with Oscar de la Hoya's Golden Boy Promotions and Sella in association with Ben Shalom for Boxer Promotions. Sponsored by the Saudi Tourism Authority, Saudi National Bank, STC, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, New Murabba Development Company, Tawunia, Lucid Motors, Hangar Station, and Al Tamfita, and the rematch. Riyadh Season presents Fury vs. Usyk 2 live to the world on December 21st. Special thanks, ladies and gentlemen, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, and the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. This bout, ladies and gentlemen, is governed under the rules and guidance of the Mohegan Tribe Athletic Department, Chairman James Gessner, Superintendent supervising at ringside, Michael Mazzulli, and sanctioned by the World Boxing Association and the World Boxing Organization. At ringside, the three judges scoring, Dion Duarte, Mark Lyson, and Steve Weisfeld, and inside the ring, in charge of the action at the bell, World Championship veteran Harvey Dock. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the officials are in place and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner with his head trainer Shane McGuigan, wearing black and gold and officially weighing in at 199.4 pounds. His professional record, 20 victories, 13 big wins by knockout, only one defeat. He's the former Commonwealth Cruiserweight champion, the former European Cruiserweight champion, from Bournemouth, United Kingdom, the reigning and defending WBO Cruiserweight Champion of the World, the gentleman, Chris Smith. And across the ring, fighting out of the red corner with his head trainer, Julian Chua, also wearing black and gold, officially weighing in at 199.6 pounds. His professional record, 46 victories, 30 wins by knockout, only one defeat. He's the former super middleweight world champion, damas y caballeros, de Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico, the reigning and defending WBA Cruiserweight Champion of the World, Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez.
التعليمات النهائية للفايت كما ذكرنا أفضل انتصارات جيلبرتو راميريز. الآن نذكر أفضل انتصارات كريس بيلم سميث، كانت أمام تومي ماكارثي. الفايت الأولى كانت متقاربة جدا، وانتقم في الفايت الثانية وفاز باي كي او الجولة الثامنة قدام آيزاك تشامبرلين، قدام لورنس أوكولي الأعظم أو الانتصار الأفضل اللي طيح لورنس أوكولي في الجولة الرابعة، العاشرة، الحادية عشر، وأمام ماسترناك، وأمام أو بالأصح فاز على ريتشارد رياك بولي اللي هي خسارته الوحيدة، فاز عليه بالريماتش بوضوح أكثر أو بوضوح 115-112 لكريس بيلم سميث. جاب رائع من كريس بيلم سميث. بداية الفايت الفايت هذه على توحيد الألقاب WBO كذلك WBA على وزن الكروزر ويت. رقم واحد أمام رقم 3 في الرينج ماجازين.
انتعش هذا الوزن
نعم
ركان مؤخرا بوجود هذه الأسماء، زوردو راميريز، كريس بيلم سميث، جايو بيتايا.
صحيح، هو بطل الرينج طبعا جايو بيتايا
طبعا، والاي بي اف.
يعني عشان تاخذ الرينج ماجازين في هذا الوزن لازم تفوز على جايو بيتايا. بدأت الفايت جاب رائع من كريس بيلم سميث. اوه لكمة رائعة.
هجوم رائع جدا من كريس بيلم سميث.
فاجأ فيه جilberto راميريز. طبعا المرشح الأعلى بهذا الفايت جilberto راميريز.
الجديد نوعا ما على هذا الوزن.
نعم، ولعل حقق انتصار جدا خرافي قدام ارسن جولاراميان فايته الأخيرة. اوه هجمات من الداخل رائعة لكريس بيلم سميث.
الحكم حقه لا تستخدم كوعك الحين.
المفروض صحيح.
الحدث الأكبر أو النزال الأكبر في حدث الليلة.
نعم طبعا.
جولة ناجحة جدا من
بيلم سميث. صحيح،
كريس بيلم سميث.
فاجأني صراحة يا فادي،
ما كنا متوقعين انه يبدا النزال بهذا الشكل.
لا وكريس بيلم سميث يعني من الناس اللي هادي، ولكن لم يعرف طبعا. لا ضغطه عالي للأمانة بس مو بهالشكل. لعل خسارة جilberto راميريز الوحيدة كانت قدام ديمتري بيفول في 175 باوند. جilberto راميريز بطل في 168 لم يستطيع أن يحقق البطولة أو يأخذ أحد الأحزمة. أوه نايس،
لكمة يسارية رائعة من كريس بيلم سميث.
في 175 لم يستطع تحقيق أو أخذ أحد الأحزمة لأنه خسر قدام ديمتري بيفول اللي كانت فايته على التايتل.
صحيح.
أوه لكمة رائعة برضه من جilberto.
راميريز، زوردو راميريز لكماته قوية جدا.
جولة خرافية،
رائعة
جولة
جدا.
خرافية
رائعة جدا. كنت أقول زوردو راميريز معروف عنه اللكمات القوية جدا، وعلى ما أظن هذا هو السبب يلي خلى كريس بيلم سميث يبدأ النزال بقاعدة أفضل طريقة للدفاع هي الهجوم، فلازم يضغط هو على زوردو لحتى ما يعطي زوردو مجال لتسديد لكمات عنيفة وقوية ممكن تأثر عليه.
Then on the inside, watch that left hook. You know that's coming, right? Keep that shit tight. Tighten up on the inside. Okay, don't give this guy the confidence. Okay, the outside is you dominate.
واو هجمات خرافية كانت من كريس بيلم سميث، يسارية ولا أروع. طبعا كذلك هذا الفايت يساري أمام يميني.
بداية رائعة جدا كانت في الجولة الأولى.
صحيح.
نبدأ الآن الجولة الثانية.
أعتقد الفايت رتمه حيكون جدا عالي. جاب حلوة. احنا ذكرنا أمس إنه الشيب حق جilberto راميريز شوية أكبر من الشيب المعتاد.
صحيح صحيح، ذكرنا انه
في شحم شوي.
نعم. لكمة قوية، هذا اللي كنت عم اتكلم عنه. زوردو لكماته جدا قوية وعنده قوة تحمل للكمات ايضا.
ما قد طاح في كل مسيرته في هذه.
نعم.
ما قد تعور بالاصح في كل مسيرته.
فكمان لازم ما يندفع كثير كريس بيلم سميث.
حتى كريس بيلم سميث للمعلومية طريقته الوحيدة كانت قدام رياك بوري الفايت الأولى.
صحيح.
وترى كانت مرة فلاش، ما هي يعني ما تعور فيها نهائيا.
فلاش بمعنى انه هي لما السقوط بيكون سريع وليس بتأثير قوة اللكمة وإنما اختلال توازن سريع.
ثبات رائع من جيلبرتو. ندية كبيرة في الجولة الثانية.
مجموعة لكمات
لكمة من خلف
الدفاع راميريز. نعم، حسب هذا النزال حيعوضنا عن النزال السابق.
صحيح، حيكون أفروانية رولر كوستر.
نعم، والأكشن بدأ على طول من الجولة الأولى.
طب جسوا النبض يا شباب.
هو أنا حسيت إنه الآن الاثنين شعروا بلكمات بعض وبدأ الحذر شوي. هجوم معاكس من كريس بيلم سميث.
طبعا اليوم المكسيكان 10 على 10 او اللاتينيين 10 على 10.
نعم. لكمتين قويتين من بيلم سميث. حركة زوردو بطيئة نوعا ما مقارنة بأدائه السابق.
صدق.
لكمة عنيفة جدا من زوردو على فك كريس بيلم سميث في الزاوية. الثواني الأخيرة للجولة الثانية.
جولة متكافئة.
Coming out. All right. Jab a little bit more. Don't be afraid of the jab. Like a flicky one. Don't go marching with a big jab. A little touch jab, yeah? Then you've got to mind him jabbing up. That jab just offsets that power. There's that little tick jab. It will just offset that little bowler. Okay? 3, all right?
شاهد الإعادة. هذه كانت لكمة يسارية خطافية من زوردو.
نعم.
رد عليها كريس بيلم سميث.
ولو اني اعطيت الجولة الثانية لجيلبرتو راميريز. إذا الجولة بالتسجيل الغير رسمي.
جرس الجولة الثالثة. زوردو راميريز في الشورت الأصفر والأسود. كريس بيلم سميث في الشورت الأسود.
سبحان الله، اللي يشوف الفايت ما يتوقع انها حتروح معه على كمية اللكمات الواضحة بين الملاكمين.
نعم، بعدين الكروزر ويت هو ترنح من بيلم سميث، لكن لفقدان توازن، ولكن ليس بتأثير لكمة. كنت عم بقول يا ركان انه الكروزر ويت تحت الوزن الثقيل بباوند، فاكيد ممكن ما تروح للاخر. لكمات عنيفه ووزن ثقيل.
وشفنا الان الافضل في الهيفي ويت الكسندر اوسيك قادم من الكروزر ويت.
نعم.
ولكن لما نتذكر جيلبرتو راميريز كان 68. طبعا بدا الملاكمه واحترف الملاكمه على عمر جدا صغير. جيلبرتو راميريز
الى الان حسب احصائيات جابر او الذكاء الاصطناعي الفايت متقارب جدا. لكمة قوية من زوردو، مستقيمة قوية،
وبصراحة بيقطع الرنج بشكل ممتاز جدا.
حتى بدأت وجيههم يعني تتغير.
ايه
احنا لسه.
لا، فايت عنيف مثل ما ذكرنا. اوزان منها لكمة ناجحة ايضا يسارية من زوردو على كريس بيلم سميث.
انا ملاحظ
لكمة منخفضة نوعا ما. لكمة صاعدة من كريس بيلم سميث وخطافية.
شباب حنا عند فايت.
لكمة بلكمة، لكمة بلكمة.
حنا في فايت يا جماعة الخير. فعلا هذا الكرز اللي فوق الكيكة.
بالفعل، وفعلا نزال جدير بأن يكون هو الحدث الرئيسي لليلة اللاتينية.
سبحان الله، كنت متوقع أن النزال حيكون جدا تكنيكي. تراشق ركبات رهيب، جولة ثالثة خرافية صراحة. الجولة الأولى إلى الآن كل جولة أحسن من الثانية.
بالفعل يعني ما بصدق إنه نحن لسه بالجولة الثالثة. أوه، لكمة ناجحة من زوردو راميريز مع نهاية الجولة الثالثة.
راميريز نعم. إذا جولتين الجولة بالنسبة لي جilberto راميريز.
All right, Chris, what do you think of what your stablemate, Chris Smith, is doing out there?
Right now, I have him ahead by 2 rounds. I think he's landing the harder, crisper shots. But it's a very good fight right now. You know, Zepeda is a tough guy. He's got a lot more experience than him, but so far, I think Chris is ahead.
Watch out for with Gilberto Ramirez.
طبعا ابو كريس كذلك ابو كاربان بينهم ملحم.
طبعا ملاكمين اسطوريين وكان بيناتهم عداوه.
نعم.
والعداوه هذه
امتدت الى الابناء.
امتدت الى الابناء.
Maybe against Conor Ben.
Maybe we'll find out next week.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Okay.
الجولة الرابعة من أصل 12 جولة. ماذا تخطئ لنا هذه الجولة؟ كل واحد حس بطعم لكمات الخصم. بدأ.
هجوم من زوردو. حذر من كريس بيلم سميث. تعطيل للهجمة.
كابتن تميم، أنا قاعد أشوف رايفل وقاعد أشوف
ايفرلاست.
تكلم على القفازات صح؟
نعم.
هذا اللي قلت لك عليها الحين. اغلب الملاكمين الان يستخدموا الرايفل لما جامعه بين المكونين اللي هو شعر الحصان والفوم اللي يمتص الضربات، لما يصير في حمايه اكثر لليد.
جميل.
تبادل اللكمات مستمر بين الملاكمين.
والله فايت يا شباب.
اللي سواه زوجه صح وياقص المرفق حق.
قوية من زوردو، يمينية خطافية من زوردو على كريس بيلم سميث.
معلومية زوردو داخل كمرشح أعلى بشكل طفيف.
لكمات على الجسم من كريس بيلم سميث.
أنا ملاحظ إنه بيلم سميث بيضرب كثير في يعني في منطقة الجسم. أعتقد إنه هل متوقع إنه ما يكون في قوة هناك مثلا في المنطقة هذه عند زوردو بعد الكونديشن اللي شفناها؟
نقطة حلوة.
لكمات ثقيلة جدا من الملاكمين.
زوردو ممكن يطيحه في هذه الجولة.
أنا أشوف زوردو
ممكن يطيحه في هذه الجولة.
فك فولاذي كريس بيلم سميث.
كريس كانت تحركاته أفضل في الجولات السابقة للأمانة. نهاية الجولة الثالثة، الثواني الأخيرة.
جولة الزوردو باستحواذ. يا إلهي.
في جرح فوق عين
تحت
كريس بيلم سميث.
ما ادري كيف حيكمل. كريس بيلم سميث اذا استمر الاصابه بهذه اللكمات عين زرقاء.
الاصابه قويه شوي على عين كريس بيلم سميث.
للامانه هو هيماتوما تجمع دموي.
نعم كنت عم بقول انه كريس بيلم سميث بدا النزال بطريقه ممتازه، لكن هذه الجوله ما كانت موفقه. ما تحرك فيها كثير. ما فيك تكون انت واقف كهدف ثابت امام لكمات ملاكم عنيف مثل زوردو راميريز. لازم تضل تتحرك.
شفنا تقريبا 5 أو 6 لكمات جدا جدا قويه من جلبرتو راميريز.
هذه اللكمه اللي تسببت بالاصابه بعين كريس بيلم سميث. طبعا غير موضوع تدفق الدماء اكيد حتتورم وحتصير صعب الرؤيه منها.
لا تنسى فادي ممكن الجوله الجايه اذا الامور ساءت بالنسبه لهذا يطلع الطبيب يشوف يفحص عنه.
ايه طبعا انا عم بتكلم على بغض النظر عن الدماء. ايه نعم.
ترى والتجمع العين النفخه اللي في العين حتكبر كل جوله حتكبر مع الوقت. اعتقد انه الفايت اتجه الى جلبرتو راميريز.
لحظه قويه.
طبعا حاليا الاحصائيات بعد 4 جولات او بالاصح الجوله الرابعه 69 مقابل 57، 35 مقابل 24 لجلبرتو راميريز. اللكمات الفعاله 14 مقابل 7، 51% مقابل 42% لكريس بيلم سميث. افضليه واضحه لجلبرتو
في الجوله الرابعه. نعم بكل تاكيد.
جوله جيده لبيلم سميث
الى الان. نعم
لكمه صاعده جميله جدا من بيلم سميث. لكمات ممتازه لكمات ممتازه من كريس بيلم سميث ومن زوردو راميريز.
نعم
تبادل لكمات
ردها
على مدار الجوله.
هو سبحان الله الرجوع يعطي انطباع انه تألم ولو انه ما تألم كما هو واضح.
لكمات زوردو عم تحرك رأس كريس بيلم سميث.
يده ثقيله.
نعم كذلك لو نشوف غالبيه الوزن على الجزء السفلي من الجسم بالنسبه لجوردو.
رجع
طبعا لازم يطلع برا الحداد حاليا
زوردو. نعم
طلع. حسيت انه كريس بيلم سميث بطأت حركته.
اكيد هذه اللكمات كلها حتأثر عليه. لكمات زوردو ثقيله.
تحس انه اكثر بأسا زوردو.
نعم
حتى اللياقه سبحان الله مع اختلاف الجسم، وانه عاده كريس بيلم سميث ناتشرال كروزر ويت وقد وصل ترى للجوله 12 كثير، ولكن اللياقه الجسديه قاعد احس ان جلبرتو راميريز
جوله اخرى ناجحه لزوردو راميريز
بلا شك
بعد ان بدا النزال بشكل متقارب نوعا ما، الا بدات الامور في الجولتين السابقتين تتجه باتجاه زوردو راميريز.
اذا شخصيا انا قاعد اشوفها 4 جولات مقابل جوله واحده اللي هي الجوله الاولى لكريس بيلم سميث. جلال يافعي امام ساني ادواردز باذن الله في نوفمبر 30 يوم السبت
بعد اسبوعين تقريبا
بالضبط.
بالاعاده ابر كات لكمه صاعده من كريس بيلم سميث، ثم هجوم معاكس من زوردو بخطافيه يساريه.
حاليا الجوله السادسه منتصف النزال. الفم مفتوح كريس بيلم سميث، العين فيها انتفاخ، اعتقد وضعه أسوأ. والله يا جماعة الخير ديمتري بيفل
بكل تأكيد، بكل تأكيد. نعم، حتى كريس مانك في تسجيله الغير رسمي للنزال عطي الأفضلية لزوردو بفارق جولة واحدة فقط. لكمات عنيفة من زوردو.
You don't play boxing. انت ما تلعب ملاكمة.
اي والله.
برنارد هوبكنز متحمس، كان واقف على رجليه.
ملاكم حقه عاد.
طبعا زوردو ملاكم جولدن بوي بروموشن، ملاكم برنارد هوبكنز واوسكار ديلا هويا. اتكلم طبعا في اسبوع الحدث عن اهتمامه بنزال امام الكسندر اوسيك لو قرر الكسندر اوسيك انه يرجع ينزل للكروزر ويت، لكن هذه الاحتماليه انا استبعدها تماما.
حتى انا والله.
لكن ايضا انا سالته بالمقابله البارحه عن هدفه القادم، ان كان هو حابب يطلع الى الوزن الثقيل. قال اكيد نوعا يوما ما بحب اني لاكم بعد سنه او سنتين بالوزن الثقيل، لكن هدفي الان توحيد القاب الكروزر ويت.
طبعا في وزن اسمه بريدجر ويت خاص في الدبليو بي سي.
نعم.
اللي هو ما بين الكروزر ويت والهيفي ويت.
ما اظن في اكثر من ملاكمين بهذا الوزن حاليا. يعني وزن حديث جدا وغير معترف فيه
لورنس اوكولي هو
منظمات الملاكمه.
لورنس اوكولي كان هدفه انه يكون بطل في او هذا اللي صار، انه كان بطل في الكروزر ويت والبريدجر ويت، وهدفه انه يكون بطل في الهيفي ويت، اللي هو جدا مستبعد للامانه.
انا حاسس انه كريس بيلم سميث عم يرتكب خطا فادح بانه يعني عم بيكون دائما بالمدى القصير للمواجهه بينه وبين زوردو. لازم يتحرك اكثر، يركز اكثر.
فادي الرجال نسي كل الجيم بلان، خلاص هي مساله حياه وموت.
نعم
بالنسبه له.
والله وجهه مس لا يحسد عليها الحاله اللي فيها.
اللكمه مستقيمه ممتازه من كريس بيلم سميث،
بس ما زال بالفايت.
ايه بكل تاكيد. إذن أعزائي المشاهدين، وصلنا إلى منتصف النزال الرئيسي. الست جولات الأولى انتهت، والآن ننتقل إلى النصف الثاني من النزال. ركان، كيف سجلت النزال حتى الآن؟
إلى الآن 5 جولات مقابل جولة واحدة.
مدرب فريق نيوكاسل أو نادي نيوكاسل متواجد.
طبعا نادي نيوكاسل معروف انه مملوك لصندوق السترات العام السعودي. الجاليه المكسيكيه الموجوده في السعوديه. شوف
ايه مبسوطين طبعا.
مبسوطين على اجواء ومبسوطين على اداء
على زوردو طبعا.
راميريز الى الان.
طبعا قد تكون 4 جولات مقابل جولتين او 5 جولات.
الدكتور حيشوف عن بيلم سميث.
لا لسه بحس ايه بس يعني ما بحس بوقفها هلا.
ما حيوقفها، بس لا من يوم قال له وقف هذا بيقول له خلينا نشوفها.
يعني اساله هل تقدرها؟
نخليه يكمل.
وتو بالكشاف نشوف استجابه البيوبل.
طبعا
كانت استجابتها بطيئه.
الموقف هذا حيعطي حافز لزوردو، وكمان حيحبط نوعا ما كريس بيلم سميث.
ممكن كلامك صحيح فعلا. ممكن ذا سيم تايم يخليه يقول يلا خلينا نلحق يعني ادي كل اللي عندي لانه خلاص ما بدي شيء. ممكن الفايت يوقف على الطريقه القريبه.
صحيح.
تلاحظ باللقطه السابقه زوردو حاول انه يضغط على كريس واخذه الى الحبال، حاول يرمي مجموعه لكمات عليه، لكن لسه كريس بيلم سميث في النزال حتى الان. قدر انه يطلع من الحبال ومن الضغط. والان نشاهد هجوم لكريس بيلم سميث على زوردو. في تفوق ملحوظ وكثير متردد يعني للملاكمين المكسيكيين على الملاكمين البريطانيين في الآونة الأخيرة.
والله تو ديفرنت ستايل
طبعا مدرستين مختلفتين تماما.
اللكمات الأوضح لجلبرتو قاعد يلعب قلبه حاليا كريس بيلم سميث. سبحان الله راميريز يا شباب عنده قوة فتح خيالية.
واحد من الملاكمين ما حيكون بطل عالم بعد هذا النزال، والثاني حيكون أخذ خطوة تقربه إلى إنه يكون بطل بلا منازع ويكون لقب يكون بطل موحد للقبين بعد هذا النزال.
أعتقد جاي وبتايا للفايز من هذول.
جاي وبتايا قدام راميريز يا ساتر.
ونويل جيفر يعني أعتقد إنه خصم أسهل من كل هذا من الثلاثة أسماء اللي ذكرناها اللي هي كريس بيلم سميث ولا جilberto راميريز أو جاي وبتايا.
لا نحن بموسم الرياض بنحب نشوف الافضل ضد الافضل جد. ودائما النزالات الاصعب والنزالات اللي فيها التنافس العالي. فانا اتمنى انه بعد هذا النزال نشوف جايو بيتايا مع الفائز من هذا النزال اللي على ما يبدو حتى الان انه بنسبه عاليه سيكون زوردو راميريز.
حسيت انه حياخذ الركن.
الجوله السابعه على وشك الانتهاء.
الدكتور اكيد حيشوف العين الثاني الحين.
هلا اللي حيلعب دور الى اين يتجه النزال هو لياقة زوردو راميريز. شاهد العادة
طبيبي طلع طبيب الان يشوف وضع بيلم سميث.
هذه اللكمات او تبادل اللكمات بينهم.
طبعا هم يحطوا له ماده الفازلين على الجرح على اساس انه يوقف الدم.
اوه اعتقد يشوف بعين واحده حاليا.
لا لسه يا دكتور
لسه.
الجولة الثامنة
بس عنده شيء. ها؟ بيلم سميث عنده شيء من هالمشية دي.
حذر من بيلم سميث. ترقب من زوردو راميريز. لكمة ناجحة من زوردو. لكمة صاعدة أو أبركات ناجح من زوردو.
تغيير زوايا ممتاز.
شايف الكفة بدأت تميل أكثر وأكثر لزوردو راميريز. فرق 3 جولات بحسب كريس مانك. تسجيل الغير رسمي طبعا لكن الموضوع واضح للجميع حاليا. تفوق زوردو راميريز. مجموعة لكمات من زوردو
كلها نزلت بشكل سليم على بيلم سميث.
صعب واضح كذلك على جilberto راميريز ولكن في افضليه واضحه كمان.
مثل ما ذكرت انا كان قبل شوي انه
رايت هوك
ترنح من كريس بيلم سميث. من لكمة خطافية يمينة.
تحس رجوله ما هي قادرة تشيله حاليا، يعني الإرهاق.
نعم. لكمات عنيفة من زوردو راميريز.
توقع اوه نايس نايس
حلوة.
3.
مجموعة لكمات ناجحة من كريس بيلن سميث على زوردو راميريز. أصبحت حركته جدا بطيئة لكريس بيلن سميث.
لقب ذا جنتلمان. الفايت اللي يشوفه ما يصدق.
الثواني الأخيرة. لكمة رائعة من كريس بيلن سميث بعد تفادي لكمة زوردو وانتهاء الجولة.
صراحة يعني بأس شديد من الملاكمين، قوة فك عجيبة من الملاكمين.
When you're on the outside, I want you to be facing a little bit more, okay? Face a little bit more. Let's try to use our jab. Start taking him out from a distance. We're missing because I think we're a little too close. His eyes are better in close range.
الجماهير اللاتينية الآن ترقص سعيدة بأداء زوردو راميريز. درس آخر في عالم الملاكمة، الجسم لا يعني شيء.
ايه بكل تأكيد.
الشحام والكرش اللي تكلمنا عنه ولا هو الأفضل.
ذكرنا أمثلة كثير.
نعم.
دكتور تايسون فيوري،
جورج فورمان، مسيرته نهاية مسيرته طبعا.
نعم.
مشواره الآخر الثاني في مسيرته
بعد الاعتزال.
جيمس توني.
تذكر جيمس توني لما طلع الوزن الثقيل.
بداية الجولة التاسعة.
الجولة الثامنة كلهم رموا نفس الشيء، 32 مقابل 26 لكمة أكثر لزوردو، واللكمات الفعالة أو اللكمات اللي تأثيرها أكبر كانت 10 مقابل 5 لزوردو.
لكن نعود ونذكر أنه هذه الأوزان الثقيلة لكمة واحدة
تنهي كل شيء،
ممكن تنهي النزال بلحظة
بدون شك.
الآن الموضوع موضوع حرب لياقة وحرب شجاعة وتصميم.
أعتقد هذه أسوأ مرة شفت فيها كريس بيلن سميث.
إيه بدون شك.
يعني تومي ماكارثي الفايت الأولى ستيل كانت متقاربة، أنا أعطيتها تعادل ولكن فاز فيها قدام رياك بوري الأولى والثانية، قدام لورنس أوكلي ما قد شفت كريس بيلن سميث بهذا الشكل.
اختلاف الخصم دكتور. مجموعة لكمات رائعة من زوردو. لسه في دقيقة ونص في هذه الجولة.
أفضلية واضحة زوردو. طبعا انتصاراته الرائعة لا تعد ولا تحصى للأمانة. أتذكر مسيرته الذهبية اللي فيها كبوة واحدة فقط، اللي كانت قدام ديمتري بيفل.
والله يا دكتور انت ما شاء الله عليك يعني طيب. انا اتوقع لازم يسووا له شو اسمه
PCT برين،
اي اللي هو الكونكاشن بروتوكول هذا بعد الفايت. يعني بصراحه كثير يعني حتى المفروض والله جوله زياده المفترض الكورنر حقه يضبطها بصراحه.
هذا كمان
يعني كثير على الراس كثير.
لا في اشعه مقطعيه للملاكمين.
اكيد اصلا بحس لكل الملاكمين.
ايه بروتوكول بس يعني بالذات انا بتكلم عن بيلم سميث لانه بصراحه
قاعد يعني جته 13 لكمات
كلها في الراس ما فيها شيء ثاني.
الثواني الاخيره للجوله.
تو بادي شاتس على طول.
ترى كان لها تاثير.
ايه شوف كيف هذا.
نفس بصعوبة.
تعبان. يعني مجهد كثير يا شيخ كثير. لا
اي والله.
رائعة جدا هذه الهجمات من زوردو راميريز.
ظنكم تكمل 12 جولة؟
أشك.
بصراحة شكله بيلم سميث نهائيا رافض يطيح.
صراحة قلب.
كله على المحك.
فإن وقفت حتوقف عن طريق يا حكمني يا الكورنر ما حتوقف.
لا ما وصلنا لمرحلة انه الكورنر يوقف الفايت للأمانة.
لا بالك يعني إذا وقفت يا ذا ما توقع هو نفسه حيسويها.
الجولة التاسعة اللكمات الفعالة 15 مقابل 4 لزوردو والنسبة المئوية 46 مقابل 34 أفضلية لزوردو. ظنكم حيرتاح زوردو في هذه الجولة؟
ما أتوقع.
لا ما أظن.
على نفس الدعسة حيمشي. برنارد هابكنز يوجه زوردو.
نوعا ما جولة أفضل لكريس بيلم سميث.
ستريت جاب. الله
على طول.
والله كثير.
لكمة حلوة. بيلم سميث. كومبينيشن جميل. اعتقد انه ما اخذ تايم اوت راميريز بهذه الجوله.
عم بيحاول ياخذ استراحه.
نعم.
للجولتين القادمتين اللي هي التشامبيونشيب راوند او ما يعرف بجولات البطوله. محاولات من كريس بيلم سميث اللي كمان يبدو عليه التعب بشكل كبير.
ارتاح.
لكمتين
رائعتين
جميلتين من كريس بيلم سميث.
إذا بعد الجولة الأولى هذه ثاني جولة أعطيها لكريس بيلم سميث. كلا الملاكمين متعودين على 12 جولة، ما هي المرة الأولى ولا المرة الثانية ولا المرة الثالثة حتى.
الجماهير المكسيكية تحتفل
جماهير صاخبة،
جماهير محبة للملاكمة.
لا
أجواء
شك.
جميلة.
إن كان الجمهور البريطاني ولا إن كان الجمهور المكسيكي.
الجولة ال11.
جولة ال11.
جولات البطولة Championship راوند. طبعا لنشرح ليه تسمى جولات البطولة، لأنه عادة النزالات تكون على 10 جولات، إلا إذا كانت على لقب بتكون 12 جولة.
صحيح.
ورصت عشرات الجولة.
الجولة الأخيرة أنا شفتها كريس بيلمز.
فرق 6 جولات لزوردو.
لازم كي او بالنسبة لكريس بيلمز عشان يفوز بالفايت.
هو فاز باحترام الناس الحين.
من جد من جد. أثبت لي إن عنده فك خرافي.
تبادل لكمات في منتصف الحلبة.
لكمة. مباريات خرافية من الملاكمين اللي قاعدين إلينا 11 جولة على الكمبوز. يا إلهي.
من زمان ما شفت يعني نزالات فيها زي كذا.
اي والله اي والله. هذه من الملاكمات اللي فعلا تخاف على احد الملاكمين، اللي يعني لا سمح الله من بعيد الشر عن الجميع انه تحس ممكن يصير شيء بعد الفايت. نسمع اخبار حزينه بعد الفايت.
ان شاء الله لا، لكن ما زال الملاكمين صامدين. تبادل لكمات، ما في استسلام من كريس بيلم سميث. لكمات جميلة. اصطدم رأس زوردو بجرح كريس.
جولة خرافية.
النزال كله خرافي إلى الآن. تعب شديد واضح على كريس بيلم سميث. إذا شباب نحن نتجه إلى الجولة الأخيرة في هذا النزال وفي هذا الحدث اللي كان أكثر من ممتع، اللي كان تجربة فريدة من نوعها. ليلة لاتينية بحتة. ملاكمين أمتعونا.
نعم. تحية والاحترام.
ميرياتشي، ناتشوز وتاكوز وكل شيء لاتيني كان رائع جدا. بقي فقط تتويج الفائز في هذا النزال بعد هذه الجولة الأخيرة.
حتى الجولة اللي فاتت يعني أعطيتها بشكل بسيط كريس بيلم سميث، ممكن تكون جيلبرتو راميريز طبعا، ولكن تعاطفا نوعا ما انه في كذا جولة كانت متقاربة أعطيتها جيلبرتو راميريز. بدأ يكون متقدم كريس بيلم سميث. اعتقد جilberto راميريز
مجددا بحس الخطه اللي كان حاططها كريس خاطئه نوعا ما، كان لازم يلاكم من الخارج يتحرك اكثر.
حتى جilberto حسيت انه خلاص يبغى يامن الفوز، مع انه قاعد يخاطر الان.
لا عرف هي تيست ذاق طعم اللكمه وعرف ايش قوه هذا وعرف ما ياثر فيه.
اذا اخر دقيقه و40 ثانيه من النزال، استحواذ نسبي واضح لجilberto راميريز.
كريس لازم يطلع من الزاويه للامانه، لازم يطلع من الزاويه. شايف لازم يطلع من الزاويه.
تعبان بعد شوف يرمي جسمه عليه خلاص.
اي ما رجوله ما هي قادره تشيله. ما ادري ليش اشم سقوط
او ايقاف. اوه
ما ياكل عيش، الضربات دي ما حتاكل عيش مع زول.
لا بس في واحده صابت بطريقه حلوه صراحه.
كثير جات.
اوه هي واحده ثانيه. اللحظات الأخيرة للنزال، وينتهي النزال بعد ثواني مثل ما بدأ.
نعم،
بنفس العنف، بنفس الضغط، بنفس النشاط.
كل شيء الآن.
يا إلهي، ثواني أخيرة رائعة جدا من الملاكمين. ويبقى إعلان النتيجة بعد لحظات، ومن الواضح جدا فوز زوردو راميريز في هذا النزال. كيف سجلتها يا ركان؟
116 112، قد تكون 117 111 لزوردو. اقربها ل 117 111.
لحظات وتعلن النتيجة الرسمية. شاهد الإعادة. كمية اللكمات بين الملاكمين كانت جدا رائعة. اللكمات الأثقل والأكثر تأثيرا كانت من زوردو راميريز. كريس بيلم سميث صراحة يستحق الاحترام على صموده أمام كل هذه اللكمات، وحتى إلى النفس الأخير مثل ما بيقولوا. فاجأنا جميعا صراحة. توقعت أنه يسقط في الجولة الأخيرة
من جد،
لكن ضل صامد.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of real fighting, we go to the scorecards. Steve Weisfeld and Dean Duarte both have it 116 to 112. Mark Lysom scores at 116 to 113. And regardless of the score, ladies and gentlemen, both of these fighters fought their hearts out. Let's give them a round of applause here in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The winner, and now the unified WBA, WBO champion from Mexico, Gilberto Zurdo
إذن جilberto راميريز حاليا هو البطل في WBO كذلك WBA. أثبت ذلك بوضوح نسبي بهذه الفايت، فايت جدا رائعة.
طبعا مثل ما ذكر مايكل بافر، بغض النظر عن النتيجة يجب احترام الملاكمين على أداء ونزال أكثر من رائع. زوردو راميريز الآن بطل موحد للقب WBA و WBO للكروزر ويت أو وزن الكروزر. حظ أوفر لكريس بيلم سميث. ليلة كانت جدا جميلة يا شباب، خرافية، استمتعت فيها جدا. معكم مجددا على دازون أرابيا. ليلة ناجحة أخرى نبارك فيها لموسم الرياض وللمملكة العربية السعودية ولمعالي المستشار تركي آل الشيخ. واستعدادا الآن إلى النزال القادم والنزال الأكبر لهذا العام، نعم، اللي هو إعادة النزال أو الريماتش بين ألكسندر أوسيك وتايسون فيوري لتوحيد ألقاب الوزن الثقيل الشهر القادم
بإذن الله. إذن كنتم معنا سيداتي سادتي، معاكم الدكتور راكان عبد العزيز العمار، فادي وتميم النصر. شكرا لكم، نشاهدكم بإذن الله في الإيفنتات القادمة.
I feel great. Look, the small guy, what I did, and I mean, I'm a true champion, and everyone saw. And thank you, everyone. Shukran, Habibi. Thank you.
That was the biggest opponent that you've faced up until this point in your career. Early on, could you feel any of the difference in power?
I mean, I'm prepared for those guys, and me and my team, we've been prepared. We know that he was a tough fighter. He was a strong guy, and obviously he was a champion. It's an honor for me to fight him and get the belt. I mean, it's just this part of the sport, and I just have grateful to be here with everyone. And thank you to Turkey Ashik for everything, for making this happen. And thank you, Riyadh Season. Thank you, Golden Boy, too. My team, everyone. Thank you.
You were a naturally smaller fighter coming up from 168 years ago. You had the better footwork, it seemed like, in the ring tonight. How useful was that to you?
It was great footwork for me. I tried to use my distance how much I could, but he's tough. He comes forward all the time, and I mean, he's strong too. But I just have a respect for him because he's a great champion.
You know, you were seemingly up on the scorecard, seemed like late in the fight, but you in your corner kept saying, let's go for the knockout, let's go for the knockout. Why was trying to get a stoppage so important to you?
Because everyone saw that I'm super middleweight, they say, but I'm cruiserweight. I'm a unified champion. And I mean, it means for me a lot to try to stop him, but I couldn't because he's really tough.
You were able to walk him into some pretty good shots during this fight. How were you able to do it?
Because, like I said, we did the hard training. The hard job was done, and I mean, that time to enjoy the night. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, my coach, Julian Chua, Chris Wong, everyone to be here, Malik, everyone. My dad, he's here too, and I mean, my family too. Mazatlan, this is for Mazatlan, Sinaloa, Mexico. I told everyone I will represent Latino night really well. Thank you for this big opportunity.
2 belts around your shoulders now. A guy named Jai Apataya is considered the #1 guy in the cruiserweight division. He has a 3rd title. Is that the fight you want next?
Yeah, of course. I want to unify all the champions with all the champions, and that's the main goal for me. And I think for all the champions too.
Even at 33 years old, the guys sitting ringside feel like you're still getting better. Do you believe that?
Who?
Everybody sitting ringside. Those 2 ex-boxers, the 2 retired guys sitting ringside.
I mean, I saw Barrera right there yelling. I saw Oscar, and everyone was yelling to me. And I mean, it's great they be cheering for me. And I mean, it's great. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gilberto.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, arriba México, cabrones. A huevo. A huevo. I saw Bernard Hopkins too, like yelling me, told me like do this, and I couldn't hear, I couldn't hear him, yeah. Let's go, Mexico, vámonos.
Appreciate it, Gilberto. We'll turn to Chris. Chris, an incredible effort out there tonight, just didn't have enough to get it done. What went wrong for you during this fight?
I guess there's a bit of irony. My initials are obviously CBS, and I say consistency builds success, and I think the consistency of Zurdo tonight was what won it for him. So all respect to him. Thank you to Riyadh, His Excellency, for having me. It's been a real honor to fight on Latino night, and you know, Zurdo came out with a win, and I have a huge amount of respect for him, always have done.
He's got some pretty good footwork. How difficult was he to kind of pin down?
Yeah, he's really good because he's got consistent shots, throws 3s, 4s, 5s, and then moves. And I think that was where I was lacking tonight with tracking him or letting him get his shots off.
So a pretty nasty cut there above your left eye. How many problems was that giving you tonight?
A little bit. It's part of the sport. At times it was going blurry and closing a bit, and then in between rounds, Cutsman was doing a great job. So there's a few rounds there where I couldn't really see out that eye, but no excuses. It was his work that got it done.
You never give up in this fight. You'll never give up in your career. Where do you go from here?
A rest. Enjoy Christmas. But yeah, we'll have to go back and assess and keep improving.
Appreciate it, Chris. Great effort tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
فاتح تطبيق التعاونية، محل سباكة، عسى ما شر، فيهم شيء عيال؟
يا ابن الحلال اطلب تطعيمات لعيالي بالتطبيق.
لا حد يتحرك انت وياه. بعد علي ساعد تدخل سريع، ايش عندك انت وياه؟
جالس ابيع سيارتي بالتطبيق.
رجل البيت احترق، طمني.
فال الله ولا فالك، طالب سطحه بالتطبيق انا. وش فيكم انتم؟ ناظروا.
وبكل ما شفت تطبيق التعاونية قلت فيه مصيبة، التطبيق فيه أكثر من ميزة، تطبيق التعاونية ميزته بكل وقت.
So brass tacks, just tell these guys right from the beginning, what went wrong for you last fight and what's different going into this part two?
Nothing went wrong. Didn't get a points decision. Same going into part two. I'm going to train exactly the same, do exactly what I did last time, and a bit more focus, laser focus, and yeah, a little bit more less clowning around, and I should get the job done.
I think it's the most important rematch in the history of boxing. Can you get across to them? Because sometimes they just don't listen to me.
Listen, I think it's, like you just said, I think it's the biggest heavyweight fight rematch in I don't know how long. I don't know if it's been I'll tell you how long it's been since we had a rematch like this. Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier 2. That's how big this is. This is big. Do you know what I mean? Very big. So you want to watch the biggest fight of the last 100 years, then watch this one.
And I know you've said before that your legacy is truly your family, but I got to be honest with you, the legacy that you're leaving on boxing is unrivaled, and I appreciate your time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
On December 21st. And where are we going to watch this thing?
DAZN live.
You're damn right, man.
Live on DAZN worldwide. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. The first fight had it all. Now, the rematch. In the most anticipated showdown of the year. Two opposing mindsets. Two corners set to reignite. For redemption. For greatness. For legacy. Two of the best on the planet will collide. Only one will end the year heavyweight champion of the world. Get closer to the action. Closer to fight night on the global home of boxing. Live on DAZN worldwide. Usyk versus Fury 2, December 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Our main event promised so much and delivered. Unification fight in the cruiserweight division. Zurdo Ramirez versus Chris Smith. It was a war of attrition, and in the end, it is the Mexican that proved that he had a bit more in this war. Zurdo Ramirez, now the unified WBA and WBO cruiserweight world champion. What an end to what was a really good night of boxing, right? Every fight delivered in its own way, but that fight, Gabe, I mean, that fight took a lot out of both, I think. Credit to Chris Smith. I thought that fight was done from round 6 onwards. How he survived until round 12, I do not know.
Yeah, the 7th round, I'm thinking they were going to probably stop the fight, and then he caught a second win and start backing Ramirez up. Man, Smith has a ton of heart. I give him all the props, man. He lost the fight, but he gained a lot of fans and respect tonight.
So much was spoken about, Sergio, about the size of Chris Smith, and I guess you could see that in the ring, right? One clearly outweighed the other, but Zurdo was able to, at times, push back the bigger man. He was able to spin the bigger man. That fleet foot movement that you spoke about all week was in evidence as well.
Yeah, he had the niftier feet, Zurdo, and he was always able to get the angle, that southpaw angle, that exit from the side. Bill Smith wasn't turning with him. That's the reason he was always getting outflanked. And anytime Zurdo was on the side, he was getting popped from the side. The thing about being a southpaw is you're always going to have the advantage dipping to your right. Bill Smith wasn't prepared for that. He's a stiff fighter. He fought too stiff. Yes, he showed courage. Yes, he showed heart. Yes, he showed everything we like to see in fighters, a true champion's heart and spirit. But he didn't show discipline. He didn't show like strategy. He didn't show that he had anything else than toughness. Zurdo, on the other hand, he showed toughness, he showed strategy. At times, he showed a little bit too much physicality, but he knew that he had this man hurt. He had him hurt several times, but credit to Bill Smith, man. Just kept coming back over and over and over. It reminded me of like a Rocky movie, man. Yeah, the guy wouldn't stop coming.
It kind of was a bit like that. Did you think, Gabe, that Bill Smith was surprised by Zurdo's power?
You know what I think it was? I don't think it was necessarily the power. I think it's the footwork. Zurdo fights like he's on skate. He slides to the angles. He creates these different movements and creates opportunities to land punches from different angles. And I think that's what was confusing Smith, was the angles that Zurdo was using and landing shots.
I always find that when a guy comes up in weight and fights in the land of the giants, they almost seem to look at those guys like they're just almost slow and stuck in mud. And there were times in that fight where Zurdo was able just to kind of spin out and use his feet. He's almost, yes, a 200-pound cruiserweight, but you mentioned this earlier today. He fights like a super middleweight still.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing is he throws shots to distract you, and then he sets up that body shot. It's a beautiful thing. It's decoy shots. He's such a smart technician in there. It's really hard to deal with Zurdo.
Yeah, fantastic fighter, Zurdo. Obviously, look, what next is going to be the question. A man that might be able to answer what next for us is his promoter, Oscar De La Hoya. He's ringside with Chris Mannix.
All right, Oscar, well, you have a new unified champion. Your thoughts on what you just saw from Gilberto Ramirez?
What an amazing fight. Look, obviously, in the past, we don't really give the cruiserweight champions or the contenders all the credit, but they fought like lightweights. They hit like heavyweights. What a great combination. I think the cruiserweight division is shaping up to be an amazing division. So congratulations to Willem Smith. He's an amazing champion. And obviously Zurdo unified. It's incredible.
You know, we talk about the footwork of Zurdo. It just seems like he's brought his footwork from super middleweight all the way up to cruiserweight. That feels like a separator for him.
You know, it's a huge advantage when you move like a lightweight and punch like a cruiserweight. Malik Scott has been doing an incredible job with him. I'm very happy that Zurdo wants not only to become world champion, unified that he is now, but he wants to become great. And that mentality will take you a long way.
So he's the clear number 2 at cruiserweight. Do you want him to see him in with the guy considered number 1, Jaya Pataya?
Chris, come on. You're talking to an ex-champion here, ex-fighter. We will put our guys with anybody. That's who we are at Golden Boy. I want to see the very best fight the very best.
This is a fantastic night all around here in Riyadh. Competitive fights from start to finish. It began the night with a draw, a lot of close decisions all the way throughout. You got a new unified champion at 105 as well. Which fight stood out to you the most?
Oscar Collazo is incredible. Amazing, amazing fighter. I mean, I just feel that Oscar Collazo, when he steps inside the ring, he knows how to dissect you. He knows how to... He can time your punches, he can coordinate his footwork, and then he just chops your head off. Amazing fighter. The little big man is just here and gonna stay for a long time. I'm hoping that we can get another unification with the other champion, WBC or IBF. I think Oscar Collazo is a hell of a fighter.
And I'm determined to make you reach into your pocket for him there a little bit as well. Last thing, William Zepeda, he gets a decision over Tevin Farmer. It wasn't the most dominant performance we've seen out of Zepeda. People are talking about him and Shakur. Does that tell you anything about his readiness for that fight?
Well, that's exactly why we put him in with Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer is a hell of a champion. He's a hell of a fighter. He almost has the same style as a Shakur Stevenson, almost similar. He gives you angles. He's a hard worker. He's in great shape. He's coming back. He's coming back moving forward, meaning he has something to prove, and he fights like it. So William Zepeda had a very hard time with him, but that's what we expected.
All right, Oscar, congratulations. Great night here in Riyadh.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Adek?
I want to quickly pick up of what Oscar said there about Zepeda. Obviously, look, the fight that we want to see is Zepeda versus Shakur Stevenson. I asked Gabe this, I'm going to ask you because you weren't with me, Sergio. Did you see enough from Zepeda to warrant or want the Shakur Stevenson fight?
It won't be good. It won't be good. I think Stevenson is a little bit too much, man. I said it on telecast. He's just too quick with his feet. He's like a cheetah in and out. Zepeda's a lot more flat-footed. Yes, he was able to be a lot more successful with Tevin Farmer, but he still had his hands full with Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer's 34 years old. He's not nearly as tall, as fast as a Stevenson. I think right now they should hold their horses out of the performance that we just saw from Zepeda.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. I've not checked X yet or Twitter to see what Shakur Stevenson had to say, but no doubt Shakur being Shakur, he's had to say something. All right, let's talk what next for Zurdo Ramirez. Obviously now a unified cruiserweight champion. Look, I've thought of several options for him. Jaya Pataya, obviously, the current IBF champion. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see the best versus the best. That's number 1 versus number 2. An interesting one as well is Artur Beterbiev, the current undisputed light heavyweight king. It doesn't look like they're going to go straight to the Bibble Green match. Artur Beterbiev has said, I will jump to cruiserweight. Why not? And then there's the unified heavyweight champion, Alexander Usyk. The only reason I put it there is because Oscar De La Hoya all week has spoken about Usyk coming down, and if he's going to come down, then who knows, he could fight Zurdo Ramirez. Of those options, Gabe, I'll start with you. Which one makes the most sense? Which one would you like to see the most?
Honestly, either fight is a great fight.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I believe that Zurdo is the top guy at light heavyweight.
You still think that?
Yes, I do. Because I think his boxing IQ, his footwork, his ability, I think he'll only be better the tougher he's matched. I think you'll see him perform at a better level.
If that's the case, then I guess Jai Patai is the name that we want to see, right? We saw Jai here last time out, absolutely destroyed Jack Massey, right? Has beaten Marius Bradis. We need to see number 1 versus number 2 then.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say Jai Patai is like the major favorite there because he has faster feet than Zurdo. I mean, Zurdo's impressive with his footwork. With these guys, Jai Patai is on another level. That's the reason I think he's number 1. And if he goes to light heavyweight, like what Gabe says, I think that's the better thing for him against Beterbiev. Beterbiev's almost 40.
Yeah.
Yes, he has cement for his hands, but I like that fight. I would think out of those 3 options, Beterbiev Zurdo for me.
You know what I like? He's got options. He's got options, and that's options in 3 different weight classes we spoke about.
3 dangerous options.
3 dangerous options as well. But Zurdo at this stage of his career, it should be big fights and big fights throughout. All right, I just want to quickly run through the card very quickly. I want to give shouts out and a prop to you. You picked Arnold Barboza to get the win. So did you. He looked like he was having a go at you, Sergio, at the end of the fight, Barboza.
No,
but what a performance from Barboza.
No, it was a wonderful performance. I was supposed to go up and watch him train in Big Bear. He told me what he was going to do, and basically he was just so elated, saying, I told you, I told everybody. I picked him to win. I said Tevin Farmer was going to go the distance. Mannix didn't believe that one, and of course the main event. I thought this was going to end in a knockout, but I didn't think Chris Smith was that damn tough.
And finally, Gabe, a word on your countryman, Oscar Collazo, a unified champion, 2 unified champions on this card. What a performance.
Man, he put on a fantastic performance. He's kind of like a Lomachenko. You know, the way he uses the angles, the way he's patient. He's patient. He doesn't rush in. He takes his time, and he breaks you down, and he gets you out of there.
Wow, it's been a sensational evening, hasn't it? It really has been good. Make sure you check the listings because there is so much to come your way on the zone before we get to December 21st, because you know what happened December 21st? 2 of the best heavyweights in the world go at it once again. Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury reignited. All right, from all the team, from everyone here, it's been fun. Latino night took over Saudi Arabia for a week. I wouldn't mind it coming back. From myself, from my team, we'll see you next time.
Welcome to Mexico!
Zurdo versus Chris Smith. Coming in.
What a right hand! Oscar Collazo is now the WBO and WBA middleweight champion of the world. Catch and shoot shot from Farmer. The pinnacle's down. Huge right hook. Best punch of the fight for Barboza Jr. Here we go, 12 rounds live from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Oh, right hand from Zurdo.